Chapter 1073. Fifth Guardian of the Holy Land. This youth wasn't old, but the viciousness in his heart was even thicker than that of a martial artist who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It had to be known that there were millions of lives in the rainforest Holy Land, but in his mouth, they weren't even worth mentioning. Kill them, but leave all the women behind. I want to use them for cultivation, especially those few that are devastatingly beautiful. The purple-haired young man shouted again. His martial arts seemed to be related to women, so he did not let any of them go. His gaze landed on Yu and the other girls, and then he licked his lips. Kill! The warriors of the Northern Dark Territory shouted coldly and rushed toward the rainforest's sacred land. Now that the Northern Dark North Territory had joined forces with the Tri-Era Ghost King, the situation in the rainforest's sacred land was not looking good. Let me help you. Sakura had the deepest feelings for the rainforest, and he immediately shouted coldly. There's no need for that. The three of you should focus on suppressing the Three Lives Ghost King. We'll hold them back. At this time, the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace said indifferently. He then looked at the people of the rainforest sacred ground and said, Everyone, leave the 6 saint regions. The experts here are too strong. This is all I can do. The people of the rainforest Holy Land were excited. The legendary Holy King was too mysterious. They had never seen him before, but today they knew that on the day of the Holy Land's calamity, the Holy King would stand up and protect them. Leave the rainforest. Everyone shouted loudly. They couldn't win, so they could only leave. Can you escape? Cold laughter came from the northern dark nether region. All the holy princes were stunned. They were the top geniuses of the Holy Lands. If they didn't fight, who would? Kill. Under Great Expansion Eye's furious roar, all the holy sons went out to battle. They are saving us. The eyes of Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others became moist. They gritted their teeth and took a deep look at their home. Then they led the group away. Today, foreign enemies were pressuring them, and they had no choice but to leave their homeland. This process seemed simple, but everyone's hearts were heavy. After all, this was the place where they had been born and raised. They were reluctant to leave, but they were certain that one day, under the leadership of the new king of the 6 sacred regions, they would make a comeback. Why aren't you attacking evil god Dark North? The third-generation Ghost King said in a low voice when he saw a large number of people retreating from the rainforest Holy Land. It's not my turn to attack them. If they can escape, then it's their fortune. If they can't, then they'll die. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. In fact, he and the violet-haired young man even sat down, sipping wine as they watched the carnage unfold. You are as evil as ever. No one can see through you. However, if you don't want to kill them, I will. After I subdue the 3 guardian deities, everyone here will die. Black clouds gushed out from the 3 Lives Ghost King's body and covered the sky, making it hard for Sakura and the rest to resist. Although they were divine protectors, they were still too young and couldn't display the power of a divine protector unless all of them appeared. However, this was simply impossible. At present, being able to find 4 divine protectors was already a great blessing. Rumble. The surging attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing a huge vortex to appear in the sky above the rainforest. The retreating crowd's pupils constricted. They knew in their hearts that those experts were blocking the incoming enemies to buy time for them. Mengyun, it's time for you to display your strength. At this moment, over at the Water Moon Holy Land, the people of Tai martial sect were also there. One of them, an old woman, looked at Yumun and made Yumun and Yuer softly greet her as master. Turn into a demon. The old woman looked at the 2 girls dotingly and then said to Yumun Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in the end. Rumble. The ancient sealed door appeared, and a huge white-armored snake slowly slithered out. This snake was extremely beautiful, as if it had a mind of its own. There were 2 horns on its forehead, which made many people puzzled. What exactly was that? Father, I want this girl, okay? At this moment, the violet-haired young man was eating grapes. His eyes immediately revealed a hint of excitement. This game is getting more and more fun. Just like the book said, People can unleash their potential in times of crisis and unleash everything they have. Now, another guardian god has appeared. Evil god North Darkness smiled gently. His smile was filled with excitement. Today's luck was pretty good. Before the other experts arrived, he had actually found so many of the 72 demon gods. Okay, this girl is yours. Then, evil god North Darkness nodded. Rumble. At this moment, the white snake finally slithered out of the sealed door, emitting an aura that made all living beings in the world revere it. In mid-air, Yumun Yun's clothes seemed to be torn apart. Her seductive body shot towards the beautiful white snake. At the same time, the old woman looked deeply at Yumun Yun and Anuer. Disciples, Master can only help you up to this point. Life essence, unseal. The old woman's hands kept dancing. Every time she moved, essence blood floated out and condensed in midair, turning into a mysterious symbol. Finally, it slapped towards the beautiful white snake. The white snake's body trembled as if something had been unsealed. An incomparably sacred white light bloomed, and the snake transformed into a dragon. An exquisite white dragon with white scales and 2 dragon horns on its head appeared. This dragon was extremely holy, as if it was the most beautiful dragon in the world. It roared angrily, and white light bloomed like ripples. Doors opened under the ground, and a huge beast walked out from each door. The Water Moon Holy Land's guardian god, the Great Illusion White Dragon King. Mingyan, this dragon is as beautiful as you. The old woman smiled as if she was looking at the proudest masterpiece in her life. Finally, her body shattered and turned into ashes. The Great Illusion White Dragon King was a secret of the Water Moon Holy Land, and it had long since been discovered by Yumun Yun. It was just that these powerhouses had not announced it to the public. If they wanted to unseal the Great Illusion White Dragon King, they would need the old woman to sacrifice her life. Master! As she looked at the fallen old woman, tears flowed from Anuer's beautiful eyes. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. In today's great calamity, those ancient powerhouses had used their spines to block the tribulation clouds that pressed down from the sky. The beautiful White Dragon King also let out a sobbing sound as tears flowed out from her clear eyes. Mingyun, don't let your master down. Kill the enemy. On the Water Moon Holy Land side, many experts roared. This caused the White Dragon King to look angrily at the 3 Lives Ghost King. Following that, she led the mighty demonic beast army over. The 4 guardian deities want to fight me? Unfortunately, they are still lacking. The Great Illusion White Dragon King is said to be able to summon ancient desolate beasts at its peak. Now, it can only summon weak demonic beasts. There are only a few ferocious beasts. The 3 Lives Ghost King smiled faintly. He was still fearless. Kill! The 4 guardian deities moved out one after another to suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. You must win. Chapter 1074. Lin Ling had awakened. Fight. Rumble. Ghost Qi and Spirit Qi surged. The surging attacks shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to crack. However, even with the appearance of the 4 guardian gods, they still couldn't suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. Datura Flower. A mysterious martial art appeared in his right hand. The Datura flower from the Bridge of Helplessness appeared and blasted towards Sakura. Then, the 3 Lives Ghost King looked at the Great Illusion White Dragon King. He knew that this guardian god who could summon monsters was the most difficult to deal with. I'll seal your soul first and obtain the Great Illusion White Dragon King. The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with greed. Among the 72 demon gods, there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the Great Illusion White Dragon King was ranked very high. He was even stronger than the Dark Vermilion Butterfly and the other guardian gods. Puff, puff, puff. The pitch-black palm struck out, causing the sky to change color. A huge gray stone tablet appeared in midair and pressed down on the Great Illusion White Dragon King. 3 words were engraved on the tablet: Soul Seal. Yumun Yun, watch out. On the Dark Vermilion Butterfly, Lai Qing anxiously shouted. However, at this moment, the White Dragon King's monsters were fighting against those who had been resurrected. These people were also very powerful. There was the barbarian king, the scholar, and the palace lords. Therefore, Yuman Yun couldn't be distracted. Save her. The various saint kings all roared furiously. The guardian deity was their final trump card. If it was sealed, then they could only lose. Moreover, the guardian deity was the light of dawn. All of them could die, but the guardian deity of the younger generation could not die, because it was the soul of the 6 saint realms. In your dreams, the cultivators of the northern dark territory blocked the holy king. There were many strong cultivators among them, and there were more than 100 transcendent realm first-layer cultivators. No one could save Yuman Yun. At this moment, Yu and the others were also fighting against the strong cultivators. However, at this moment, they all had tears in their eyes. Was Yuman Yun going to die in front of them? Lin Ling, you said that you would protect everyone. What are you doing now? Yu suddenly shouted. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still silent on the ground. The young man who had blocked all the storms for them in the past seemed to be tired now. He seemed to have finally collapsed. Those women are all calling Lin Ling. That young man from before made me very uncomfortable. The purple-haired youth said coldly. All the women he liked were called Lin Ling. This made him extremely jealous because he felt that all the beauties in this world belonged to him, the northern heretic. Lin Ling, Dream Clouds is about to die. If you don't stand up now, you'll regret it. The heavenly concubine, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, and the others all shouted at the ancient flame devil. They also knew that Lin Ling was tired. At the moment when countless strong cultivators were pressuring them, it was the handsome young man who blocked everything. Therefore, the young man was qualified to rest if he was tired. However, this was not the time to rest. Voices were of no help to Lin Ling at all. However, at this moment, the long-haired young man on the ancient flame devil's body slightly moved his eyelashes. In his soul sea, the ancient gray stone tablet bloomed with dazzling light and sealed his soul. However, he could faintly hear the cries of his women, of his relatives, of everyone calling out to him. Patriarch Extreme Flame, you, the 4 clan chiefs. There were far too many people calling out to him. How can I be sealed here? Break for me. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in the vast soul sea, crazily crashing against the ancient soul sealing tablet. It was like an ocean crashing against a rock. Although it was weak and insignificant, it would eventually penetrate the rock. Nothing was impossible. It all depended on whether Lin Ling would do it or not. Just like his life, no matter what kind of danger he faced, he never gave up. Rumble. Finally, above the vast soul sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a primordial heavenly venerate, coldly looking at the soul-sealing tablet. This gaze saw through all life in the universe and saw through the long river of time. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the soul-sealing tablet finally cracked, turning into a large amount of rubble that fell into the soul sea. At the same time, the soul-sealing tombstone was moving towards the White Dragon King. The 3-era Ghost King laughed coldly. 4 protectors had appeared. To be honest, the 3-era Ghost King was a little afraid. If all the protectors had come, he might have had to avoid them. But now, he could seal one protector. Rumble. The soul-sealing tablet was already in sight. The White Dragon King raised his head, his clear eyes narrowing. Soul-sealing tablet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the sleeping ancient flame devil finally woke up. It turned into a flaming meteor and appeared before the White Dragon King. Its huge claws slammed down heavily. The most frightening thing was that in the center of the claws, a mysterious soul-sealing imprint appeared and clashed heavily with the soul-sealing tablet. Rumble. Soul-sealing tablet against soul-sealing tablet. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the soul-sealing tablet from the 3-life ghostly king and it finally exploded. Endless flames burned the heavens at this moment. The huge body of the fire fox looked at everyone as if it was looking down on the world. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Lin Ling had awakened. At this moment, the 5 guardian gods had gathered. Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, cheers came from the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling had awakened. This was the return of the king. The six holy kings smiled slightly. That little guy was indeed like a cockroach. Every time there was a great calamity, he would step through it and make a comeback. No wonder we have been watching them for so long. The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace smiled faintly. He had never met Lin Ling, but in truth, he had been secretly watching Lin Ling. He had also personally witnessed that tenacious youth rise step by step. It was a strange feeling, as if he was watching his own junior grow up. And Lin Ling was everything to the sacred ground of the rainforest. He was everyone's hope. How is this possible? The three-life ghostly king's eyes narrowed. That youth had actually broken his soul's sealing tablet. The most frightening thing was that the youth had not only broken his soul's sealing tablet, but also learned it. In fact, it was even stronger than his soul's sealing tablet. Could it be that the youth's soul power was stronger than his? One had to know that he had recultivated for 3 lifetimes. His soul power was the sum of all 3 lifetimes. 5 guardian gods, attack. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were still as cold as ever, but they were filled with determination. The huge ancient flame devil shot towards the 3-life ghostly king. His attack caused the other 4 guardian gods to be filled with fighting spirit, and they all pounced on him. Lin Ling is the guardian god king. The crowd watched the earth-shattering battle, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Rumble! The 5 guardian gods attacked at the same time. The flames of slaughter, the sword energy of destruction, the bones of silence, the light of hope, and the demonic beasts of the common people finally suppressed the 3-life ghostly king. Bastard! The 3-life ghostly king's face was extremely ugly. After the little guy named Lin Ling woke up, he had a mysterious power that changed the situation of the battle. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. It was a kind of momentum that would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Chapter 1075. Demon Sealing Seal. It should be noted that a single guardian god, such as the ancient flame devil, was enough to force Yen to dodge in the past. Now that the 5 guardian gods were gathered, they represented slaughter, destruction, nirvana, hope, and life respectively. Their attack power was not as simple as one plus the other. The 3 lives ghost king was naturally forced to retreat. He's just an ant from the countryside. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? Father, I'll go and meet him. At this moment, the purple-haired young man from evil god Bei Ming's side took a step forward and shot towards the ancient flame demon. Despicable! Many people from the rainforest Holy Land shouted angrily. Previously, evil god Bei Ming and his son were like otherworldly masters who disdained to make a move. However, after Lin Ling woke up and the 5 guardian gods suppressed the 3 lives ghost king, they immediately went back on their words and attacked when they saw that the situation was not good. These masters could never be trusted. You're bullying us with your numbers. You're too shameless. However, what angered everyone was that the purple-haired young man pretended to be prejudiced and said that the 5 guardian gods were bullying them with their numbers. The purple-haired young man rushed over with his transcendent strength, causing a large patch of purple to appear in the sky. Lin Ling's cold eyes finally moved. His eyes were calm, but there was an indescribable anger in them. The purple-haired young man's eyes narrowed. In that short moment, he was actually a little afraid. This was a great humiliation for him. Evolving the universe, controlling life and death, controlling illusion and destruction, Great Purple Heaven Cloud Palm. Ong Long Long. In midair, the clouds rolled over and formed a huge palm that slammed towards the ancient flame demon. This palm had reached the 7th level of martial profundity. It was extremely terrifying. On the ground, Lin Ling's heart moved. The ancient flame demon gave up on the 3 lives ghost king and rushed towards Tianxian's huge palm. For him, today's enemies were all cruel and unscrupulous. They looked down on human life, so it didn't matter who he fought first. Chi-chi-chi. The 7 tails swept fiercely and slashed towards the cloud palm like sickles. Then, with a clang, like the sound of metal colliding, the thick cloud palm was split into 7 pieces. Amazing! Lin Ling's control of the Guardian is even stronger than the others. The 6 Holy King were all shocked. Among all the protectors, Lin Ling was probably the strongest. This strength came from his familiarity with the ancient flame devil. Of course, they did not know that this was not the first time Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was like Lin Ling's right hand. In the sky, the purple-haired northern heretic's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's ancient flame devil to be so powerful. In his eyes, the huge body was already charging towards him. It was ruthless and murderous, and its claws swept over. So fast! Northern Evil shouted in a low voice as he spread out his hands, "Cold, evil chi." Evil chi gushed out, and if it touched a Holy Spirit realm expert, it could make them lose their mind and kill them in the end. The purple evil chi protected Northern Evil like a dragon against the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, the ancient flame devil was no weaker than Northern Evil. "Die for me!" Lin Ling shouted coldly. The ancient flame devil's huge claws swept out and swept away all the evil chi. Northern Evil's expression changed again as he shouted, "Evil shadow doppelganger." Pucci. The powerful claws swept out, but two Northern Evil boys appeared in the sky. One of them was torn to pieces, while the other disappeared. At the same time, the purple-haired boy appeared on the ground with an ugly expression. In the sky, a strand of purple hair drifted down with the wind, causing the whole battlefield to fall silent. Although Northern Heretic dodged quickly, the ancient flame demon still managed to injure him, cutting off a strand of his long hair. One had to know that Northern Heretic came from the powerful sacred domain and had reached the transcendent realm at such a young age. Even the patriarchs of the four great clans would have to face him in the underworld, but Lin Ling was able to injure him. This undoubtedly raised the morale of the rainforest Holy Land. "You're very lucky." On the ground, Northern Evil's expression was ugly. He had dodged quickly before, otherwise, he would have been injured. It was a great shame that a puny country boy could injure him. Of course, he didn't say that Lin Ling was able to injure him. He just said that Lin Ling was very lucky. You foreign masters joined forces to wipe out the 6 sacred domains, but you won. That's a wheel that represents the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. You can't blame us because we deserve to die. However, we joined forces to resist, so in your words, we were bullying you with numbers. You came from a powerful sacred domain, so you attacked me. If you won, you're a genius and we're trash, but if you lost, you're saying that I was lucky. Are foreign geniuses all so thick-skinned? In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the boy at his feet. His sarcastic voice drifted out like the wind, cutting into Northern Evil's heart like a sword. His face instantly turned pale. Shame, this shame was even greater. Ha! On the other side of the 6 holy kings' side, mocking laughter rang out like a wave. Even the 3 Lives Ghost King looked coldly at Lin Ling. This young man was even more difficult to deal with than the other guardian gods. Previously, the 3 Lives Ghost King had managed to seal Lin Ling's soul by surprise, but in the end he had failed. Now, he wanted to see how the top genius from the northern dark evil territory would fight against the puny youth from the 6 sacred domains. I'm thick-skinned? Today, I'll stand here and let you see how you can shake me. Come at me, puny country boy. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered wildly. He couldn't tolerate a country boy looking down on him and mocking him. He was the son of the northern dark evil god, a first-layer transcendent realm genius. Lin Ling took a deep breath. In all fairness, the other party was indeed very strong. If he didn't have the ancient flame devil, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Even with the ancient flame devil, it would take a lot of effort to kill the other party. The other party had a mysterious evil chi protecting his body. It seemed his innate talent wasn't weak, perhaps even surpassing the king physique. However, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he had to fight. There was no way out, so Lin Ling didn't think about his own safety. He just wanted to fight. Shio! Flames shot towards the ground like a meteor. In midair, the ancient flame devil's huge claw slammed down. An ant will always be an ant. I was just playing with you before. This time, I'm serious. On the ground, Northern Evil's purple hair fluttered in the wind. He was full of domineering and evil chi, as if he was the king of evil. In the next moment, purple chi erupted from his body and intertwined into a dragon, turning into an ancient evil god. The evil god opened his eyes and looked towards the world. This was a saint physique. The mighty evil chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's mind to sink, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. This evil chi was too terrifying. When it comes to geniuses, the 6 sacred regions will never lose to anyone else. Lin Ling bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up, his eyes burning even more fiercely. Soul-sealing seal. In his mind, an extremely ancient soul martial skill appeared. It was the soul-sealing seal of the 3-era Ghost King, but it was even more terrifying than the 3-era Ghost King's soul-sealing seal. The one who controlled this soul-sealing seal came from the broken stone tablet in the Spirit Sea. Chapter 1076. Sorry for the wait. On the ground, Northern Heretic's heart trembled violently. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling in terms of strength and cultivation realm. However, he was a little afraid when it came to soul power. The gigantic stone tablet smashing down from the sky made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He couldn't even move. This kid has really learned my soul-sealing seal, and it's even bigger than my soul-sealing seal. 3 lives Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air. How could that young man's soul power be so strong? This was beyond logic. Xia, be careful. Right at this moment, a beam of purple light shot through the sky and picked up Northern Demon. In the next moment, it vanished on the spot. Xia was saved. Rumble. At the same time, the stone steel smashed down, causing the ground to shake. Countless souls trembled violently, and they were dazed for an entire breath of time. The soul attack was indeed terrifying, and even the people far away were affected. If the stone steel smashed into Northern Demon's body, no matter how strong he was, his soul would be shattered into pieces. Lin Ling was truly powerful. Using the ancient flame demon to protect his body, he was able to use his soul force attack, a power that could even injure a transcendent realm master. On the ground, the gigantic body of the ancient flame devil appeared. Lin Ling looked into the distance with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, Northern Demon still managed to escape. Lin Ling then laughed coldly. Before this, you were just playing with me and I was lucky enough to injure you. But why are you asking for help now? You people from the powerful Saint realms are truly shameless. In the distance, Northern Heretic's face was extremely ferocious. He had thought that once he attacked, teaching Lin Ling a lesson would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had been defeated in 2 moves. He had to run away in disgrace. He, a genius, had lost all face. You shut up. Evil North roared furiously. Your previous pride has disappeared. Instead, you're angry out of humiliation? On the ground, Lin Ling chuckled. His casual rebuttal made Northern Demon's eyes turn red. His arrogance had indeed disappeared. Xia, there's no need to waste words on people who are about to die. 3rd generation Ghost King, are you going to make a move? If you don't, then I will. If I can get rid of these 5 guardian gods, then I want 4 guardian gods. The wretch god Dark North barked coldly. He had finally decided to make a move. Off in the distance, the eyes of the 3 lives Ghost King flickered. He wanted more protectors. But then he smiled sinisterly and nodded. Fine. If you can deal with them, I only want 1 protector. Previously, he had fought against the 5 guardian gods. He knew that when the 5 guardian gods worked together, their power and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Evil God North Sea's strength was on the same level as him. He knew that it would be difficult for Evil God North Sea to defeat the guardian gods unless the 2 of them worked together. All right, those 4 guardian deities are mine. The evil god of Dark North's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a domineering and confident manner. If all 6 of the guardian gods had come, then I, the evil god of Dark North, would have had to dodge their attacks. But 5 of them are nothing. He gently raised his palm, and an even greater amount of evil chi condensed. It was vast and mighty, forming a mysterious evil chi world. Art of the evil god, a noble thought. He struck out with his palm. Without any complicated martial arts, he could crush everything with just his strength. Attack! At this moment, the 5 protectors were resonating in their hearts. It was as if they had fought side by side since ancient times, resulting in an innate tacit understanding. Moreover, each of them represented a world. They represented slaughter, nirvana, hope, and so on. After joining forces, their world became even larger. This was the guardian gods' human formation. The guardian gods landed behind the ancient flame devil, shining with dazzling light. The ancient flame devil's fox mouth burned with colorful flames. Flame of the guardian gods. Boom! With the power of the 5 guardian gods, a flame that looked like the origin of fire shot out, stirring the world. It was as if Pangu was splitting open the sky. At the same time, the evil god of Dark North Sea's pupils constricted. He only realized how terrifying the guardian gods were after personally fighting. The giant palm in front of him cracked and emitted green smoke, as if it was being burned. Evil King 10 Disaster's sword. At this critical moment, the evil god of Dark North Sea pulled the void with his right hand, and a long purple sword appeared. The sword was thousands of miles long, and it was extremely shocking. Evil world slaying. He slashed out fiercely, and the evil energy carried with it a destructive aura, as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. Boom! At this time, the gorgeous and colorful flames finally shot over. Those flames were like pillars, but they continued to spiral, suppressing an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, they pierced through that huge palm, and started to resist the evil king's 10 tribulation sword. Puff, puff, puff. On the ground, a sword blocked the raging flame pillar, and it was a shocking sight. So powerful! After Lin Ling and the others joined forces, their strength increased several times. If the 6 guardian gods appeared, we might not have to die today. Many people were excited. The guardian gods were indeed the totems of the 6 saint regions. Many geniuses looked at Lin Ling, and at this moment, their hearts were filled with deep admiration. The earth was pressing down, and the experts of the older generation were helpless. The new generation of geniuses blocked the heavenly tribulation and became the star of the world. How could they, as the younger generation, not yearn for such a dazzling moment? Unfortunately, yearning was yearning. Many of them could not do it, but Lin Ling could. The guardian god's inheritance battle technique. At this moment, evil god North Darkness's face was extremely ugly. He had underestimated the guardian god's joint forces. Break. For emotions returned to 1. In the end, evil god North Darkness unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying flame pillar was split into 2, and the sword radiance did not stop, as if the sky was also split into 2. His strength was truly terrifying. Is this what you mean by not worth mentioning? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from the ground, and evil god North Darkness narrowed his eyes. Not worth mentioning? Now, he did not dare to say that. No wonder the 3 Lives Ghost King asked him to fight. It turned out that he knew how difficult it was to deal with the guardian gods. You're the same as your son, shameless and disgraceful. Sakura, Yangon, and the others sneered, and the anger that evil god North Darkness had just extinguished was ignited again. Moreover, as his aura weakened, the 6 Saint King's side rose steadily, and killed many martial artists of the Dark North regions. You're just borrowing the power of the guardian gods. Without the guardian gods, you're just ants in the countryside. Evil god North Darkness snorted coldly. However, you're too arrogant. You've only won a small battle, and you think you can suppress me? Unless the 6 guardian gods gather together. Is that so? Then aren't you also borrowing the power of the outer regions? If you grew up in the 6 saint regions, you're just an ant. In the face of the arrogant voice of the evil god of North Darkness, Lin Ling only smiled coldly. To the evil god of North Darkness, this kind of attitude was undoubtedly more infuriating than his defeat. After all, he was clearly just an ant, but he dared to disregard him, the emperor of millions. You mean the 6 guardian gods? Lin Ling said indifferently and then smiled. Sorry, I've waited for a long time, but it's a long journey, so I've kept you waiting. Kept you waiting? Chapter 1077. The descent of King Wuxia. One of the 6 guardian deities is the Wuxia king, but his whereabouts are unknown. Why do you say we've been waiting for a long time? The Trail Era's ghost king also frowned. At the same time, the ground behind the northern darkness evil god started to tremble. It was as if something terrifying was awakening from its slumber. The oppressive atmosphere made the northern darkness evil god's heart sink. What exactly was approaching? Unfortunately, his gaze was locked onto Lin Ling and the others, and he did not pay attention to what was behind him. It's here. Finally, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Boom. The ground exploded as a gigantic fiend celestial charged out from the ground. His massive fist was accompanied by gale force winds as he viciously smashed it toward the evil god. What? Evil god North Deep narrowed his eyes. He wanted to block the attack, but it was too late. He was hit by the terrifying power, and his body flew backward like a kite. He smashed heavily into the ground thousands of miles away. The power of that power made people gasp. Under countless gazes, the pitch-black demonic god with chilling fangs appeared before everyone's eyes. His burly body was like a mountain, and billowing murderous aura emanated from him, causing many people's eyes to widen as a terrifying thought occurred to them. The Wuxia king had arrived. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. This was the gathering of the 6 guardian gods. The great calamity of the 6 holy domains, the guardian gods have gathered. The 6 holy kings were incomparably excited. Finally, they were all here. Sorry, I'm late. At the same time, the Wuxia king spoke in a low voice, and then he strode towards the 5 guardian gods like a giant. His voice sounded familiar, but the murderous aura he emitted was very unfamiliar to them. Big brother, I didn't expect to fight alongside you today. Wuxia king bellowed again, causing Sakura's pupils to constrict. Big brother? This guardian deity called him Big Brother? Today, the guardian gods have gathered. We will do our best to stop the enemy and teach them a lesson. We would rather die than live in dishonor. Wuxia king said to the people from the rainforest holy land. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Familiar, this was too familiar. The extreme flame ancestor, the 4 patriarchs, and the others all felt their hearts tremble violently as they looked at Lin Ling on the ancient flame devil. A terrifying thought arose in their minds, but they weren't too sure. Where did you come from? The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace sucked in a cold breath. I am Lin Ling. The Wuxia king finally raised his head. His deep voice shocked everyone. It was Lin Ling. The Wuxia king was Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had obtained 2 guardian gods. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. However, when they looked at the Wuxia king's eyes, they found that they were very familiar. It was the kind of aura that would rather die than live in dishonor. And this was the conviction of their banner, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. His roar shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, the guardian deity King Lin Ling's name was well-deserved. Second brother, you've always made Big Brother unable to see through you. Big Brother originally wanted to release the guardian deity to make you, this brat, envious. Who knew that you have 2 guardian deities? Sakura was astonished and couldn't help but shout out. The other guardian deities also became spirited. Lin Ling was like their leader, forever leading them forward. 2 voices floated out at the same time. It was the Wuxia king and the ancient flame devil. Their powerful auras made the northern darkness evil god and the 3-era ghost king extremely wary. That little brat actually had 2 guardian deities. Shio. The ancient flame devil was the fastest. It turned into flames, but it didn't pounce on the 3-era ghost king. Instead, it pounced on the old man hiding in the ruins. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Although he was in a deep sleep, he heard the words of the 3-era ghost king. He knew that Mansion Master Tianlin was also a pawn. The real mastermind was the 3-era ghost king. The second dream was a lonely soul of 100 lifetimes. She was raised by the 3-era ghost king, and the function of the second dream was to become the three-era ghost king's nourishment. No wonder the second dream always had a kind of sadness. Perhaps she knew her fate. This was the game of the strong and the sorrow of the weak. "Tianlin, you can die now," Lin Ling roared. His gaze fell on the smiling Tianlin in the distance. When the three-era ghost king came, Tianlin was lucky enough to survive. But now Lin Ling had to kill Tianlin. At this moment, Tianlin maintained his smile. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it was better to live. When the three-era ghost king came and dominated everything, he saw the hope of living. Besides, he could see how Lin Ling and the others died. But who knew that Lin Ling would wake up and come to kill him? "Three-era ghost king, save me!" Tianlin's pale face screamed out. "I'm here. Can you kill me?" 1,000 souls slaughtering the city. The three-era ghost king roared. Lin Ling didn't come to kill him. Instead, he went to kill Tianlin. Tianlin was one of his people. How could he let Lin Ling kill him so easily? Flames exploded. The souls that pounced on the ancient flame devil were all burned. Ghost lock imprison God. Seeing that his first attack had no effect, the Trailokia's ghost king unleashed his full power once more. His clothes were torn apart, and his true form was finally revealed. It was a ghost king whose body was completely black. His body seemed lighter than the wind as he crossed the void and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. His ghostly claws flashed with cold light as they swept out. Bang! But at the critical moment, a terrifying giant fist came and blocked the three-era ghost king's ghostly claws. It was the Yaksha king. The Yaksha king and Lin Ling were the same person. The two guardian gods working together were obviously more coordinated. Three-era ghost king, very impressive. You can dominate the lives of others for thousands of generations. Today, I want to see how strong a ghost king like you is. When the Yaksha king blocked the three-era ghost king's attack, the ancient flame devil seemed to resonate with him. Its 7 tails were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and its claws slashed out with the soul-sealing imprint. At present, only the soul-sealing imprint could pose a threat to the three-era ghost king. 10,000 ghosts cry, explode. The three-era ghost king roared anxiously. His body exploded, and he dodged the 7 tails of the ancient flame devil. Countless ghosts burst out from his body, but they were all burned to death by the flaming tails. These ghosts were his soul. Now that they were destroyed, he had wasted several years of his cultivation. However, although his soul was destroyed, it allowed him to dodge Lin Ling's soul-sealing imprint. This result enraged the three-era ghost king. The soul-sealing imprint was his ultimate skill, but Lin Ling had learned it. Moreover, he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Amazing! The ancient flame devil and the Yaksha king are like the same person. They can unleash the power of the guardian gods. Lin Ling's soul power is very strong. The 6 holy kings couldn't help but shout in joy. The ancient flame devil and the Yaksha king blocked the three-era ghost king. They were stronger than the other 4 guardian gods. Sush. Chapter 1078. To fight or not to fight? Do you think you can still live? A deep voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Skylin to tremble. He stared blankly at the 2 demon gods, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Lin Ling had hidden his strength too deeply. Only after erupting with his full strength did he discover that Lin Ling could already fight with a top powerhouse from the outer regions. How could he fight? How could he resist? He never imagined that with the arrival of a powerhouse from the outer regions, he would still die. But why did he have to die? Skylin's heart was filled with unwillingness. Facing a powerhouse from the outer regions, Lin Ling still dominated everything. Why was this? You have calculated everything under the heavens, but have you ever calculated that you would die today? The deep voice came again, causing Skylin's eyes to narrow. Yes, he had calculated everything under the heavens and controlled the second dream, but he had never calculated that he would die today. No, he was not wrong in calculating everything under the heavens, but he also would not have calculated that he would die today. The only one he had not calculated was Lin Ling. He had not calculated everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets that he did not know. He could not calculate everything. The second dream has a master like you. It is truly a mistake in life. But she has woken up from her dream. Everything is over. As a friend, I will let her go in peace. I will let you accompany her." Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. "No, don't." Skylin fell to his knees, kowtowing and shouting, "Third Life Ghost King, save me." "He can't save you. I can't defeat him, but he can't defeat us either. So, he can only watch as you die." Wuxia King also shouted, causing the distant Third Life Ghost King to grit his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. He could not save Skylin. The ancient Flame Devil and Wuxia King had joined forces. He could not shake them at all. There was a tie. As for evil god Dark North, who was rushing over from the distance, his complexion was also ugly. All of this was far too ironic. He had arrogantly arrived here and should have dominated everything. But after arriving here, he discovered that although the 6 sacred domains was a rural area where martial artists were no different from ants, there was still a peak genius here that wasn't any weaker than a foreign realm. Even he was helpless against him. What a disgrace. He was the evil god of the northern underworld, but he was stopped by a nameless young man. The ancient Flame Devil opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of flames that burned Skyforest. Skyforest looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness in his eyes. Finally, he was reduced to ashes. The mansion master of this generation had finally fallen. In the distance, the crowd was shocked as they watched this scene. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and before foreign enemies had arrived, internal troubles had come one step ahead. The 7 martial house masters had come to the 7 profound martial house full of confidence, but the result was that all 7 martial house masters had been exterminated. This made the people of the Rainforest Holy Land realize that if the heavens brought disaster upon them, they could still survive, but if they brought it upon themselves, they could not. "Good, well done." After a brief moment of silence, the sound of cheers rose and fell. Skylin, that despicable villain, had finally died. "Do you still want to fight now? Is it you, the proud Third Life Ghost King, or the shameless evil god of Northern Darkness?" Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, the Wuxia King and the ancient Flame Devil stared at the 2 powerhouses coldly. The other 4 protectors did the same. At this moment, they no longer feared these 2 powerhouses. The 2 powerhouses had ugly complexions. Should they fight? If they fought, they might not necessarily win. The Wuxia King and the ancient Flame Devil were the most difficult to deal with. But if they did not fight, then they would have come here in vain and lost all face. If we join forces, we still have a chance to exterminate you." The evil god of Northern Darkness coldly said, not willing to be at a disadvantage. "That will be difficult. But if you want to try, then I will accompany you. At most, we will fight for 3 months. Of course, I cannot guarantee that your noble son will survive." Atop the ancient Flame Devil, Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the evil god of Northern Darkness's pupils to narrow. He looked at the purple-haired youth. Yes, he did not fear the protectors, but his son was different. He would inevitably be killed by the ancient Flame Devil and the Wuxia King. "You cannot kill me!" The purple-haired youth, Evil North, coldly shouted. He clenched his teeth. He had become a burden? It had to be known that he was a genius. He had come with pride, and now he had become a burden. Soul-sealing seal. Lin Ling coldly shouted, his voice shaking the world. "Retreat!" The purple-haired young man, Northern Evil, narrowed his eyes and retreated instinctively. The terrifying soul-sealing tablet was still a nightmare in his heart. However, after retreating for a few hundred meters, he realized that Lin Ling had only shouted softly and had not attacked. Lin Ling had not attacked, but he had retreated. He had lost all his face. How could he say that Lin Ling could not kill him? Ha! Countless people in the Rainforest Holy Land laughed. The son of the evil god? He was just a piece of trash. "You!" Evil North's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling looked indifferent. He did not care about him at all. Now that the 2 protectors were here, he had used all his trump cards. Of course, he was not afraid of a genius like Evil North. "So, do you want to fight or not?" Lin Ling coldly shouted again. The 3 lives Ghost King and Evil North fell silent. It was ironic. The 2 of them had come here to massacre everyone, but now they did not dare to speak or fight with their lives. Perhaps they did not have Lin Ling's spirit, who would rather die than live in dishonor. The 2 of them were shocked. They would remember Lin Ling's name. After Wuxia King arrived, he had turned the tide and saved the rainforest holy land. I will fight with you. At this time, a pair of ancient eyes appeared in the sky. One eye was white and the other was black. Together with the sun, moon, and stars, it was as if they could see through the universe. As Lin Ling looked over, his soul force violently trembled as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The people from the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. He had never forgotten about the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, and he had always been on guard against them. However, he did not expect them to be more terrifying than the 3 lives Ghost King and Evil North. Void Star Divine Master. The 3 lives Ghost King and Dark North Demon God's hearts trembled. They had been too slow. It had to be known that during the Heavenly Fall era, the heartless Sovereign Emperor wanted to destroy the 6 Saint Domains. Therefore, they had rushed over after receiving the news. Their goal was to obtain some benefits. However, although they had arrived early, they had underestimated Lin Ling of the 6 Saint Domains and had failed to obtain any benefits. And now, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. Then, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. 3 lives Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, you dare to touch my prey? You dare to use my name to start the Heavenly Fall era? In the sky, the mysterious pair of eyes looked at the 2 powerhouses. With just a glance, the 2 of them vomited blood and staggered backwards. This is the true Heavenly Fall era. In the distance, the people of the Rainforest Holy Land were in a daze. Their eyes were blank and even lost. When facing the 3 lives Ghost King and the other powerhouses, they had united and barely managed to resist. But facing the God King in the sky, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Ants should know their own destiny. If the Heavenly Fall era wants you dead, then you will die by the will of the heavens. Who told you to resist and even kill one of us? The ancient eyes were like the majestic might of the heavens, sweeping over all. Pung ping pung. A large number of people's bodies exploded, instantly dying. There were people of the Rainforest Holy Land and also people of the Dark North Demon God's domain. Chapter 1079. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios' undiminished arrogance. At this moment, everyone panicked. When the strong were angry, the weak were like ants. Their lives were not lives at all. Bang bang bang. Vengeful spirits floated in the sky, and people kept dying. Enough, they are all humans, they all have their own homes. Roar. The 6 Holy King roared at the sky, but the sky only sneered, as if it was complaining that they did not accept the fate of heaven and insisted on resisting. Ants are not humans, it is the same whether they have a home or not. Roar. The eye in the sky was still blooming, and the light of death slaughtered the earth. The 6 Holy King could not block that eye and fell one after another. Lin Ling, Sakura, Lai Qing, Yanggan, Yumun Yun, leave the rainforest sacred land immediately. The Holy King of Bodhi's sacred palace roared. They could not all be killed, and someone had to leave alive. The 6 guardian gods were the hope of the 6 sacred regions. All saints' sons, kill and destroy the enemy. Roar. With a determined roar, all the saints' sons moved out, charging fearlessly at the emotionless eye in the sky. However, in just a moment, a large number of saints' sons died. They were all good people, and even if they died, they would not be killed standing there. They would die on the path of the martial artists. The process of slaughter seemed slow, but in reality, it was only a few breaths of time. This also showed the terrifying strength of the sovereign of heaven and earth. On the ground, the 6 guardian gods looked at the sky, their eyes wet and red. Their people had all died on the path of the charge. The emotionless wheel of heaven and earth finally rolled towards the rainforest sacred land. Retreat. Roar. Sakura's eyes flowed with tears, but he suddenly shouted, "Leave this place." Roar. Yangon also gritted his teeth. He hated the master of the sky. That master destroyed their home, but they had to leave, because they were the last light of revenge of the 6 sacred regions. So, the guardian gods all rushed into the distance, leaving the vision of the eye in the sky. Only the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king did not retreat. They both looked at the sky coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling finally knew how weak he was. A strong cultivator could kill everyone with a light attack. He could not do anything to help. The dead saint's sons were those who had fought side by side in the past. They were all very young, and many of them had not even married or had children. But they did not hesitate. In order to protect the guardian god, they used their own bodies to block the light of slaughter in the sky. They were good. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that those merciless eyes were beginning to look at Yu and the others, as if they wanted to slaughter the entire world. Enough! A furious roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, the earth and the sky became silent. The clouds in the sky stopped moving, the wind stopped moving, and time was frozen. The only thing that could still move was his emotionless eyes. At this moment, he was staring at the stubborn young man on the ground in shock. What kind of talent did this young man have? He was actually able to freeze time. No matter who you are, no matter what god you are, there will be a day when I will step into the 9th heaven and tear your head off. On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were red as he stared at the god eyes in the sky. His eyes released a dazzling light as he stared at the ancient eyes in the sky. You dare to kill me? I am a god. You dare to disrespect me? In the sky, a low voice sounded like thunder. Where did this god come from? If a god is not evil, why do you hold the fate of millions of creatures in your hands? Why should I respect such a god? On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were still filled with determination and killing intent. You are a bit different from them. You seem to have a talent that even I cannot see through. Your disrespect to me, I can ignore it. You can live, but you want to kill me? This is the same as seeking your own death. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? The ancient eyes in the sky were still shocked by Lin Ling's ability to freeze time. Seeking my own death, what is there to fear? I have come to this world, I have fought, I have loved deeply, and that is enough. If I can live but I cannot laugh, then what is the use? Even if you can kill me, I will not stop being arrogant. I will kill you. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient flame devil and Wuxia king both roared at the sky. Their killing intent was unprecedentedly firm. Even if his opponent was an ancient god king, Lin Ling would still step into the 9 heavens and tear off the god's head. In order to save the guardian god, the holy sons had died in the charge. How could Lin Ling disgrace them? Then today I will kill you. The ancient eyes seemed to understand Lin Ling's determination and finally gave up on their curiosity about Lin Ling. Those eyes of slaughter silently looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, the ability to freeze time ended. Countless people looked at the proud and aloof youth on the ground in shock. This youth was still as arrogant as ever. Celestial Venerable Void Star, what is the point of bullying the weak? But at this moment, a deep voice resounded in the sky. Blue light blossomed, and the sky seemed to turn into the sea, washing away all the smoke and slaughter. A middle-aged man wearing a sea blue robe slowly walked over. Venerable Sea Calming. The ancient eyes in the sky said in a cold voice. They seemed to recognize this person. What is the point of being a god in front of the weak? You are not a god. The so-called gods are just stronger martial artists. The blue-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. His right hand formed a complicated seal, and after 7 or 8 seals, surging seawater blocked the ground, creating a layer of seawater between the sky and the ground. This was a heaven-defying technique that was extremely formidable. In the Heavenly Fall era, the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled. This is the will of the higher-ups. Do you dare interfere? The ancient eyes said indifferently. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling on the ground, and the ancient eyes in the sky flashed. I don't dare. However, just because the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled doesn't mean that everyone has to die. Moreover, starting today, that brat is a member of my sea-calming heavenly palace. Do you still dare to kill him? If that youth was a member of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, then it would be troublesome to kill him. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Is it worth it for him? It is. The blue-robed middle-aged man was still looking at the youth on the ground. Do you want to obtain the 72 demon gods? The ancient eyes suddenly asked. Although the 72 demon gods are very strong, there is more than one demon god, so I have no interest in them. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, if you let them go, will the mine in the southeast of Xianpeng province belong to your Void Star Divine Palace? The blue-robed middle-aged man finally looked at the sky. He was not afraid of the killing light of the ancient eyes at all. The ancient eyes in the sky flickered, as if hesitating. For the sake of insignificant ants, you are willing to use that mine to save their lives. Venerable Sea Calming, it is hard to guess what you are thinking. However, I agree to your conditions. Aside from the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, everyone here will become slaves. I believe that Venerable Sea Calming won't interfere in this matter. The blue-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and finally nodded. The Heavenly Fall era was not something he could decide. Therefore, he could only protect the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. There was nothing he could do about the others. After all, the 6 sacred domains were as vast as the sea. How could he make everyone a member of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace? Rumble. Chapter 1080. Dinghai Tianfu, this world is like this. You either become an ant or a demon. You can only continue to grow stronger and become arrogant. Otherwise, you will be slaughtered by others. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. That's right. Either he would be arrogant for the rest of his life, or he would be reduced to ashes. Heavens, there was no other path for him to take. Come to the Sea Calming Heavenly Abode, and you will have the chance to be arrogant for the rest of your life. The blue-robed middle-aged man waved out a piece of cloth, which landed on Lin Ling's body, and then disappeared into the sky. That piece of cloth was a map. Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, Lin Ling murmured. He didn't know why that mysterious expert would help him, but the most important thing now was that he had to leave the 6 saint regions. Only then would he be able to live a life of unbridled arrogance, no longer having his life controlled by experts. At this moment, in the void, the blue-robed middle-aged man strode out and disappeared from the rainforest's sacred ground. In the distance, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. She looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man and smiled. In this world, there are so many lives. Why did you save him? Could it be because of the 72 demonic gods in the sky? However, that young man is very powerful. At such a young age, he has already controlled 2 great demon gods. Among them, the ancient flame demon is not weak among the 72 demon gods. If it can become his talent, then he will have an extraordinary talent of the holy physique. No, this kid's talent isn't as simple as it seems. The blue-robed middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. I'll help him for 2 reasons. First, Empyrean Voidstar came. That child didn't show any signs of weakness when facing Empyrean Voidstar. Moreover, he did it for his hometown. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This moved me. In the future, if my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace faces a calamity and he has the ability to help, he definitely won't hesitate. Secondly, this kid's talent isn't simple. He can freeze time. Although it's only for a short period of time, it reminds me of the ancient top 10 talents, the Eye of the 3 Plates. The greatest characteristic of this talent is the ability to freeze time. According to legend, above the top 10 talents, there's a talent that can see through the river of time. That's even more terrifying. Hee, no wonder you helped him. His talent is not weak. If he can grow, he will definitely be able to assist you in the future. The beautiful figure in the air smiled and said. Then, the 2 of them walked side by side. The world was heartless. Everyone yearned for the power to dominate everything. Therefore, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. Venerable Sea Calming helped Lin Ling because of his own interests. Of course, another reason was that he liked Lin Ling's daring nature. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land had a tranquility after a storm. The Tri-Era Ghost King and the evil god of Northern Darkness both left. They were furious that they had come here for nothing. They had not obtained a single one of the 6 guardian deities. The Tri-Era Ghost King, in particular, was even more sullen. Not only had he not obtained what he had yearned for, even the soul-sealing imprint had been learned by Lin Ling. In addition, a portion of his power had also been absorbed. As for the 6 Saint regions, except for a few people, everyone was enslaved. They were to go to a mine in the southeast of Shenpeng province to mine for the rest of their lives. Ling, that expert came for you. We don't have to die. Although we're enslaved, at least there's still hope. Ancestor Taiyan and the others walked over. Lin Ling had also returned to his human form. He walked towards the crowd with a solemn expression. In the Heavenly Fall era, he had not been able to turn the tide and save all his friends and family. Ling, though we don't blame you. We all believe that one day, you'll bring us back to our hometown. So, we're all waiting for you. Emon Yenshin looked at Lin Ling lovingly. Then, she took a step forward and hugged her son. In her heart, Lin Ling had already done well. At least the 6 Saint regions had not been completely reshuffled. I've spoken with the 4 clan leaders. There's a secluded paradise outside the 6 Saint regions. We'll go there. After all, the 6 Saint regions are no longer suitable for living. The Holy King of the Bodhi Palace said calmly. Lin Ling nodded at him with gratitude. But that's only a portion of us. Most of us will still be enslaved. The other Holy King said regretfully. Don't worry. I promise everyone that one day I'll return. Lin Ling looked at the sky and nodded firmly. The next day, the crowd left one after another. Some of them did not need to be enslaved by the Void Star Divine Palace because of Lin Ling. They left the rainforest and went to live in a secluded paradise. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lin Ling's next return. Rainmaster Mo Ping handed an ancient copper pot to Lin Ling and explained the pot's function. After the second dream had died, the pot had absorbed a large amount of souls in the sky. Perhaps, the second dream's soul was inside. This unexpected news made Lin Ling happy. He carefully put away the copper pot. Although he and the second dream did not have any kind of love, the second dream had died for him. So as long as there was a chance, Lin Ling would not let it go. If the heavens wanted to destroy the second dream, Lin Ling would definitely defy the heavens. The 4 patriarchs led everyone away, making the rainforest even more peaceful. Lin Ling were leaving too. One day, we'll return and save our hometown. Lai Qing and Yang Gan also left, heading to Shenpeng province. Only by going to a stronger martial stage could they become stronger. The blood feud of the rainforest was deeply engraved in their hearts. Lin Ling, the sea-calming heavenly palace is not suitable for too many people, so I won't be accompanying you. Remember, come find me when you're in Shenpeng province. Sakura also looked at Lin Ling and handed a jade tablet to Lin Ling. It recorded Sakura's whereabouts. It turned out that Sakura had gone to Shenpeng province when he went out to train. He only found out about the rainforest's Heavenly Fall era by accident. As for his guardian, it was originally hidden in his bloodline. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Everyone was going to Shenpeng province, so they would meet there. Then, everyone left, leaving Yu and the others looking at Lin Ling. In fact, they wanted to go with Lin Ling, but the sea-calming heavenly palace was not suitable for too many people, so they had to separate from Lin Ling. Moreover, the previous Heavenly Fall era made these girls realize that they were too weak and could not help at all. Therefore, they also wanted to walk their own path of martial arts and become stronger. Mengyun, come with me. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others with some reluctance, then smiled slightly. Yuman Yun was the only one among the girls who had a guardian, but it was extremely unstable. Once it reached the demon transformation stage, there would be some kind of side effect. Therefore, Lin Ling asked Yuman Yun to go with him. Then, Lin Ling saw the reluctant gazes of the girls. He smiled and said, "It's not like we won't meet again. It's just a short separation. Moreover, it won't be long before you hear my name in Shenpeng province." But Yu and the others had tears in their eyes, but they all nodded heavily. Chapter 1081. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studio Swamping Province 3 days later, Yu and the others left. Lin Ling wasn't too worried about them because the combined strength of those beautiful girls was extremely terrifying. Even if they couldn't face a strong enemy, at least it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed. At night, two figures stood quietly on a mountain peak. Behind them was an enormous red-furred ape. Both of them looked at the mountains and rivers in the world, and their eyes revealed a trace of determination. The pride of a generation. Finally, a handsome young man said. At this moment he seemed to have overcome his inner demons and obsession. It was the key to breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm. Mengyun, let's go and see how proud the experts of Xianping Province are. Clenching his fist, Lin Ling's lips curled into a proud smile. He was going to stir up a storm of blood in Xianping Province. Swoosh! The three figures jumped down from the mountain peak and headed into the distance. On the ground, a ghostly eye looked at the three of them. Then, a head with shiny teeth smiled and sank into the ground. He was the other Lin Ling, Wuxia King. Wuxia King hadn't left the rainforest sacred land. Instead, he was hiding under the ground. At the same time, he was absorbing the essence of the earth and becoming stronger. In the distance, Ancestor Tai Yen, the four clan leaders, Emon Yenshin and the rest were looking at a certain direction in the sky. In the end they smiled. Everyone in the rainforest sacred land had become slaves. A large number of saints had died. Only they were lucky enough to survive. This blood feud was deeply engraved in their hearts. However, they knew that it wouldn't be long before the pride of the rainforest sacred land made a comeback. Go, spread your wings and soar. We'll wait for you in your hometown. Everyone shouted. Then, the long line slowly moved into the distance. It didn't feel good to leave their hometown, but they could endure it. The 6 saint regions were vast and boundless. Unless one was a top expert of the Holy Spirit realm, ordinary people wouldn't be able to leave this place in their lifetime. This was because the borders of the 6 saint regions were barren and filled with demonic beasts. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, in the vast green mountains, the young man and the young woman were walking side by side. Wherever the sword light passed, huge demonic beasts would fall. Behind them, the red-haired monkey let out cheerful cries. It found the demonic pills on the demonic beasts and swallowed them, making itself stronger. Xianping Province is a truly large region in the world. There are countless sacred realms, and the 6 sacred realms are just a small part of it. The young man looked at the map in his hand and sighed at the vastness of the world. I wonder how the experts over there are. We are about to leave the 6 sacred regions. Yu Mingyun's heart leaped with joy. To be able to go to a more powerful world was something that was extremely exciting for any martial artist. No matter how strong he is, I will still cut him down with my sword. The young man smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot forward like an agile leopard, causing Yu Mingyun to smile. It seemed that Lin Ling had become even crazier after the incident in the rainforest. Perhaps he had found the obsession and inner demon in his heart. Rather than being dominated by others, it was better to be arrogant for the rest of his life. Lin Ling, have you found the soul of the second dream? After smiling, Yu Mingyun caught up with Lin Ling and asked. Not yet. That copper pot has absorbed too many souls. It's difficult to find which one is the soul of the second dream. Therefore, I hope to find someone capable in Xianping Province to help me find the soul of the second dream among the thousands of souls. Lin Ling stopped and replied with a smile. This was also one of his goals for this trip to Xianping Province. The second dream was a pitiful young girl. She thought that she had woken up from her dream and had entered the reincarnation cycle again. However, this time, Lin Ling would save her and end her fate of being a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes. She still hadn't woken up from her dream. One day later, Lin Ling finally stepped out of the 6 sacred realms. The spiritual energy in front of him was surging toward him. The spiritual energy was even denser. The sky was blue, and the white clouds were floating. It gave people a feeling of being in a fairyland. No wonder the foreign masters are so strong. How can one's cultivation speed be slow in such a spiritual land? Lin Ling's eyes exuded a strong fighting spirit. He wanted to become stronger, And now that he was in a stronger place, he had the opportunity to grow. Spiritual Yuan is one of the indispensable powers of the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered as he led Yumun Yun forward again. When he was fighting the three-era Ghost King, his ancient flame demon's 7 tails slashed out and destroyed a large number of the three-era Ghost King's soul. In the process, the ancient flame demon had also absorbed an indescribable power. At this moment, this power was hidden in Lin Ling's body and was circulating around the sacred platform. Previously, when the ancient flame demon killed Tian Lin, the ancient flame demon could absorb the energy in Tian Lin's body. This seemed to be one of the ancient flame demon's divine abilities. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that the ancient flame demon's attack had the ability to absorb the opponent's energy. Although it was only a trace of that energy, it gave Lin Ling a terrifying feeling of pressure. He didn't know if that thread-like energy was the legendary spiritual Yuan. Stretching out his right hand, the thread-like spiritual Yuan appeared in his danton and emitted a dazzling light. The suppressive power was extremely terrifying. Currently, my fire profound has reached the 5th level, and my life and death profound has reached the 4th level. Coupled with this thin spiritual Yuan, there should be few opponents in the Saint Spirit realm who can match me. With a touch of confidence, the two crossed the ancient mountain range. This place was like a paradise, but also like a wild world. The monster beasts here were even more terrifying and of course, it also seemed to be more chaotic. Stop. Are you people from the 100 Gates Palace? Just as they arrived at a canyon, several figures appeared in front of them. These people were extremely powerful, all of them at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, their purpose for coming here was very clear. They were here to kill and rob. The Great Xianping region is all-encompassing. There are more than a dozen places similar to the 6 Saint Realms, and many 7-star and 6-star Saint Realms. However, the law of the universe that the strong are respected still remains unchanged. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at the people in front of him indifferently. Strength was indeed an indispensable factor in traveling the world. Fortunately, there weren't any transcendence among them. Of course, being able to casually encounter a peak Saint Spirit Realm Master just by walking around showed how terrifying Xianpeng Province was. Sorry, I'm not from the 100 Gates Palace. Do you need something? A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Yumun Yun also smiled. The other party seemed to want to kill and rob, but their strength was a little weak. But you can die now. A one-eyed man on the other side sneered. He didn't say much and directly attacked. They seemed to be used to robbing, so they knew that only the dead would speak. Late-stage Saint Spirit Realm. Take my fist, Great Whirlwind Fist. His body leapt out in midair, his right hand behind his back. Then he waved it in a circular trajectory. A terrifying thing happened. A dragon-like wind appeared, stirring up the world. This was the martial profound. The world behind him had already turned into a world of wind. As for the others, they all sneered. Second-level martial profound. Chapter 1082. Arrive at Dinghai Tianfu. Hee, are you scared now? Unfortunately, it's too late. The others thought that Lin Ling was scared. I'm not afraid, I'm just surprised. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, which made the people in the distance laugh disdainfully. This young man was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and he didn't seem to be a member of the Heavens Mansion. How dare he be so arrogant? Aren't you shocked because you're scared? Don't tell me you're from the countryside and this is your first time seeing the profound meaning of martial arts. One of them mocked. I'm not surprised because I'm afraid. As for the fact that he's from the countryside, that's true. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand, and he looked extremely calm, causing the people in the distance to feel quite surprised. Lin Ling was from a rural area, but he did not seem to fear them at all. What was that young man doing? However, I also have the profoundness of martial arts. Sky-severing sword. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. The wind broke and the man died. Fast, incomparably fast. The eyes of the people in the distance widened. A battle between a late Holy Spirit Realm expert and a peak Holy Spirit Realm expert. This battle had ended too quickly. Although this person came from the countryside, it is very likely that he is a genius. That is a 4th-level martial profoundness. Moreover, it is a very mysterious martial profoundness. Those people were alarmed. They knew that in Xianpeng province, there were some geniuses who could not be measured by common sense. They could be considered experienced. They knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately retreated. Fire, burn. However, at this moment, a deep voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Billowing flames turned into fiery fists that swept forward. Moreover, this time, Lin Ling was trying to use the strength of his spiritual source. Boom! The taboo fire of heaven and earth erupted in the mountain range. The flames soared into the sky, as if an ancient volcano was erupting. How could those people withstand it? They were instantly turned into ashes. The facts told them that although Lin Ling came from the countryside of the 6 sacred domains, as a genius of the 6 sacred domains, he was not someone that anyone could bully. Let's go! Lin Ling's cold expression disappeared and was replaced by a sunny smile. It was as if the person he had just killed was not a human, but an ant. The sea-calming heavenly prefecture is in the east. Yumun was also used to it. After the heavenly meteor era, they had seen too much and knew that it was better to be arrogant than to be dominated by others. Xianpeng province was vast and boundless. If it weren't for the map, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to find Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Lin Ling and Yumun also met other masters. There were as many transcendents here as there were hairs on an ox, and they were all true transcendents, not fake mortals. Sky Hill City was where Dinghai Sky Prefecture was located. From afar, it looked like a giant city made of steel. It was much larger than any city Lin Ling had ever seen. Compared to it, the main city of the Rainforest Holy Land was not even worth mentioning. When they got closer, they discovered that the city was on top of an ancient mountain range. The mountain range was surrounded by cliffs, and in the depths of the cliffs, unknown flames were constantly spewing out. Only a chain connected Sky Hill City. From time to time, powerful cultivators would step on the chain and rush into the city like locusts. It seems that divine martial Sky Hill City can't be entered without reaching the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. The cliffs and flames were the difference between ordinary cultivators and masters. Without strength, one couldn't enter the city. Zhang Tai, how's the operation going north to kill monsters? The monster race is too arrogant. I only killed a few transcendents, but in the end, a monster king great senior who surpassed the transcendents appeared. We were forced to retreat. When Lin Ling arrived at the chain at the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cultivators were also entering the city. They were discussing animatedly, which made Lin Ling gasp. Transcendents? Monster beasts? How powerful are they? The sea-calming heavenly mansion has issued an order to go to Eastern Lai to kill the demon sect. Youths below the peak of the Saint Spirit realm are not allowed to participate. Even those over 25 years old are not allowed to participate. Many of the younger generation rushed down the chain. They seemed to be going to complete a mission. These people were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, and some of them were even half a step into the transcendence. Their mental state had already been sublimated, and they were only a step away from refining their spirit chi. Amazing! Lin Ling sighed again. They were all geniuses, but the geniuses of the 6 sacred regions couldn't compare. After all, he was the king of holy sons, but he was only at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. I wonder how Yu, Big Brother, and the others are doing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. The geniuses he met in Sky Hill City were all very powerful, and Yu and the others should be the same. However, the more powerful the geniuses, the more Lin Ling's fighting spirit boiled. Sooner or later, he would surpass them. Meng Yun, enter the city. Putting away Little Flame, Lin Ling stepped on the chain with Yumun Yun and shot into Sky Hill City. When they passed by the chain, Lin Ling discovered that the flames under the cliff were extremely terrifying. Even he felt the heat. In Sky Hill City, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. The streets were even wider, enough for hundreds of horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the The city exuded an indescribable aura that made people feel like they were worshipping it. They mentioned a military order before. Could it be that the sea-calming heavenly mansion is an existence similar to the general's mansion? Lin Ling looked at the map and said as he walked, "Lin Ling, why do you think that powerhouse helped us?" Yuman Yun asked curiously. Lin Ling found it hard to guess. After all, to a powerhouse, their lives were like ants, dispensable. It was impossible for the other party to help them out of sympathy. Of course, there was no lack of people like Lin Ling. If he saw something that resonated with him, he would also help. Powerhouses had this kind of freedom and pride. If they wanted to help, they would do it. There was no need to ask for a reason. The sea-calming heavenly palace seems to be in the city. While thinking, Lin Ling looked at the map. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that the sea-calming heavenly palace's reputation in Sky Hill City wasn't low. Being able to build it in the city explained everything. And as they got closer, a majestic mansion appeared in the distance. The mansion was filled with majesty, and indeed, it was more like the mansion of a general. A large number of young elites entered the mansion in an endless stream. The majority of these young elites were clad in armor, as though they were generals heading out to war. There were no guards in the mansion, allowing Lin Ling and Yuman Yun to easily enter. After stepping through the gate, a vast square appeared before their eyes. The young generation gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The weakest was at the late-stage Saint Spirit realm, and there weren't many of them. The stronger ones were transcendents. So many powerhouses. No wonder the owner of the Divine Eye gave face to the sea-calming heavenly palace. It turns out that there are so many powerhouses here. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. "Chen Quan, accept my challenge." At this moment, a cold shout rang out in the square, causing many people to look over with expectant gazes. A young man in black armor stood majestically in the square. He held a halberd in his hand and coldly looked at a young man in white robes under a maple tree in the distance. They seemed to have a conflict, so they used force to resolve it. Most importantly, the sea-calming heavenly palace didn't seem to oppose this kind of battle. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be used to it. "Wu Ping, you are not my opponent." The young man in white robes leaned against the maple tree as if he was savoring the beauty of the maple tree. Chapter 1083. Wind Forest Fire Mountain, how many times do you want to lose before you give up? If it wasn't for the fact that killing is forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, you would have died countless times already. The white-robed young man finally walked out slowly. Even half-step transcendents have differences in strength. Just because you have a strong mental state doesn't mean you have refined your spirit chi. Without spirit chi, you're just a false mortal realm cultivator. "Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Take my halberd. Cut." The black-armored young man's face turned ugly. The other party said that if it wasn't for the fact that killing was forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, he would have died countless times already. This meant that he had already lost to the white-robed young man many times. "Ice Mirage Ice Spear. Cut." The long halberd in the black-armored young man's hand seemed to stir up the seasons, causing frost to fill the square in June. This was not an illusion, nor was it the effect of world energy, but a real winter. This meant that his martial profundity had reached the point of perfection, allowing him to create a world of ice with just a wave of his hand. So cold. Cut. Many people's eyes narrowed. Wu Ping was indeed a half-step transcendent genius. Cut. Cut. Facing the black-armored young man's halberd, the white-robed young man's face remained calm. He gently pushed out his palms and finally slammed them into the ground. Hong long long. The ground shook and a large number of ancient trees were uprooted, making the black-armored young man look as if he was walking through an ancient forest. Great profound ice mountain. Cut. The black-armored young man struggled to move forward, as if he had been humiliated. His halberd swept out fiercely, freezing the ancient trees and turning them into ice sculptures. Mountain. Cut. The white-robed young man seemed to be toying with his opponent. He rushed forward and used his finger as a sword, blocking the halberd with a clang, while his right hand slammed out heavily. Hong! The sky exploded as an ancient mountain fell, suppressing the black-armored young man below. Your strength, attack, and defense are all very strong, but unfortunately, they have no effect on me. Cut! The white-robed young man turned around and left indifferently, as if he thought he had already won. Bastard die, Chen Quan. Cut! At the same time, the ancient mountain exploded and a figure rushed out, slashing his halberd like the sun and moon towards the white-robed young man. You won't stop. The young man in the white robe finally lost his patience. Under the gazes of countless people, his body disappeared. A terrifying flame palm shot towards the young man in the black robe, causing the young man in the black robe's expression to change drastically. He almost dropped the ice halberd in his hand. Only then did he realize that the flame palm belonged to the young man in the white robe. Wuxia, wind and fire of mountain forest. At the same time, everyone heard a low shout. Then, the white-robed young man attacked. His speed was very fast, like the wind, like a mountain, like a forest. His fists and palms kept coming, making the black-armored young man unable to defend at all. He was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. Formless style is said to have a total of 108 styles, Chen Quan's strongest skill. Even if a first-order Transcendent Realm Master were to be struck by it, they would still be severely injured. Many people's faces turned grave. Amazing! Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. The white-robed youth's moves were somewhat similar to his overlord's sword art. They both used continuous moves to crush the opponent. Shua shua. Wind, mountain, forest, fire, these 4 attacks bombarded the black-armored young man, making him unable to fight back. However, this was not the end. The white-robed young man was already standing in front of the black-armored young man, looking up at the moon as if he was resting, but also as if he was preparing for something. Wind. Finally, a soft voice floated out from his mouth and a huge, wind, character appeared in the square. Forest. Fire. Mountain. Then, 3 other characters appeared, shocking the world. Wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared. As if it was the strongest attack, when the wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared, the black-armored young man seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body flew out and smashed into the ground, coughing up blood. The attack of a half-step transcendent was terrifying. The square was silent. Amazing for martial mysteries. In the crowd, Lin Ling was shocked. There were so many geniuses here. Chen Quan, good job, I'll definitely defeat you next time. On the ground, the black-armored young man was seriously injured, but after swallowing a pill, he quickly recovered. That guy even took a precious 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Many people were not surprised by the black-armored young man's recovery speed, but they were surprised that the other party had used such a precious pill in a simple exchange of pointers. However, after thinking about it for a moment, everyone understood. The guy named Wu Ping did not want to lose face, so he wanted to leave here with his full strength. After all, being beaten like a stray dog, unable to even stand up, was simply a disgrace. Of course, although he had recovered, he probably did not dare to fight again. Scram! Scram! After recovering his strength, Wu Ping strode forward and many people stepped aside. Although Wu Ping had lost face, in the end he was still a half-step transcendent. His talent seems to be an emperor body, the same as my Tai Yi true body, but his cultivation realm is very high, reaching the half-step transcendent realm. His state of mind has undergone a transformation, but he has yet to condense his own spirit qi. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Yu Mingyun, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. She couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so after listening to Lin Ling's explanation, she was a little more familiar with him. She was shocked. A random genius from another region had strength comparable to the 4 clan leaders. This was too abnormal. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was more familiar with the world of martial arts. Above the emperor body was the saint body. As long as they were in the same realm, the Holy Land would inevitably suppress those with emperor bodies, unless the gap in their martial mysteries was too great. As for cultivation realm, it was still the foundation. The higher the realm, the stronger the strength. If I don't use my spirit qi, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent at all. Lin Ling felt a little pressured. If the ancient flame demon had not absorbed a strand of the Trailokyama Ghost King's spiritual yuan for him, he would have had to use the ancient flame demon as his trump card if he encountered any opponents in the Blackping region. His realm was too low. This was a flaw. He had to quickly improve it. Where did this monkey come from? Are you making fun of me? Just as Lin Ling was thinking, a cold voice came from in front of him, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. A monkey? He involuntarily turned his head and saw Little Flame sitting on his shoulder eating a pear as if he was watching a good show. Although Little Flame had a satisfied expression on his face, this was very normal. After all, the other people had also been watching the battle between the geniuses. This monkey, if you want to die, kneel down and admit your mistake, then get out of here. Wu Ping said coldly. He had just lost face and was in a bad mood. When the monkey saw him, not only was he not surprised, but he was also eating an apple. His innocent eyes made Wu Ping boil with anger. I don't think we're in the middle of the road, and it's eating its own fruit. It's not shouting at you. Don't tell me we don't even have the right to watch you fight in the square? Lin Ling thought it was funny. I don't care. Anyway, the monkey must die. You can't leave here if you don't kneel down. Chapter 1084. Sure enough, a punch. Who is that? He's only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, but he dares to talk to Wu Ping like that. Many people in the distance were surprised. The late stage of the Holy Spirit realm was the lowest cultivation level in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Moreover, this young man was unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. At this moment, everyone was looking at Wu Ping. Wu Ping also knew this, so he became even more aggressive. He had lost before, so if he defeated this newcomer in a domineering manner, he would be able to regain some of his lost face. It seems that I've met a mad dog. What else can I say? If I don't beat you to your knees today, I won't come to the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Seeing Wu Ping's aggressive manner, Lin Ling's face became indifferent. He was not a newcomer, and he had seen many cases of the strong bullying the weak. Yuman Yun, on the other hand, chuckled. It was their first time here, so they didn't want to cause trouble. However, they wouldn't take it lying down when others used them as punching bags. In this world, one either had to keep a low profile or be arrogant. Obviously, both she and Lin Ling chose not to be arrogant because it could intimidate others. The crowd was stunned. They all thought that the young man would put down his pride and beg for mercy. Who knew that the young man would be so arrogant and ask Wu Ping to kneel? Are you talking to me? Wu Ping was also stunned. Do you know who I am? I'm the West Conquering General of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. I'm from the west of Xianping Province. I participated in the battle against the demon race and pacified the West. I'm from the 7-star Blood Phoenix domain. I'm the pride of the Holy Region. Why do you ask me to kneel? Wu Ping was so angry that he laughed. The crowd also laughed. As for the white-robed young man, Qin Quan, he was still leaning against the maple tree. Although he had defeated Wu Ping, it was undeniable that Wu Ping was also very powerful. He had to use his full strength to defeat Wu Ping every time. With one punch, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. Qin Quan, Heaven's Destined One, needed several moves to defeat me. Do you think you're a half-step transcendent? Or do you think you have a saint physique? Wu Ping laughed. Wu Ping Yang, Fist of the 8-Directional Flame Emperor. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. Boom! Surging flames erupted, and it was as if a small volcano had appeared in the square. The intensity of the flames made many of the Peak Saint Spirit Realm geniuses feel their mouths go dry. Level 5 Fire Profound. Everyone's pupils constricted. Then, they saw that one punch had turned into 8 punches, all heading straight for Wu Ping. What? The power of spiritual source. At the same time, the white-robed young man, Qin Quan, narrowed his eyes. He was also a half-step transcendent and his state of mind had undergone a qualitative transformation, but he was still condensing his spiritual yuan. However, a newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm had succeeded even faster than him. Rumble! The scorching hot fists blasted out like heavenly fire. Impossible! Wu Ping's face changed dramatically as he thrust out his ice halberd, but the ice around him instantly melted. Although his cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling's, he was obviously unable to block Lin Ling's spiritual qi. After all, this was a power only a transcendent realm master could possess. On top of that, Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire mysteries was far too profound, causing the flames around him to burn even more fiercely, like the most primordial fire in the world, making it even more difficult for Wu Ping to resist. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire square seemed to shake. Under countless gazes, Wu Ping's body was sent flying and he half knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. This scene was extremely familiar. Wu Ping had also been defeated with serious injuries. Now, history was repeating itself. The only difference was that Chen Quan had used several moves to defeat Wu Ping, but this strange young man had only used one punch. The young man had said before that he would make Wu Ping kneel, and now he had done it. It really was a single punch. Many people were shocked. What was the origin of this young man? Xiu. At the same time, a figure crossed the sea of flames and appeared in front of Wu Ping. A large sword was inserted between Wu Ping's legs, causing Wu Ping's pupils to shrink and his face to turn pale. That's not a monkey, it's my brother, Xiao Yan. You want my brother to die? A cold voice floated in front of Wu Ping, causing Wu Ping to look over. The handsome black-robed young man in front of him was extremely cold, as if he didn't speak, that sword would cut off his private part. It's my brother. Wu Ping swallowed hard. If his private part was cut off, he would be unable to perform sexual intercourse. GG. At this moment, a fiery red shadow shot over and landed on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. It picked up a pear and ate it again. Moreover, there was a mocking smile on the monkey's face. This bastard! Wu Ping cursed in his heart. Previously, he wanted to regain some of his pride, but in the end, he was defeated again and again, causing even the monkey to mock him. Don't curse Xiao Yan in your heart. Otherwise, I will cut off your private part. However, just as this thought appeared in his heart, the cold voice sounded again, causing Wu Ping's forehead to be filled with cold sweat. How terrifying! The monkey actually knew what he was thinking. Hand over the medicinal pill that you took before. The voice sounded again. Obviously, Lin Ling had taken a fancy to Wu Ping's rare medicinal pill. I exchanged it for countless battle merits. Wu Ping was unwilling to give up. But the sword was between his legs, and it was getting closer and closer. I'll hand it over. Wu Ping gritted his teeth and roared, handing over the medicinal pill that could recover injuries and spirit qi. However, Lin Ling calmly took it and said at the same time, "This is my first time here. I didn't snatch this medicinal pill, but you gave it to me. Am I right? Am I right?" Wu Ping's eyes were filled with anger. This guy was very smart. He seemed to know that there was a rule in the sea-calming heavenly palace that forbade him from forcibly snatching other people's belongings. Was he trying to seal everyone's mouths? But the sword moved closer again, causing Wu Ping's lower body to feel the coldness of the sword. Yes. Wu Ping could only say sullenly, "Thank you." Lin Ling tossed the medicinal pill in his hand and turned to leave indifferently. Not far away, Yuman Yun was waiting for Lin Ling with a smile. She was also very interested in that magical medicinal pill. Who is this guy? He defeated a half-step transcendent when he's only at the late-stage Saint Spirit realm. He's too abnormal. He seems to be a newcomer. He's already so strong when he just arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace. This newcomer isn't simple. That's not necessarily true. When he first arrived at the sea-calming heavenly palace, many people were astonishingly talented. However, as time passed, they would also be surpassed by others. Perhaps, this newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Many people were discussing animatedly. They were curious about Lin Ling's origin. As for the white-robed young man, Shen Quan, he looked at Lin Ling with fear. Although he didn't admit it, he believed that Lin Ling might be stronger than him. After all, he defeated Wu Ping in a few moves, while Lin Ling only used one punch. This explained everything. Of course, he didn't know that that punch was also Lin Ling's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought so. Meng Yun, take it? Lin Ling recognized the medicinal pill in his hand and asked Yumun Yun to take it. The first deterrence between the two of them seemed to be effective. At least, it had saved them a lot of trouble. Who dares to cause trouble in the sea-calming heavenly palace? At that moment, a large number of young men in armor walked out. Their armor was all blue. It seemed that their identities weren't simple. Chapter 1085. Venerable Sea-calming, it's him. He stole my 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Wu Ping struggled to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. You're from Sea-calming heavenly palace. Sir. A handsome young man in the disciplinary team looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's brow furrowed. This group of people was more like an army than anything else. The most terrifying thing about them was that they were all transcendents. Of course, they were all in their 20s, much older than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here because of the reputation of Sea-calming heavenly palace, so he wasn't really a member. Kill him. Kill! The young man in the lead shouted coldly when he saw Lin Ling's silence. Kill? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Kill me just like that? Not even giving me a chance to explain myself? Cold words is really cold. Many people's faces changed. The young man in the lead was obviously targeting the newcomer. After all, he didn't even give the newcomer a chance to explain himself. This also showed that Cold Words didn't like the newcomer, but this was normal. Cold Words had just become the captain of the disciplinary team, so he naturally wanted to make an example out of the newcomer to prove his authority. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk Several transcendent realm masters surrounded Lin Ling, their eyes filled with a cold light. Stuff? Yes. However, right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then a woman in red armor walked out. Her figure was exquisite, and coupled with her gorgeous armor, she seemed like a goddess of war. Orange armor. Many people's eyes narrowed. There were 7 types of armor in Sea-calming heavenly palace, each representing the 7 colors of the rainbow. The higher the color, the more merits and the higher the status. Orange armor was extremely rare. In terms of status, it was several times higher than Cold Words. Cold Words also frowned. However, this was his first time as a captain, so he couldn't lose face like this. Orange Armored General, we are upholding the rules of Sea-calming heavenly palace. This person has violated the rules. Even if you are a general, you don't have the right to stop him. Under the orders of the Venerable, I'm here to bring Lin Ling to see the Venerable. The woman in orange armor said coldly. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This newcomer can see the Venerable? One had to know that Sea-calming heavenly palace had many geniuses from various saint domains, but none of them had the chance to see the Venerable, except for a few monstrous geniuses. However, when those geniuses first arrived at the Sea-calming heavenly palace, their strength had already reached the transcendent realm 3rd level, while this newcomer was only at the late Holy Spirit realm. It was a dream. Leng Yan's pupils constricted. The person he wanted to kill was fated to meet a supremacy? A transcendent realm master, how awe-inspiring, wanting to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled coldly, which made Leng Yan snort coldly. A newcomer at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm dared to be so arrogant. Don't fall into my hands next time, or else I'll kill you. Leng Yan said coldly. The same goes for you. Lin Ling turned a blind eye. In order to prove his power, the other party wanted to use Lin Ling as an example. He wanted to kill Lin Ling without saying a word, so why should Lin Ling give him any face? Lin Ling, you two come with me. As for that monkey, you can't enter the mansion. There's a spirit mountain behind the mansion. Everyone's spirit beasts and mounts are placed there. Unless you become a 7-color general, you can take away your spirit beasts and walk around as you please. The woman in orange armor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded, then patted Little Flame's head. The latter giggled and didn't seem to be reluctant. The eyes of the woman in orange armor flashed. The monkey didn't seem to be reluctant. It seemed like it was the same as Lin Ling. It was their first time in a foreign land, and they weren't shy at all. Let's go. The woman in orange armor turned and left, while Lin Ling and Yumun Yun followed. As for Little Flame, he was taken away by someone else. Along the way, the interior of the mansion wasn't as lively as the outside. It was quiet everywhere. The doors, corridors, and other objects were engraved with ancient runes, giving the entire mansion a sacred feeling. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived outside an ancient mansion. This mansion wasn't very big, but it was extremely elegant. The Venerable is inside. You two go and see him. Remember, don't forget etiquette. The woman in orange armor seemed to worship the Venerable, so she reminded them. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Yumun Yun. Then he stepped into the mansion gently. The mansion was filled with bamboo. After crossing the cobblestone path that was filled with green bamboo, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun entered a hall. The hall was burned with an unknown plant, and a fragrance filled the air. However, it wasn't strong, and it made them feel comfortable. Lin Ling and Yumun Yun also felt that their cultivation was closer at this moment. In the hall, two figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. They were filled with a sacred and majestic feeling. The two of them were a man and a woman, and they looked to be in their 30s. Lin Ling had seen the man in a loose blue robe before. He was the man who had helped him in the past. "You're here." A soft voice drifted out, but it was like a Buddha's voice. It made Lin Ling's spirit tremble. In the hall, the man in the blue robe opened his eyes, and his expression was indifferent. "You're a fast learner. You know that being dominated by others is not as good as being arrogant. That's why you shocked everyone when you first came to my Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture." His words seemed to be praising, but they also seemed to be blaming. No one knew what he meant. "Senior, please forgive me for my rashness earlier." Lin Ling cupped his hands politely. The man in the blue robe's expression was still indifferent. However, the woman beside him kept looking at Yumun Yun. Then she smiled and said, "Are you willing to learn martial arts from me?" Yumun Yun's heart trembled. She looked at Lin Ling. When she saw Lin Ling nodding, she quickly knelt down and bowed. "I'm willing." She didn't expect that the powerful woman would be willing to guide her after just one meeting. Get up." The woman smiled and nodded. The man in the blue robe's expression still didn't change. He slowly said, "Do you know why I helped you?" "I don't know," Lin Ling said bluntly. In fact, he was also very curious. "I, Venerable Sea Calming, have known since I was young that there is no free lunch in this world. Therefore, I helped you because I want you to help me in the future and do things for me. That's all." The man in the blue robe said indifferently. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then he smiled. In fact, he had always been curious about why the other party was helping him. Now, he finally understood. To put it bluntly, it was a deal. If he helped Lin Ling today, Lin Ling would help Venerable Sea Calming in the future. And this kind of direct and efficient transaction was obviously better than being unfathomable. Everyone here is the same. If you want to become stronger, you have to do things. It's very simple. As for helping you, there is another reason. It's because you are a piece of jade that has yet to be carved. Therefore, I took a gamble on you and offended Celestial Venerable Void Star for you. The man in the blue robe picked up his teacup and took a sip. Offending Celestial Venerable Void Star is not good for me. Therefore, you have to help me with 3 things. This is a promise. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I agree. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Chapter 1086. 3 things. Of course, there are countless talented people in this world, but many of them fall. You can't be complacent. Thank you, Venerable One, for your guidance. Lin Ling said politely, "I wonder if Venerable One can see what kind of talent I have?" He should have seen it when he looked at the Sky God's eye and froze time, but he didn't know if he could see it. "You haven't awakened your talent yet, so I can't see it." The blue-robed man shook his head and said, "The greater the talent, the stricter the requirements for strength. When your strength reaches the standard, your talent will be completely revealed. So for now, you should focus on improving your strength. You're still too weak." The early stages of cultivation are divided into 3 stages. First, mortal body realm, which is divided into 10 stages of body tempering, martial spirit, earth spirit, and heavenly spirit. The second is the immortal realm, which is divided into the King Spirit Realm, Emperor Spirit Realm, and Saint Spirit Realm. The third is the Transcendent Realm. At present, you are about to step into this realm, but this realm is also the limit of a weak saint domain. You're still in the realm of leaving your mortal body, which is the Immortal Realm. However, your foundation has barely met the requirements. Next, go to the floating heavenly fish and refine yourself. Let your mortal body completely leave your mortal body. Lin Ling nodded. This might be the difference between him and the experts of the other realms. It seemed that he had to go to the floating heavenly fish, which should be in the sea-calming heavenly palace. Your emperor body is the Tai Yi true body, which is a bit weak in Xianping province. However, your foundation is fire, and your fire profound has reached level 5. This is not bad, so you can accept the inheritance of fire. Before you went to Sky Tomb City, you saw the flame under the chains. It's the Sea Heart Flame, an earth fire level flame. The flames of your 6 saint realms are mortal fire, so they're much weaker. Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he came to Sky Tomb City on the chains, the flames under the chains made him feel hot. It turned out that they were earth fire level. It seemed that fire was also divided into levels. The flames he comprehended before were all mortal fire level. How to get the Sea Heart Flame? Here are some pointers. Go see for yourself. The blue-robed man took out a jade slip for Lin Ling to take. Then, Lin Ling heard the blue-robed man say, "Remember, don't go there if you're not confident. No one can save you if you're dead." "Venerable, thank you for your pointers." Lin Ling nodded gratefully. Is Heaves heavenly too? Is heavenly sti have heavenly heavens yut is heavens? Another jade slip was shot over. It was the mission given to him, and Lin Ling received it again. My Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is similar to a military prefecture. War achievements are very important. If you complete the task of forging, you will also be able to obtain a lot of war achievements, which may even exceed your imagination. You may go. The blue-robed man finally said. After Lin Ling bowed, he turned and left. Let me ask you something. Do you want to find Empyrean Void Star for revenge? However, just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a soft voice drifted over. Lin Ling stopped and nodded. There will be a day when I return and save my hometown. I will get justice for the dead holy sons. Do you know the difference between you and him? Venerable C. Calming's voice drifted over once more. I'm younger than him. Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he resolutely replied and strode away. Venerable C. Calming's eyes trembled when he heard that. That little guy was saying that he didn't have any advantage in challenging the Void Star Divine Palace. The only advantage he had was that he was young and unafraid of death. He's just like you from back then. The woman said with a faint smile after Lin Ling and Venerable C. Calming left. Venerable C. Calming's solemn expression disappeared when no one else was around. He rubbed his nose and said, "Is that so?" Very similar. Before you became Venerable C. Calming, you were just like him. Perhaps he will surpass you in the future. The woman said again. He is indeed an unpolished gem. Therefore it might be possible. Venerable C. Calming smiled as he looked into the distance. He seemed to be reminiscing about the struggles of his youth. At that time, he had also been full of vigor. However, aren't you making things difficult for him by asking him to find that foul-tempered old geezer in Dongfu? You should know that that old geezer doesn't even give you face. The woman suddenly laughed. If it was easy, I wouldn't have asked him to do it. However, speaking of that old geezer, I'm also very angry. That old geezer has a bad temper. I asked him to help me refine a sacred tool, but that old geezer kept making things difficult. Alas, I hope that little guy can complete his task. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling took out the first jade slip and looked at it. The Sea Heart Flame was of the earth fire grade. If he could obtain it, Lin Ling's innate talent would become a sacred innate talent and reach the earth grade. According to the jade slip, the sacred innate talent was divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. An earth grade innate talent was very terrifying. As for the ancient flame devil and Yiksha king, they could also become Lin Ling's sacred innate talent and reach the heaven grade. Of course, These were Lin Ling's trump cards and couldn't be easily exposed. Therefore, Lin Ling usually used his own innate talents. Therefore, he had to obtain the Sea Heart Flame. However, it was very difficult. He needed at least a sacred tool to protect it. Only then could he enter the mountain and absorb the flame. Sacred tool? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had two of them before. One was the ancient Buddha burning lamp, but it was used up during the Heavenly Fall era. The second one was the Three Realms Cloak. However, the Three Realms Cloak didn't have any defensive function and could only be used for concealment. It seemed like he couldn't get close without a sacred tool. Lin Ling opened the second jade slip. Venerable Sea Calming wanted him to find Old Man Dong Fu and refine the fire heavenly sea cover. The mysterious treasure was also a sacred tool. If Venerable Sea Calming couldn't complete it himself, it would be even more difficult for me to complete it. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't think much about it and headed to the floating heavenly fish. The so-called floating heavenly fish was in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture and wasn't difficult to find. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many geniuses wearing armor. Lin Ling, this place is really like the general's residence. Everyone is wearing armor. However, those armors are very beautiful. I wonder when we can wear them. Yuman Yun said excitedly. Armors are divided according to strength. It won't be long before we can all wear them. Moreover, those armors are good spiritual tools. Lin Ling said with a smile. Not long after, the floating heavenly fish appeared. It was a giant fish made of bronze. It floated in the air and emitted dense spiritual energy. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the floating heavenly fish. It must be something like a cultivation room. Here, let's completely cleanse the flaws of our bodies. Chapter 1087. Floating heavenly fish, you, big brother, they should be cultivating hard right now. We can't embarrass them. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Right now, everyone was working hard to become stronger. Everyone wanted to wash away the shame of the past, and Lin Ling was the same. The floating heavenly fish could make up for the gap between a weak saint domain and a great territory. It was something that every genius who wanted to go to a great territory had to experience. Lin Ling would naturally seize this opportunity. The two continued forward, and before long, a huge stone tablet appeared. Carved on the stone tablet were the bones of a giant fish in the sky. This fish was also called the floating heavenly fish and had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. After it was killed by a master, a spirit array was set up and it hung in the sky, becoming a rare cultivation room. Whether it's humans or monster beasts, the weak are dominated, and the floating heavenly fish is the same. Lin Ling sighed. Because it could help one's cultivation, the floating heavenly fish was killed by others. This was the truth of heaven and earth, the sorrow of the weak. Are the two of you newcomers? At this moment, behind the stone tablet, an old man in green armor said lightly. This person was sitting cross-legged, and if he didn't speak, he would seem like a stone statue. Newcomers? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The old man had easily guessed that he was a newcomer. Only newcomers don't have armor. The old man seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and asked Lin Ling to look over. He saw that most of the young elites heading to the floating heavenly fish were wearing white armor, with a few wearing black armor. With a little merit, you can get white armor, and with 1,000 merit, you can exchange for black armor. In Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, except for a few proud people who don't like to wear armor, most people wear armor to represent their status. You two are wearing robes, so you should be newcomers. The old man said again. Lin Ling and Yang Kai nodded. They really didn't have any merit. Newcomers going to the floating heavenly fish for the first time don't need to pay merit. You can enter at will, but if you still haven't reached the transcendent realm this time, you'll have to pay merit the next time you come. The old man explained and closed his eyes again. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling was more familiar with the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Everything here seemed to require battle merits, and armor represented one's status. After that, the two of them flew toward the giant fish in the sky. The entrance was at the mouth of the fish. As soon as they stepped in, the two of them felt a strong spiritual energy rushing toward them. It was a strange feeling, as if their bodies were wrapped in invisible small fish. It was hard to imagine what it would be like inside. After entering, it was as if there was a universe inside. The most eye-catching thing was a huge crystal fish bone. It stood there like a pillar, surrounded by tiny crystal fish bones. It was extremely mysterious. As for the space between the fish bones, there was a floor laid out. Large amounts of youths were gathered there. They wore armor and had cold expressions. Hee, I didn't expect 9 color domains Linghu Shan to also come to the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. That guy is extremely famous. Even I have heard of him in the 7-star sanctuary. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture is very famous in Xianpeng Province. All the famous geniuses come here. Look, that's the Black Lightning Ghost. He's already come to the floating Heavenly Fish Island 100 times, preparing to break through to the transcendent realm. The sounds of conversation continued to ring out. Huh? No armor, only robes? Those two are so stupid. They just came to the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture and didn't do missions to earn merit. Instead, they immediately came to the floating Heavenly Fish Island. What a waste of their first free opportunity. Many people also saw Lin Ling and Yu Yun walking in. So many people. Yuman Yun was secretly surprised. Her cultivation was the weakest here, at the early Holy Spirit realm. Even Lin Ling, who was at the late Holy Spirit realm, was the weakest. They are the geniuses of the various sacred domains. Lin Ling nodded, ignoring the strange gazes around him. He had heard before that this was a cultivation room for those below the transcendent realm. This meant that the geniuses here were not beyond the transcendent realm. He wasn't afraid of such strength. Sweeping his gaze, he saw a large number of rooms built by the crystal bones. Some of the rooms emitted light, and many fish as thick as a finger could be seen swimming in them. Some of the rooms had no doors but were dark. Which of those doors can be used for cultivation? Lin Ling frowned. At this time, someone beside him said, "You two must be new here. My name is Ning Quebec. If there are fish in those cultivation rooms, it means that there are people. Those fish are the row of the floating heavenly fish. If there are more fish gathered, it means that the cultivation room is better. The dark door means that no one is cultivating." Lin Ling turned his head and found that the young man who spoke was about the same age as him. However, he had a baby face and gave off a good feeling. "Thank you," Yuman Yun hurriedly said. Ning Kei's face instantly turned red, as if he was extremely shy. Lin Ling was a little surprised. Was this guy a cultivation maniac? He had never talked to a woman in his life, so he was so shy. "My name is Lin Ling." Lin Ling also said his name, which made the other party laugh. Then he explained that Lin Ling had been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year and had made several military exploits. He could be considered half an old man. Lin Ling listened quietly. It was his first time in the big domain, so it was not wrong to be modest. The three of them talked as they walked, as if they were old friends at first sight. However, Yuman Yun occasionally interrupted, and Ning Kei's face would turn red. He even secretly said to Lin Ling, "Brother Lin Ling, your wife is so beautiful. She has been in Dinghai Divine Prefecture for half a year, and she is the most beautiful warrior I have seen." These words made Lin Ling somewhat happy. Men liked others to praise their partners. "There's a cultivation room here, and it looks very big." "Yes." After a moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked at a cultivation room. The door was closed, and there was no one around. However, Lin Ling and Yuman Yun both smiled. This was a 2-person cultivation room, which was very suitable for the two of them. "Wait, someone is watching this cultivation room." "Yes." At this moment, Ning Kei pulled Lin Ling's arm and said. This made Lin Ling puzzled. "Someone is watching? Do you see that one-eyed man? He has been staring at this cultivation room. This cultivation room is built at the neck of the fish, so the cultivation effect is the best." Ning Kei said in a low voice. "If he likes it, then he can enter and cultivate. Why is he looking at the door?" "Yes." Lin Ling did not understand what the one-eyed man meant. However, his voice was not as soft as Ning Kei's, which made many people around secretly laugh. He was indeed a newcomer. He did not know that this was Dinghai Divine Prefecture, not a sect. This place was extremely cruel, like an army. Because that cultivation room needs a lot of military merits, and you are a newcomer. You don't need military merits to enter the cultivation room for the first time. Therefore, if you open the cultivation room, that person will rob you. Even if others use military merits to open the door, he will rob you too. Ning Ke explained. Then he is too cheap. Although I don't know how to obtain military merits, it must be very difficult. How can he rob the military merits that others risk their lives to obtain? Said Lin Ling with a smile. His voice wasn't soft, which made even more people around him laugh. Their laughter was very loud. He thought that he was childish enough, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to be even more childish than him, as if he had never come out to adventure. Chapter 1088. Heavenly Fish Diagram. Sister Mingyun, please persuade him. Sister Mingyun. Ning Ke was worried, but Yumun smiled. She knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation seemed weak, he was not weak at all. Furthermore, he had a lot of trump cards. It was good enough that Lin Ling did not bully others, but others wanted to bully Lin Ling? That was a dream. My man is not someone you can bully, Yumun said with a smile, which silenced Ning Quebec rumble. The door of the largest cultivation room slowly opened. At the same time, everyone's eyes narrowed. That youth was so arrogant. Ning Ke had already explained everything, but he still dared to open the door. At the same time, the one-eyed youth opened his eyes, and his long dark green hair danced like snakes. Get lost, this place is mine. Go! He did not say much, but his words seemed to shake the entire floating heavenly fish diagram. Rumble. He reached out his hand, and endless black light appeared. He was like a wild beast from the wild world. The peak of the Holy Spirit realm, the younger brother of the Black Lightning Ghost, the black-haired ghost. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Among the geniuses below the transcendent realm, the black-haired ghost was not weak. He had 6 levels of ultimacy, and the ultimacy of the bear gave him great strength. 6 levels of ultimacy, that was more powerful than the genius of the Su Xing Divine Palace that Lin Ling had killed. It would be easy for him to fight the 4 patriarchs. The bear paw seemed to come from the void. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He could feel that the other party was very strong. If it was before, he might not have been able to defeat him. But now, he wanted to see how strong the other party was. He also wanted to see the means of the geniuses of the major domains. Overwhelming righteousness. Go! He stretched out his left fist and fiercely collided with the bear paw. A dull sound rang out. This was not a collision of spiritual qi, but a collision of strength. Time seemed to stop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain, while the black-haired ghost was like a bear. However, he could not move Lin Ling at all. Go! At the same time, a low shout rang out. Lin Ling's entire body released spiritual qi. The 110,000 small worlds erupting at the same time. The overwhelming righteousness made him holy. Thud thud thud. The black-haired ghost took a step back. His pupils constricted and he could not say a word. Dream clouds go in, Lin Ling said indifferently. In terms of physical strength and defense, he didn't fear any genius. Yumun smiled and walked towards the door under countless envious gazes. The cultivation room is right here. Who dares to snatch it? Next time, you'll have to get the hell out of here. If you're crippled or injured, don't blame me. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. He was domineering and arrogant. In the world of the great regions, if he wasn't domineering, others would be domineering towards him. Therefore, he would rather not reduce his arrogance. Many people fell silent. This newcomer was not simple. Then, they looked at the black-haired ghost and realized that he was also silent. The black-haired ghost didn't seem to dare to provoke the newcomer. It was obvious that when the black-haired ghost unleashed the 6th level of ultimacy, although he was on par with Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling didn't unleash his full strength. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore and was even a little scared. Of course, his guess was right. Although he had the 6th level of bear ultimacy and was extremely strong, Lin Ling didn't unleash his spiritual qi. He relied on the small worlds and the overwhelming righteousness to block him. If he unleashed his spiritual qi, killing him would be extremely easy. Brother Ning Ke, thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling thanked him and dream clouds entered the cultivation room. Ning Ke's mouth was still wide open and he was shocked like thunder. Every year, there would be newcomers from the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, but very few of them could suppress everyone except for those exceptional geniuses. However, Lin Ling did it today. The most terrifying thing was that compared to those geniuses, Lin Ling's advantage wasn't his cultivation speed, but his power to fight beyond his level. If he reaches the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to fight against a transcendent? Ning Ke thought in horror. At the same time, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun entered the cultivation room. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. It was pitch black inside, making them feel as if they had entered a world of the universe. Swoosh, swoosh. Fish swam over, each as big as a finger. They swam around, emitting a mysterious light. This. Wow! Lin Ling and Yumun Yun were both shocked. Were these the floating divine fish? At the same time, the spiritual qi that rushed over was even denser. It was spiritual qi. Every little fish was spiritual qi, and they were even more powerful than the spiritual qi in Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, I'm going to break through. Wow! Yumun Yun said in surprise, then sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also laughed. As expected of the cultivation room of the great domain. He then sat down cross-legged and looked at the divine fish around him. Obviously, this was a place to condense spiritual qi, and spiritual qi was one of the indispensable powers in the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and let the spiritual qi around him enter his body. First, he awakened the small world in his body. Pop pop pop. The rich spiritual qi made the small world awaken crazily. The effect was many times better than the Bodhi liquid. One by one, the small world awakened. As time passed, the number reached 200,000, and it still didn't stop. 21, 22, and finally reached 300,000. The Tai True physique had finally reached the peak stage. It could be said that below the saint physique, Lin Ling's talent was the strongest. He was also at the peak of the emperor physique, and no one could compete with him. After 300,000, that was the limit. Lin Ling used the spiritual qi from his cultivation to stabilize the saint altar and the spiritual qi in his body. The stronger the saint altar, the more likely Lin Ling would be to break through. And the more powerful the spiritual qi, the stronger Lin Ling would be. These were two different paths. But more than that, Lin Ling still used it to strengthen his spiritual qi. The effect of breaking through now wasn't great. After all, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession, so he couldn't break through to the transcendent realm. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, he noticed that Yumun Yun's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Her progress was faster than his, but this was normal. After all, Yumun Yun didn't have any other trump cards except for the guardian deity. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had many, so his growth was much slower. Those fish, their swimming trajectories are so mysterious. Then, Lin Ling looked at the fish around him. There were more and more fish, tens of millions of them. On the surface, they seemed to be swimming casually, but they seemed to be carrying a kind of mystery. Lin Ling's eye of time appeared in his eyes and began to record the swimming trajectories of the fish. There are a total of 81 diagrams. After a long time, Lin Ling was shocked. He had been paying attention to the swimming movements of the fish. There were a total of 81 diagrams, and each one was extremely mysterious. And there were more and more fish. My head hurts. Lin Ling frowned. His soul force was tired. He hadn't tested this state in a long time. After a short rest, Lin Ling looked at the diagrams again. This time he was tired again, but he lasted longer. Lin Ling discovered that his soul force had improved. Those heavenly fish diagrams could improve soul force. These fish are too mysterious. Let me try. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. With a thought, the fish moved according to his idea and laid down new heavenly fish diagrams, which shocked Lin Ling. Chapter 1089. Black Electric Ghost, 9981, must be simplified. At this moment, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he was arranging the heavenly fish, his soul power increased crazily. This caused his eye of time to open up again. Not only could he see time, but Lin Ling could also remember anything. That kind of calmness and meticulousness had reached an extremely terrifying level. There were tens of millions of fish. If one fish did not swim well and was slightly off, Lin Ling could see it. The entire situation and the details were seen through by Lin Ling. If one had to give an example, it would be a copy. It was as if he had copied it. Amazing. The higher the level of martial arts, formations, and so on, the harder it is to learn, but I can remember it at a glance. Lin Ling was overjoyed. His eyes had finally transformed again with the increase of his strength. Of course, it was mostly caused by the increase of his soul power. This heavenly fish picture has been simplified into 9 pictures. It contains endless mysteries, including movement techniques, meditation techniques, and even cultivation techniques. It is very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Lin Ling had an idea. The next time he returned to his hometown, he would take out the heavenly fish picture and let everyone improve their strength. Although he went out to cultivate, it was not for a long time. It would not be long before he went back to take a look. As for the new place where his family and friends lived, they also left a mark for Lin Ling. This picture is very suitable for Yuman Yun. It has the effect of suppressing demonic aura. This is very suitable for Yu. It is an offensive martial art. Yu's defense, speed, and can even assist others. But her attack power is too weak. Lin Ling analyzed the 9 pictures and chose the most suitable one for him. The more Lin Ling looked at the 9 pictures, the more complicated they were. Moreover, he found that as long as he visualized the heavenly fish picture, his soul power would continue to improve and recover faster. While Lin Ling was visualizing, Yuman Yun had already woken up. She looked at the mysterious scene around her and immediately gasped. Unfortunately, she was currently breaking through continuously and was no longer suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have missed this opportunity. Then, she saw that Lin Ling seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. She didn't disturb him and pushed the door open. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside. They were all looking at the terrifying scene at the door. Countless heavenly fish had entered this cultivation room. What's inside? After Yuman Yun came out, someone asked curiously, but Yuman Yun didn't say much. She frowned and looked at everyone. What else could have happened? That place has attracted all of the floating heavenly fishes, little heavenly fish. If one cultivates inside, the effects will be 10 times greater than normal. Someone said enviously, making many people's eyes reveal greed. 10 times? This was too frightening. I say, you guys are too greedy. Shouldn't such a rare scene be shared with everyone? I feel that everyone should take turns to use this cultivation room, said another. Many people chimed in. You guys are going too far. This cultivation room has always been empty. You guys didn't use it at that time, but after we entered, you want to take turns using it. Yuman Yun finally couldn't help but ask. At that time, there weren't so many heavenly fish swimming here. However, many people felt that Yuman Yun was too greedy and overbearing. She actually wanted to take it all for herself. Yuman Yun's pretty face turned ugly. She knew that the heavenly fish phenomenon was caused by Lin Ling, but these people thought that it was a natural phenomenon, so they wanted to share the benefits. I don't care. Anyway, you guys can cultivate, and we can cultivate too. Let's mind our own business. Get out of the way. I want to enter this cultivation room. Someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Then, a large number of voices sounded. Everyone wanted to enter. How dare you? Yuman Yun shouted angrily. Lin Ling was currently comprehending. If they entered and disturbed Lin Ling, what would they do? Moreover, these people were also martial artists. They should know that others were most afraid of being disturbed when they were cultivating. However, they ignored this taboo for their own sake. Woman, you're too greedy. Yuman Yun blocked the way. Everyone was furious. Alright, get out of the way. I saw this cultivation room first. If you want to cultivate, you have to do it after me. At this time, the crowd was separated. A young man with long red hair and black armor strode over. Behind him was the black-haired ghost. The two of them strode forward, causing many people to make way for them. Black Lightning Ghost. Many people's pupils constricted. They shook their heads helplessly. How unlucky. The Black Lightning Ghost actually saw such a rare cultivation room. Then they sneered at Yuman Yun. Previously, Yuman Yun didn't allow them to enter the cultivation room. However, now that they had attracted an even more powerful existence, Yuman Yun would probably regret it even more. Brother, that brat entered this cultivation room. Behind the red-haired young man, the one-eyed young man shouted coldly. He didn't expect that the cultivation room Lin Ling entered would have such a change and attract countless skyfish. He's really a lucky brat blessed by the heavens. However, we can also take a share of the glory. Let's go in. The red-haired young man moved his black fists slightly and smiled faintly. You can't go in. Yuman Yun stopped them again. However, the surrounding people laughed. This time, they wanted to see how Yuman Yun would stop them. You're talking to me? The red-haired young man laughed. This is the floating skyfish. You should know who is not to be trifled with. Get out of here. Brother, I'll do it. Previously, I was at a bottleneck in my cultivation. That's why I let that brat take advantage of me. However, if he appears in front of me again, I'll definitely cripple him. Moreover, the floating skyfish can kill people. Killing him is extremely easy. The one-eyed young man, the black-haired ghost, took a step forward and said. His stocky body emitted a strong aura as if an ancient bear king had descended. He slapped his palm towards Yuman Yun. Puff, puff. When the strength reached the limit, the power wasn't any weaker than spiritual energy. So fierce. The others took a step back. Although they also wanted to enter the cultivation room, they didn't reach the level of ruthlessness. However, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers could. They grew up in the savage forest since they were young. There was nothing that they didn't dare to do. You're going too far. Yuman Yun clenched her teeth. She wasn't a match for the black-haired ghost unless she used the guardian deity. Let me do it. At this moment, the door slowly opened. A figure stepped out and punched towards the black-haired ghost's huge palm. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Under countless gazes, the black-haired ghost staggered back. Following which, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His right hand drooped down and his bones were completely shattered. A figure coldly appeared in front of Yuman Yun. It was Lin Ling. He's out. Many people's pupils constricted as they looked at the cold black-robed young man. Previously, the black-haired ghost had said that he fought with the newcomer because he was at a bottleneck in his breakthrough. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength. However, the black-haired ghost should be at his peak. The outcome was even more shocking. The black-haired ghost's right arm was crippled by the black-robed young man. Chapter 1090. Against a transcendent realm master, you crippled my right hand. The black-haired ghost's single eye turned ferocious. However, after meeting the gaze of the black-robed youth, he was inexplicably afraid. Although he was talking tough, he was terrified when he saw the youth with his own eyes. He didn't have the strength to fight back. You said that you can easily kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't know what was going on outside, but the fact that the one-eyed youth dared to attack Yuman Yun was enough for his killing intent to fill the air. It seemed that he was too merciful before and didn't kill them all, which led to endless trouble. The black-haired ghost fell silent and didn't dare to speak. He found that the youth was even colder than before. Speak. Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing the black-haired ghost's heart to tremble. He subconsciously hid behind the Black Lightning Ghost. His cowardly appearance made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. The black-haired ghost was really afraid. Your physical strength is at least 20 tons. No wonder you're so arrogant. At this moment, the Black Lightning Ghost, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently, unfortunately, your weak cultivation is your weakness. Do you think that you can dominate everything with your late-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivation? Dominate you? That's enough. Lin Ling coldly looked at the Black Lightning Ghost. The other party's aura was similar to the one-eyed youth's, so they must be acquaintances. Moreover, the one-eyed youth had lost to him before, so he shouldn't have the guts to come again. Now that he appeared again, It was obvious that he relied on this red-haired youth. "Brother, kill him." The black-haired ghost hid behind the black lightning ghost and coldly said, "Arrogant and overbearing when facing the weak, but can only hide behind the strong. You're just a piece of trash. You want your brother to kill me? Fine, I'll show you what your so-called reliance is." Lin Ling coldly shouted and unsheathed the tyrant's song sword. He was like a sword, combining his killing intent and righteousness. Many people's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they realized that this newcomer was stronger than they had imagined. What a strange martial profundity. "So this is your capital? Unfortunately, it's too weak." The red-haired youth's eyes flickered. Lightning snakes appeared around his body, forming a world of lightning. The lightning was strong enough to kill any Saint Spirit Realm master. "Stay away." Many people's expressions became serious. The black lightning ghost was rumored to be the most terrifying existence in the floating skyfish, and it was about to seize one of the rainbow armors and break away from the black armor. Judging from its current strength, it indeed had the qualifications to do so. Lightning Claw. With a cold shout, a huge claw of thunder grabbed at Lin Ling fast, incomparably fast. One had to know that the speed of lightning had always been the fastest, making it impossible for people to guard against it. Moreover, in addition to its speed, it also had a ferocious and domineering power. It was one of the most difficult powers to cultivate in the world. Sky-severing sword. Lin Ling coldly shouted and pointed his sword forward. His killing intent and righteousness fused together, forming a powerful life and death profound. In the past, once the life and death profound was used, the opponent would be robbed of their chance of survival. However, it was clearly ineffective now. That lightning could block everything and wreak havoc. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. In mid-air, the sword and the claw collided. The life and death profound splashed everywhere, and the lightning snakes seemed to wreak havoc in the void. Those lightning snakes wrapped around Lin Ling, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's righteousness. If Lin Ling hadn't awakened 300,000 small worlds, he wouldn't have dared to be careless in this first confrontation. The black lightning ghost was obviously more than twice as strong as the black-haired ghost. "I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength?" Looking at the indifferent youth holding the sword, the black-haired ghost's red hair danced wildly in the wind. "How can you be sure that I'm using all my strength?" After the tyrant's song sword, Lin Ling coldly said. That sentence instantly caused the black-haired ghost's pupils to narrow. His left hand was still like a lightning claw, but his right hand pointed out, finger shooting star. An even more powerful force erupted. With one finger, the universe was stirred, and a lightning vortex appeared. It was shocking, terrifying. Is that the power of the transcendent realm? Many people felt their mouths go dry, as if their bodies had been struck by lightning. They knew that although that finger was at the 6th level of martial profundity, it probably contained a trace of spiritual yuan. Spiritual yuan couldn't increase one's comprehension of martial profundity, but it was the foundation that could greatly increase the power of martial profundity. Once spiritual yuan is used, any Saint Spirit Realm cultivator will be obliterated. The one-eyed youth sneered. He knew his brother's strength. Spiritual yuan. The terrifying lightning finger shot out, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Then he realized that his sword was still held by the claw, leaving him with only two choices. 1. Abandon the sword. 2. Resist with all his might. Sword cultivator, if you lose your sword, you won't need to use it anymore. As if he knew Lin Ling's thoughts, the black lightning ghost laughed. He wanted to force Lin Ling to abandon his sword. He wanted to proudly take this newcomer's sword. Since he had used a trace of spiritual yuan, his opponent had no other choice. Why do you want to abandon your sword? However, in the next moment, a sneer floated into his ears. In front of the black lightning ghost's eyes, Lin Ling didn't abandon his sword. Instead, he stretched out his left hand, causing flames to erupt wildly. The giant flame god appeared behind him, and the raging flame fist met the lightning finger head-on. Bang! Flames, scorching hot, young. Lightning, swift, overbearing. At this moment, they collided madly. How is this possible? The Black Lightning Ghost gasped. He could feel that the newcomer's flames were extremely terrifying. They contained 5 levels of martial profundity. Of course, the most powerful thing was that it seemed to contain the power of the transcendent realm. This was impossible. You're not the only one who has spiritual yuan. At the same time, a cold voice floated in the Black Lightning Ghost's ears, causing him to finally understand. His opponent also had spiritual yuan. Bang! The Black Lightning Ghost's body flew backwards. Obviously, the amount of spiritual yuan he used before was not as large as Lin Ling's. After being tempered by the heavenly fish diagram, Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was no longer the size of a hair, but the size of a finger. Pung ping pung! The Black Lightning Ghost flew backwards, his body burning with flames. He slammed into dozens of people and landed heavily on the crystal fish bone. The crowd was silent as their pupils constricted. The Black Lightning Ghost was defeated. The one-eyed youth's face changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect the gap between him and Lin Ling to be so big. After all, his brother was sent flying after a few moves. I'm just playing around. Do you have to resist with all your strength? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling waved the sword in his hand. His long hair danced wildly as he laughed arrogantly. At this moment, many people did not dare to speak. They were lucky that the Black Lightning Ghost wanted to enter the cultivation room first. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. This newcomer was more complicated than they imagined. Bang! At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the crystal fish bone. The Black Lightning Ghost walked over step by step. He was injured, but it was not fatal. However, the injury on his body could not compare to the humiliation in his heart. He was a powerhouse, but he was sent flying by a newcomer. Spiritual Yuan, it seems that you're confident. A cold voice floated out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. It seemed that the Black Lightning Ghost was not defeated yet. Unfortunately, you think you can defeat me with this? The Black Lightning Ghost shouted again. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's dignified expression. Chapter 1091. Soul Sealing What? The Black Lightning Ghost is a transcendent. Many people's faces changed drastically. They didn't know at all. They only knew that the Black Lightning Ghost was very strong. One had to know that the floating heavenly fish didn't allow transcendence to exist, but the Black Lightning Ghost actually ignored that rule. The Black Lightning Ghost's pupils constricted. He wanted to slowly reveal the news because he wanted to see the newcomer's regretful and scared expression. But who knew that the newcomer saw through him and still faced him calmly? This made him even angrier. He didn't know that Lin Ling's eye of time had improved again. He was calmer now and could analyze the situation. It was because of this calmness that Lin Ling knew that although the transcendent was strong, he could still win. And this was also the first time Lin Ling fought a transcendent. Although you know my background, so what? In the world of martial arts, strength is everything. You don't have the strength to resist me. You will die in the end. The Black Lightning Ghost still stepped forward step by step. The black fists in his hands unclenched. Finally, a lightning chain appeared on his wrist, but it was broken at this moment. The lightning chain broke and a powerful aura erupted. He was a transcendent first-realm cultivator. This is a half-step sacred artifact, the lightning bracelet. It allows me to hide my strength and increase my lightning power by 50%. Although using a sacred artifact to win against you is somewhat unfair, in this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You don't have the qualifications to say anything. The Black Lightning Ghost's face turned even colder. His body bloomed with lightning like an octopus. Oh, I forgot. I've told you so much, but a newcomer from the countryside like you probably hasn't seen a half-step sacred artifact before. How terrifying! The people around seemed to have forgotten to breathe. No wonder the Black Lightning Ghost could enter the floating heavenly fish. It was because of the half-step sacred artifact. Moreover, increasing lightning power by 50% was too terrifying. One had to know that the Black Lightning Ghost was a transcendent first-realm cultivator. This was already difficult to resist. If his lightning power was increased, even a transcendent first-realm cultivator wouldn't be his opponent. This newcomer is just a flash in the pan. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sister Meng Yun, hurry up and inform the punishment team outside. Otherwise, Brother Lin Ling will be in trouble. Ning Ke quietly approached Yuman Yun and said worriedly. Yuman Yun shook her head. Although she was also worried, she saw that Lin Ling was still calm. Naturally, she believed in Lin Ling more. Don't worry, that guy has been through hundreds of battles. He's not as simple as you think. Yuman Yun said softly, which made Ning Ke's heart tremble. It was as if he had met Lin Ling for the first time. When he first met Lin Ling was like a newcomer who was easy to talk to, so he thought Lin Ling was a newcomer who kept a low profile and was weak like himself. However, who would have thought that this kind of approachability was only for friends? When facing enemies, that kind of ferocity was many times stronger than his. As long as I get hit, I can kill you. At this moment, the black lightning ghost took a step forward. Between its two fists, thunder bloomed. Boo! Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still stood calmly. A large number of runes flashed through his eyes as he analyzed the situation. The next moment he gradually smiled. You said that I haven't seen a semi-divine weapon. Sorry, I really haven't. Because I have a divine weapon, the Three Realms Cloak. Boom! With a cold shout, Lin Ling disappeared from everyone's sight, causing the black lightning ghost's punch to hit nothing. A divine weapon? Everyone's expression changed. This newcomer actually had a divine weapon? Most importantly, Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. No one could detect a trace of him. Insignificant skill, electric eyes. The black lightning ghost sneered. Lightning snakes appeared in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. However, in the next moment, his expression turned ugly. Lin Ling had disappeared. It was not a concealment martial art, but the power of a saint artifact. Bastard, do you only know how to rely on the power of the divine weapon? Boom! The black lightning ghost roared. He was a strong man in the transcendent realm, but he was helpless against a newcomer in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Do you only know how to talk? Then why don't you talk about your divine weapon? In the void, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, layer upon layer. No one knew where his real body was. Hee hee, the black lightning ghost is angry. The crowd was secretly laughing. Previously, the black lightning ghost had said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. Relying on a divine weapon to win didn't mean anything, but now that Lin Ling had used a divine weapon, the black lightning ghost was angry. Saying that Lin Ling only knew how to rely on a divine weapon was tantamount to slapping his own face. You, go ahead and hide. You're only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. You can't touch me, and I can kill you with a single punch. If you have the ability, you can hide it for the rest of your life. The black lightning ghost suddenly sneered. Yes, although that newcomer hit his figure, he didn't have the strength to touch the black lightning ghost. Many people suddenly understood. A transcendent realm master was so overbearing. Even if he stood there and let you attack, you couldn't do anything. Come out, you cowardly turtle. How can you talk about the martial Tao? The black lightning ghost's aura grew stronger as he humiliated Lin Ling. His gaze suddenly fell on Yuman Yun and shot over. I'd like to see which one you choose between your life and your woman. Despicable. The black lightning ghost's strength is in the transcendent realm. Originally, it was a little unfair to fight a newcomer, but now he's using underhanded tactics. Many people's eyes narrowed. In order to force Lin Ling to come out, the black lightning ghost actually resorted to unscrupulous means. Hide, let's see how you hide. At this moment, the black lightning ghost had already appeared in front of Yuman Yun. His terrifying thunder fist blasted over. Do you really want me to come out? At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from the underworld sounded. The black lightning ghost sneered. Come out? He was waiting for this moment. He had no fear of Lin Ling because Lin Ling couldn't touch him at all. The moment you come out, you'll die. However, at this moment, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. In their eyes, a black-robed young man with a black cloak appeared behind the black lightning ghost. His palm carried an indescribable power as it fiercely slapped out. Soul-sealing seal. Everyone's soul trembled. They seemed to see an ancient stone tablet falling from the sky, making them feel like they were worshipping it. As for the Black Lightning Ghost, his eyes were wide open. In addition to seeing the divine stone tablet, he also saw the mighty soul sea and the pair of terrifying demon god eyes. That kind of power made him afraid. He said that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to shake him, but now, with one move, he was afraid. The moment Lin Ling appeared, he seemed to have stepped into the underworld of hell and would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Seal your soul. Under countless gazes, a palm heavily slapped out, causing the Black Lightning Ghost's body to tremble and his soul to collapse. A wisp of green smoke disappeared into the void under countless horrified gazes. Only the tall figure still stood in front of everyone's eyes. A transcendent realm first-level expert was killed. Although the Black Lightning Ghost's strength was stronger, it was obvious that his soul force was no match for Lin Ling. Chapter 1092. Murderous intent. The scariest thing was that the newcomer was only in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm and he wasn't wearing any armor. That guy, where did he come from? Impossible. The one-eyed youth shook his head. His brother, a first realm of transcendent, was killed. How could this be possible? Is this what you're relying on? Very weak. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the one-eyed youth's face to turn pale. He shouted angrily, I'm under general cold words, you can't touch me. I don't know you. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out from his mouth. He slashed out with his sword, causing a ghastly sword wound to appear on the one-eyed youth's neck. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that he was going to die. He didn't know that the moment he wanted to kill Lin Ling, no matter who was behind him, he had to die. The black-haired ghost is dead. The surrounding people didn't expect that the black-haired ghost brothers would die here. Who else was there before? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. The armored youth's eyes narrowed and they couldn't say a word. This newcomer wasn't someone they could deal with. Scram, if anyone else comes within 3 breaths, I'll kill them. Kill! Lin Ling shouted again. The crowd trembled in fear and left. After 3 breaths, there was no one left. Amazing! Wow! Ning Ke looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling had arrived later than Ning Ke, but with his strength, he was probably able to wear the black armor. There were countless generals in the Dinghai Divine Prefecture, and it was extremely rare for someone to be qualified to wear the black armor. This Lin Ling might be from a higher-level divine region. After that, the 3 of them left the floating celestial fish. This time, they had spent a lot of time cultivating. Yumingyun's cultivation level had increased greatly. Lin Ling's cultivation level hadn't increased, but his strength had increased greatly. Most importantly, he had obtained the 9 celestial fish pictures. Mingyun, after you turned into a demon, the side effects are very serious. Here's a heavenly fish portrait that is suitable for you. It can calm your mind and prevent you from being invaded by demon aura. Lin Ling took out one of the heavenly fish drawings and handed it to Yuman Yun. This is? Yuman Yun looked at it carefully for a moment, and her pretty face became serious. This heavenly fish painting was very mysterious. It actually calmed down the demonic aura in her body. Humans and demons were different. Since humans cultivated demonic arts, it was naturally difficult for them to control their demonic arts at the beginning. Therefore, every full moon, the demonic aura would wreak havoc and she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Moreover, every time she used the great illusion White Dragon King, the demonic aura in her body would become denser. This was similar to the murderous aura of the ancient flame devil. However, after obtaining the heavenly fish painting, she realized that the demonic chi in her body seemed to be under her control. If this continued, she might be able to use the great illusion White Dragon King at will. The martial way of the great regions is even more vast and mysterious. This diagram is probably the innate ability of the floating heavenly fish. Lin Ling said with a smile. After coming to Xianpeng province, he was able to further explore the secrets of the martial way. It was obvious that he was right to leave the 6 sacred regions. I also prepared the heavenly fish painting for Yu and the others. We can take it out when we go back next time. But the 2 of them chatted as they walked. After that, Lin Ling told them his plan. He wanted to go to Sky Tomb City to find the old man of Dongfu, so he asked Yumun Yun to wait for him at Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Yumun Yun immediately nodded. She also knew that Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. After that, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. The reason why he wanted to find the old man of Dongfu was because firstly, Lin Ling still wasn't clear about his obsession. Therefore, breaking through to the peak of the Holy Spirit realm didn't have much effect. Secondly, he wanted to obtain the Sea Heart Flame and complete the task that Venerable Sea Calming had entrusted to him. After Lin Ling left Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, in a garden in the prefecture, a young man in blue armor was facing a terrifying frost scarlet dragon. This dragon was a combination of fire and water. It was ferocious and difficult to deal with. However, the young man took a step forward and pointed his finger. As if he was reversing the universe, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was as if he came from the demon domain. The sharp power split the frost scarlet dragon into two. Blood spurted out and fell to the ground. One side was ice and the other side was fire. It was a shocking sight. Congratulations to General Cold Words for increasing your strength greatly. Someone said respectfully to the young man. This made the young man Cold Words smile faintly. In the transcendent realm, he didn't have many opponents now. General, the Black Lightning Ghost brothers have been killed. At this time, a young man in blue armor walked in. What? Cold Words' eyes narrowed. The Black Lightning Ghost brothers were his people. In the past, they came from the same sacred region and fought side by side. But today they died? Shio. He didn't move but strangely floated forward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the young man in blue armor. The latter's face turned pale. Although he was also a transcendent realm cultivator, he obviously wasn't a match for Cold Words. Who? Cold Words shouted coldly. It's that newcomer. The newcomer without any armor. The newcomer who can meet the sea calming venerable. A terrifying aura erupted from Cold Words. His eyes turned black and white. He had just become the captain of the disciplinary team and wanted to punish the newcomer as a warning to the others. However, a newcomer dared to defy him and now even dared to kill his people. What's his background? Cold Words shouted again. The young man in blue armor immediately said, according to Ning Kei, he's only from the 8-star sacred region. He shouldn't have any strong background. He's courting death. I'm from the 6-star sacred region, but even I don't dare to be arrogant in the sea calming heavenly prefecture. Yet he dares to ignore the heroes. This person must be killed. The dense killing intent caused the garden to turn bone-chillingly cold. Everyone bent down, their faces pale. Cold Words was a transcendent realm cultivator. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he was vicious and merciless. In the past, in order to achieve military merits, he sacrificed millions of people to become the captain of the disciplinary team. Such a person was an existence that couldn't be provoked. That newcomer was dead meat. Sky Tomb City was as vast as the sea, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. Lin Ling had no choice but to hide himself. After all, he had many enemies, including the 3-era Ghost King, Dark North Demon God, and the Void Star Divine Palace. If any of them sent out their experts, he wouldn't be able to stop them. As for the old man of Dongfu, he wasn't hard to find. He seemed to be extremely famous even in Xianpeng province. Thus, Lin Ling quickly found the old man's residence. Of course, the problem was how to get the old man to refine the leaf fire heavenly ocean cover for him. Lin Ling didn't have much confidence in this, so he could only try his luck. Do you have a name card? Or do you have an appointment? In front of the gate, 2 transcendent guards looked at Lin Ling indifferently, causing Lin Ling to feel helpless. Transcendent guards? No wonder the old man of Dongfu didn't give face to Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Well, I came because of your reputation, Lin Ling said with a smile. The 2 experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Every year, there are young people who want to learn forging skills from Sir Dongfu. Unfortunately, there are countless geniuses in the great domain. How can everyone become Sir Dongfu's disciple? Little guy, you'd better be down to earth. Sir's teachings are right. Lin Ling still smiled. People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads, so he could only smile. Chapter 1093. Acquaintances, many thanks, big brothers. Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode away. Although he still didn't have a clue, at least there was a glimmer of hope. The Heavenly Universe Temple was one of the more famous treasure trading halls in Sky Tomb City. Today was the day of the auction, so there were many cultivators here at the moment. Fortunately, there was no requirement to enter this auction, so Lin Ling was able to easily enter. Wearing a large cloak, Lin Ling came to the vast square. A stone platform floated in the center of the square, which was used to display the items to be auctioned. The surrounding cultivators sat in rows and rows, chatting and laughing. However, their eyes were indifferent as they stared at the stone platform, trying to find something that caught their eye. The weakest is at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, and most of them are transcendents. Sensing his surroundings, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was still too weak. It seemed that he had to obtain the Sea Heart Flame as soon as possible. At the same time, the auction had already begun. On the stone platform, the first item to appear was the Saint Artifact, 9 Dragon Treasure Pagoda. The starting price was 100 Source Stones. Source Stones were a product of world energy that surpassed spirit crystals and were priceless. Suddenly, the auction hall was filled with voices, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. The moment a Saint Artifact appeared, everyone went crazy. He also wanted to obtain the Saint Artifact, but it was obviously impossible as he didn't have any Source Stones. A moment later, the Saint Artifact was obtained by an old man. The old man smiled faintly. When a cultivator reached the transcendent realm, any advantage could lead to victory. With a Saint Artifact, his strength could increase by 30%. Next, the auction began again, but the treasures were obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact. Heart Demon Obsession Pill. It can allow one to recall their entire life and has a 30% chance of finding their heart demon obsession. It is the best pill to break through to the transcendent realm. As the voice rang out, 2 colorful pills floated above the stone platform. These pills had illusions such as the Sea Market, Star Tower, Pink Skulls, and so on. The auction hall was a little quiet. Most of the people present were transcendent realm masters, so they didn't care about these pills. Only the younger generation's eyes lit up. 10 million high-rank spirit crystals. A young man shouted, and then someone else followed suit. This pill was obviously not as valuable as the Saint Artifact, so the price was spirit crystals. So expensive. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was interested in that medicinal pill, and it was quite important to him. As for high-grade spirit crystals, Lin Ling had some of them. Back when he had destroyed the 4 ancient kingdoms, Great Qin had given him a lot of loot. As such, he waited for a while before calling out a price. 20 million upper spiritual crystals. As soon as the price was announced, many youths angrily looked at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak, and with his soul force covering his entire body, no one could see his appearance. 25 million upper spiritual crystals. However, as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, another person competed with Lin Ling. It was also a cloaked man. Lin Ling frowned and gnashed his teeth. He shouted, 30 million. This price was his entire fortune. If the other party increased the price, he would be helpless. The other party was silent for a while, as if his heart was aching. He even glared at Lin Ling fiercely before calling out a price of 35 million. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. He had missed out on this medicinal pill. Ha, these 2 medicinal pills are mine. In the distance, the cloaked man shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, a laughing voice sounded out, "No one wants to compete? Then it's my turn. Although I don't care about these 2 medicinal pills, I don't want to see what you've bought. 50 million upper spiritual crystals." As soon as the voice sounded out, many people gasped. The inner demon obsession pill was not worth this price. At most, it was worth 20 million spirit crystals. However, the other party had raised the price by 50 million spirit crystals. Obviously, he wanted to suppress the cloaked man. "You!" The cloaked man shouted angrily. He was so angry that he forgot to hide his voice. Lin Ling, who was far away, narrowed his eyes. That voice sounded familiar. Was that guy here too? I'm from the northern dark nether territory. I know who you are. So, how can I let you get the inner demon obsession pill? On the other side of the stands, a purple-haired young man was drinking wine. He did not even look at the front. The northern dark nether territory. Many people narrowed their eyes. Although this force was not as powerful as the sea-calming heavenly prefecture, it was still a force to be reckoned with. It seemed that the medicinal pill would belong to the northern dark nether territory. It's him. Looking at the purple-haired young man, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. However, he quickly hid his murderous intent. The purple-haired young man was the northern dark nether who had come to the rainforest's sacred land to kill people. He did not expect to meet his enemy here. Lin Ling remembered how arrogant the northern dark nether god was when he came. If it were not for the arrival of the sixth holy king, the rainforest's sacred land would have been destroyed. How could Lin Ling not remember this grudge? I didn't expect that I would be bidding against him. If I had known, I wouldn't have bid. Lin Ling looked at the cloaked man on the other side and smiled. He noticed the murderous intent in the cloaked man's eyes under the brim of his hat. He knew that the cloaked man had failed in the bidding. He seemed to be planning to kill Lin Ling and steal the pill. However, it was not a bad idea. The northern dark nether was in trouble. The auction was still about medicinal pills. Every time the cloaked man took a fancy to a certain pill, the purple-haired young man would snatch it away. The cloaked man trembled in anger. Is it fun? This is just the beginning of a nightmare. The northern dark nether was still drinking. He did not even look at the cloaked man opposite him. He knew that the cloaked man had an irreconcilable hatred for him. Unfortunately, this was Xianpeng province. The cloaked man did not even know where he was before killing him. Of course, he did not know that the person who wanted to kill him was not a cloaked man. The next item was some rare heavenly treasures. Demon Essence Diamond. On the stone platform, a pitch-black crystal stone appeared. This crystal stone emitted a dense black qi, and that was an astonishing devil qi, which affected many people around the spectator stand. This treasure was probably rare in the world. We don't know the exact function of this treasure. We can only let the discerning people buy it. The starting price is 200 primordial stones. The auction was silent. No one knew the function of the treasure. Naturally, no one would waste their money. After all, this treasure was more expensive than the first holy artifact. It seems that no one knows the function of this treasure. A helpless voice sounded. It seemed that the auction was about to put away this treasure. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His eye of time quietly appeared. Not only did he see the growth process of the demonic aura, but his eyes also seemed to be able to copy the demon essence diamond into his mind. He seemed to be able to see the flaws and loopholes of this mysterious gem at a glance. This is the only material to refine the demonic dragon blade. Chapter 1094. Yanggan, this old man wants this stone. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. It was an old man in purple robes with a jade crown on his head. This person had a square face and was dignified without being angry. He had a handsome mustache on his face and he slowly stroked it, exuding an aura of arrogance. It's old man Dong Fu. Many people looked at the old man with shock in their hearts. Old man Dong Fu was one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. He often traveled around and had his own residence in many places. He was also one of the existences that couldn't be provoked in Xianpeng province. He's old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Looking at the old man's calm and arrogant aura, it was no wonder he didn't give face to venerable sea calming. It seems that if I want to get close to him, I have to catch him off guard. Lin Ling said helplessly. The task venerable sea calming entrusted to him was more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling could only remember this person, but as for how to move his heart, Lin Ling had no clue. The world has been blinded by the world. No one knows what a true treasure is. After old man Dong Fu obtained the demon essence diamond, he smiled proudly. He seemed to know the use of this treasure. Then he exclaimed, "Perfect, perfect." Perfect? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In his eye of time, the demon essence diamond wasn't perfect. It could only be said to be 70% perfect, but old man Dong Fu said it was perfect. Lin Ling smiled. He seemed to know how to get close to this troublesome old man. The auction continued, but Lin Ling didn't have the heart to watch. Instead, he was paying attention to the cloaked man. After a long time, the auction ended. Evil North smiled as if he didn't know anything. He walked out of the heavenly palace with large strides. At the same time, the cloaked man walked out with large strides and quietly followed. Evil North, you almost destroyed my hometown. Today, I will definitely kill you. After the cloaked man walked out of the heavenly palace, his aura changed. He hid his figure and followed Evil North. Obviously, he wanted to kill and steal the treasure. Everyone is working hard to cultivate so that they can free their hometowns as soon as possible. As for the enemies of the past, they must be dealt with one by one. The cloaked man muttered to himself as he walked forward. He still remembered the deaths of those chosens. At that moment, Wuxia was casually walking away from Tianling City. Stepping on the chains, Northern Evil was like a nimble dragonfly. After he left, another person stepped on the chains and quietly followed him. However, neither of them saw that after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, another young man wearing a cloak followed him with a smile. Inside a mountain range, Northern Heretic finally stopped. This place was next to a green pond with birds chirping and flowers blooming. The grass was green like a cushion. Wuxia seemed to be enjoying the scenery. He plucked a flower and sniffed it. You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? The mountain range was still quiet. Only a gentle breeze blew, causing the grass to sway. If you don't come out now, I'm going to leave. You won't have the chance to do anything when I return to the northern dark territory. Wuxia added. Amazing. I used the 7 treasure golden reed to hide my aura, but you still managed to sense it. You're worthy of being the son of northern dark evil god. Finally, a faint laughter drifted out. A cloaked man walked over from afar. He took off his cloak and revealed a handsome face. It was Yang. We don't have to talk about our enmity. Moreover, you've obtained the inner demon obsession pill. Don't blame me for killing you and stealing your treasure. Yang said coldly. He was looking forward to seeing Northern Evil's surprised expression. However, Northern Evil was still sniffing the flower. His purple hair danced in the wind. I'm sorry. You've been following me for so long. Didn't you know that I was the one who lured you out? Yang narrowed his eyes. He had secretly followed Northern Evil and thought that Northern Evil would be surprised. However, Northern Evil had already sensed it and lured him out. I already knew that you were from the 6 holy regions in the Yin-Yang Sky Palace. Moreover, I even snatched your heart demon obsession pill. How could you let go of this pill? Therefore, I already knew that you were following me. Wuxia smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. So what if I know? I have the guardian god's 7 treasure golden reed. Even if you're only a realm 1 transcendent, I can still kill you. Yang's eyes turned cold. Although Northern Evil knew his intentions, he still dared to follow him. Naturally, he had some confidence in himself. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were famous in the Shenpeng province. However, they were obtained by trash like you. What a waste. Without the 72 demon gods, you're nothing but an ant. Northern Evil threw the flower in his hand and finally took a step forward. However, the heavens still blessed me with your demon gods. I'm sorry. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Come out. Shio shio shio. At the same time, a towering wave erupted from the silent pool. The willow tree beside the pool also quietly transformed. A person in green clothes slowly walked out, and from the mountain range, another 3 figures shot down. A total of 5 people, each of them a transcendent realm master. 3 of them were even at the realm 2 transcendent realm. This was an inescapable net. Yang had been fooled. If he was facing Northern Evil alone, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was facing 5 transcendents at the same time, that might not be the case. Your guardian god isn't as strong as Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was here, I might have to send 100 transcendents here. But you, 5 of you plus me, are enough. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely evil. Your 7-treasure golden reed is mine. Xiu xiu xiu. Several people rushed towards Yangon, all of them laughing at Yangon's naivety. He didn't know that the young master of Northern Evil had set a trap for him. Bastard! Yangon roared. His opponents were toying with him. A 7-colored gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd began to gather world energy, and the opening of the gourd shone brightly. The 7-treasure golden reed was a half-material, half-demonic item. In fact, it was an existence similar to the ancient flame demon. Its attack power was very strong and it could break countless martial arts. However, its weakness was that it took too long to charge up. Moreover, Yangon's cultivation was too low, so he couldn't use the full power of the 7-treasure golden reed. 7 treasures divine light. The light shot out towards one of the second-layer transcendents. That person's eyes narrowed. He used his martial profundity and stepped into the void. He was scared. Boom. However, the 7 treasures divine light could slay immortals and gods. A painful cry rang out. Even though he hid in the void, he was still killed by the 7 treasures divine light. The rest of the people took the opportunity to attack Yangon. Yangon didn't have the strength to fight back. Sorry, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You're not the oriole. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded from the ground. Scorching flames spewed out from the distance. The demonic flame burned the ground. The faces of Northern Evil and the others changed drastically. Someone had ruined their plan. What was worse was that they thought they were the oriole when they tried to lure Yangon, but the other party had compared them to the mantis. Flames, it's him. Chapter 1095. It's time for your pride to end. Yangon could not suppress his excitement. He slowly turned around and saw an ancient firefox the size of a mountain slowly walking over with an evil charm and indifference. Its 7 tails wagged lazily, and its fox face was baring its fangs. It was like the most unrestrained demon king in the world. At this moment, Yangon's body trembled even more violently. It's really Lin Ling. Ancient flame demon! Exclamation point! Bai Xie and the others' faces changed drastically. They had seen the ancient flame demon's madness in the rainforest Holy Land. When the ancient flame demon teamed up with the Yuxia king, even the 3-era ghost king had to flee. It could be said that the ancient flame demon was the most terrifying of the 6 guardian gods. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Bai Xie shouted angrily. He had almost obtained the 7 treasures golden reed, but Lin Ling had mysteriously appeared and caused trouble. How hateful! Lin Lin, don't get yourself into trouble. The northern dark underworld is not something you can mess with. The Transcendent Realm Masters also shouted angrily. Provoke the northern nether evil territory? The huge ancient flame demon gradually appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he stood on the fox's neck. His long hair danced in the wind as he laughed. Shio! In the next moment, the ancient flame demon appeared in front of one of the Transcendent Realm Masters. The Transcendent Realm Master narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I want to provoke the northern nether evil territory." Its terrifying claws swept out fiercely, stirring up the clouds and slaughtering everything in its path. Boom! The Transcendent Realm Master was split in 2 and blood splattered everywhere. He was only a 1st realm transcendent, so he obviously couldn't stop the ancient flame demon. Bai Xie stood there in a daze. His fists were trembling. "You dare to kill him?" "Ha!" Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his smile was extremely cold. "Dare not?" When the people of the northern nether evil territory came to the rainforest Holy Land to slaughter them, why wouldn't they dare? Therefore, Bai Xie's words were useless. He thought that because he was the son of the northern nether evil god, Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him. Dazzling flames tore through the void as the ancient flame demon once again appeared in front of a Transcendent Realm Master, its huge claws slashing out as if it wanted to crush the earth. Soul Sealing Seal. Dazzling soul characters appeared on the claw, causing the Transcendent Realm Master's face to change dramatically. His hands moved rapidly, becoming illusory as he pushed out with his palms. Space-shattering palm. This martial art was extremely profound. It was the profound meaning of space, and it could tear apart space and crush the opponent into pieces. However, he was only a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. With such a cultivation, even if Lin Ling didn't use the ancient flame demon, he could still kill him with his full strength, not to mention the ancient flame demon that even Yin feared. Bang! The claw collided with the pair of palms, causing space to shatter, causing the claw to ripple like a wave. However, the ancient flame demon's defensive power was too powerful and was able to instantly restore itself. At the same time, a soul-sealing soul attack appeared, completely overwhelming the transcendent realm master. Puff, puff. His soul was sealed, and Lin Ling's soul force was too big, so it instantly shattered. In just a few breaths of time, only 3 people were left. I don't dare? A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth as he looked towards Bai Xie and smiled, but this smile was still cold and filled with a thick sense of ridicule, causing Bai Xie's face to become extremely ugly. How could Lin Ling not dare? Attack. Both of you are transcendent second realm cultivators. Even if you can't win, you can at least stall for time. As long as you don't underestimate your enemy, I've already called for more people to come. When the time comes, both of them will die. Bai Xie roared as the 16-year-old Northern Dark Demon Territory's #1 genius. His temperament was also extremely good. He knew that the remaining people were afraid, so he had said these words to give them confidence. Yes, young master. The 2 transcendent second realm masters were indeed a little afraid, but now they were filled with confidence. Indeed, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling might not be able to defeat them. Most importantly, in their hearts, they believed that the 2 people who died before were only killed by Lin Ling because they underestimated him. I admit that the ancient flame devil is very powerful, but martial arts in the world don't represent attack power. You don't even think of touching us. The 2 of them looked at each other and their bodies became strange, as if they had turned into reflections on the water surface, illusory and moving. Soul-sealing seal. The ancient flame devil was extremely fast. Devil flames burst out and pounced towards one of them, but it missed. I'm getting more and more confident. Looks like we were all shocked by the name of the 72 demon gods and forgot that the one controlling the ancient flame devil is only a saint spirit realm cultivator. A cold voice drifted out, and the 2 of them became strange, running on the ground and in the sky, as if they were treading on water. This was the shattering profound, and it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could shatter the void, allowing one's body to pierce through the void. The void and the heaven and earth were originally not on the same plane, but to be able to pierce through the void so easily, this power was undoubtedly terrifying. A transcendent realm cultivator is indeed powerful. Not far away, Yang Gan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling could not attack the 2 experts at all, and under the explosion of flames, the 2 experts could actually dodge the flames in the narrow space. 7 treasures godly light. Yang Gan also attacked. Although his attack power was terrifying, it still missed. 2 useless things. In the void and the heaven and earth, the 2 experts laughed coldly, as if they were toying with ants. Northern Heretic also let out a sigh of relief. No matter how strong the 72 demon gods were, if the person controlling them was too weak, it was all just empty talk. Sush. Lin Ling was expressionless. The ancient flame devil under him pierced through the sky, attacking with its claws and tail, as well as devil flames, but every time it missed. They have discovered my tracks, and they didn't use their eyes to do so. Lin Ling muttered to himself, somewhat unable to see how the other party dodged his attacks. Haha, you're quite smart, knowing that we didn't use our eyes to detect your attacks. One of the 2 experts laughed coldly. We didn't use our eyes to detect it. Lin Ling watched as the 2 experts disappeared and reappeared continuously and saw invisible ripples in the sky. Every time the 2 appeared, the ripples would spread out, and if not for the eye of time, he would not have been able to see the ripples. No, they didn't use their eyes, but they used the shockwaves in the void to detect his attacks. One must know that any martial arts, Even the most ordinary movements would bring about shock waves in the heaven and earth. For example, a normal punch would cause a shock wave to appear. It was just a matter of the strength of the shock wave. A stronger attack would naturally cause a stronger shock wave, while a weaker attack would cause an undetectable shock wave, but it would still exist. The two of them must have sensed the shock waves to detect his attacks. Your arrogance should end. With a low voice, the ancient flame devil disappeared in the sky and pounced towards one of the two experts. The voice was calm, but it also carried a shock wave, just that it was extremely weak. However, the two of them had a deep understanding of this domain, so they clearly heard that sentence. Chapter 1096. You're scared? Their hearts trembled violently as they stared at the huge figure. They suddenly realized that the ancient flame devil was still as crazy as before, but there seemed to be some changes. Be careful! One of them shouted. The ancient flame devil's flaming claws swept over. He felt the shockwave. Petty tricks! Another person laughed coldly. He stepped into the air and dodged the claw attack. However, when he reappeared, the ancient flame devil appeared in front of him again. The ancient flame devil was like an illusion, causing him to draw in a cold breath. The ancient flame devil used the fragmentation intent again and disappeared into the air. However, when he reappeared, the demon-like figure quietly appeared. The demonic eyes stared coldly at him, and the claws swept over. Impossible! I can sense his shockwave and avoid his attack trajectory, but how can he catch me? That expert's face turned pale as he saw the claw sweeping towards him. That claw seemed to be the most ancient claw in the world, a claw that he couldn't avoid even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Shockwave? He learned how to comprehend shockwaves. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in that expert's mind. He used the trajectory of the ancient flame devil's attack to sense the shockwave and avoid the attack. However, if the ancient flame devil could also sense the shockwave, then no matter how he dodged, the ancient flame devil would still chase after him. As long as it hit, the result would be a one-hit kill. Heaven, earth, void, no matter what kind of attack it was, there would be a shockwave. The ancient flame devil's attack had a shockwave, and so did his shatter profound. If someone sensed it, he would be able to step into the void to dodge it. In fact, it would be like walking on flat ground. On flat ground, the ancient flame devil could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. A fearful genius. The last thought of his life rose in his mind. The giant flaming claw swept over and turned him into dust. As long as he could grab hold of his figure, he would naturally be able to kill him in one strike. How is that possible? The other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. This was all too surreal. At the same time, the flaming body of the ancient flame devil shot over like a fox running in the sky. Oh no! That person was scared. He stepped into the sky, causing invisible ripples to spread out in the sky. He hid in the void. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's Eye of Time had already seen through the shockwave. The transformation of the Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to remain extremely calm. He could even replicate the most mysterious martial arts in the world. Naturally, he could replicate the ability to comprehend shockwaves. That was close. As soon as that person walked out of the void, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Not necessarily. However, the sun in front of him was blocked, and the enormous ancient flame devil was already waiting for him. Its huge claws were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and it viciously swept out, tearing apart the expert's body and organs, causing him to cry out in terror, "No!" That expert's eyes widened, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. I regret it so much. Previously he shouldn't have been so confident. He shouldn't have thought that the ancient flame devil wouldn't be able to kill him because of his powerful movement technique. The result of his confidence was death. In the sky, flames burned the expert's corpse, causing Northern Evil and Yangon, who were on the ground, to be speechless. As expected of the King of Saints, the prodigy of the rainforest Holy Land. Especially Yangon, his heart was not only shocked, but also filled with deep admiration. One had to know that although he had the powerful 7-treasure golden reed sword, it was completely ineffective against those 2 second realm transcendents. After all, no matter how sharp a sword was, It was useless if it couldn't cut through its target. Lin Ling was the same, but he had personally witnessed Lin Ling comprehend the opponent's profound meaning, break it, and finally kill him. This comprehension ability was simply monstrous level. These people's spiritual yuan is too weak, not comparable to the three-world Ghost King. At this moment, in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Killing those transcendents had increased the spiritual yuan in his body, but it was obviously not as effective as the three-world Ghost King. It's your turn. Suddenly, the ancient flame devil's head turned towards Northern Evil, causing him to tremble violently. You can't kill me. What? In the sky, the ancient flame devil slowly walked down. My father is demon god Bei Ming. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you. Northern Evil took a step back. He was afraid. In fact, he was afraid the moment Lin Ling arrived, because Lin Ling had defeated him in the past and left him with a huge heart demon. However, his pride did not allow him to retreat. But now, he had to retreat even if he didn't want to. Even if I don't kill you, he will kill me, so what? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out of his mouth, causing Northern Evil's eyes to narrow. Yes, his father had returned empty-handed from the rainforest Holy Land and suffered great humiliation, so he had to kill Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling give him face? We can talk. Although Northern Evil was proud, he still lowered his noble head. Hi, you're afraid? Lin Ling laughed, his voice filled with ridicule, causing Bei Xie to grit his teeth. This Lin Ling was going too far. One had to know that Bei Xie was a genius from the Great Territory who had reached the transcendent realm at the age of 16, while this Lin Ling was from the countryside and hadn't even reached the transcendent realm yet he dared say Bei Xie was afraid. I'm not. Northern Evil refused to lose face. Really? The ancient flame devil rushed down from the sky like an ancient beast, causing Northern Evil's eyes to widen. I'm really afraid. He still wanted to deny it, but Lin Ling personally asked him to admit that he, a top genius, was afraid of Lin Ling from the countryside. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sorry, I'm very interested in the treasures on your body, so even if you're afraid, you still have to die. The ferocious claws swept down from the sky, causing Northern Heretic's face to turn pale. He roared, Lin Ling, how dare you kill me? Unfortunately, these words were obviously feeble and powerless. Moreover, the louder voice in his heart was regret. He regretted it even more than the cultivators who had died before. After all, he possessed natural talent, a status that was revered by others, and endless cultivation resources. In the future, his name would definitely shake the entire Xianping region. However, he had offended Lin Ling, and everything had become a dream. No pain could describe the taste of death. Northern Evil's long purple hair fluttered as he was cut in two. The moment you came to the rainforest's holy land to slaughter, you already had half a foot in hell. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, becoming the last words Northern Evil heard in his life. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Everyone was killed by you. Yang Gan walked over in amazement, watching Lin Ling loot Northern Evil's body. Although the guardian god is powerful, it only represents a sharp sword. The real strength depends on the person who wields the sword. Lin Ling smiled, then left with Yang Gan. After a full hour, a large number of people arrived. When they saw the dead bodies, they were all stunned. The young master is dead. Finally, someone shouted in horror. The Northern Dark Territory was going to be in complete chaos. Chapter 1097. Blacksmiths gather. Who is it? Evil god Bei Ming roared. However, it wasn't difficult to find the murderer of Bei Ming's death. From the flames left at the scene and the fact that Sky Tomb City was nearby, it was easy to guess that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill his son. Lin Ling, this evil god will kill you and make sure that your family will never be able to reincarnate. Unfortunately, although he was angry, he didn't dare to go to the sea-calming heavenly palace to ask for them. Furthermore, the rainforest Holy Land belonged to the Void Star Soul Palace, so he didn't dare to offend them. As for Lin Ling's family, he could only search for them slowly. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You've only left the 6 sacred regions for a short time, but your strength seems to have improved. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yang Gan appeared in Sky Tomb City. When Lin Ling heard Yang Gan's words, he smiled and shook his head. I'm just borrowing the power of the ancient flame devil. Besides, Xianpeng province is full of strong masters. I'm nothing now. Yang Gan felt the same way. He looked at the streets, where transcendents were everywhere. It gave him pressure, but it also gave him motivation. By the way, why are you here? Lin Ling asked. Then, he learned that Yang Gan had been paying attention to the Heavenly Palace's auction. The Heavenly Palace was very famous in Xianpeng province, and there were auctions everywhere. Therefore, Yang Gan came for the Sky Tomb City's auction. He didn't know that the sea-calming Heavenly Palace was in Sky Tomb City, so they were lucky to meet each other. By the way, let's split the loot. They came to a quiet restaurant and booked a private room. Lin Ling began to check the loot. There were 2 heart demon obsession pills, 100 origin stones, and many other pills, treasures, and so on. Both of them were delighted. They had made a fortune by killing people and robbing people. No wonder Xianpeng province is more chaotic than the 6 sacred regions. It's like a wild world. It turns out that killing people and robbing people can make you stronger. Lin Ling was speechless. You can't be thinking of going down the path of killing others and seizing their treasures, right? I've had this thought before. It's hard to differentiate between good and evil in this world. Everyone kills for the sake of becoming stronger. But why can they kill while we can't? Yang Gan's eyes were cold. In the world of martial arts, if you were merciful, you would be killed. Strength was everything. That's true. Lin Ling nodded in agreement, then asked Yang Gan where he planned to go next. I plan to go to the north to take a look. It's even more chaotic there, but heroes are born in troubled times. Yang Gan's eyes were filled with determination. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. When he first met Yang Gan, this person was magnanimous, free, and unrestrained. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. However, the upheaval in his hometown caused Yang Gan to become completely heartless. Of course, Yang Gan couldn't be blamed for this. This was caused by the heartless world. Then I wish you a safe journey. Lin Ling didn't stop him. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. He couldn't interfere. Moreover, although Xianpeng province was vast and boundless, there would be a day when they would meet. You too. Now that you've killed Northern Evil, Northern Darkness, Evil God will definitely guess that it's yours. You're under more pressure than me. Don't worry. I'm in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. He won't dare to touch me. The 2 of them spoke again. Yang Gan finally left, while Lin Ling walked towards the old man of Dong Fu's residence. Previously, when he went to visit the old man, he wasn't confident. But now, he was a little more confident. At the same time, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, Yuman Yun met the woman by Dinghai Venerable's side, Madame Yuqin. She had a high status and was extremely powerful. Previously, she had said that she would help Yuman Yun cultivate. While the 2 were chatting, Madame Yuqin learned that Lin Ling had gone to visit the old man of Dong Fu. She couldn't help but smile in astonishment. My husband entrusted Lin Ling to visit the old man of Dong Fu. That wasn't set a time. Lin Ling could visit in a few years. I didn't think that this little guy would be so impatient. Madame Yuqin said helplessly. Elder Yuqin, is that old man of Dong Fu very hard to get along with? Yuman Yun felt that something was wrong. If Lin Ling went to visit like this, he would be late and suffer a great loss. Madame Yuqin nodded. This person has a strange temper and is one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. Many ancient experts have to give him face. Naturally, he is hard to get along with. Do you know how many times my husband has visited him? After saying this, she saw Yuman Yun's puzzled expression. She smiled and said, a total of 20 times. He only asked him to refine a saint tool, but he was rejected 20 times. Also, the old man of Dong Fu didn't give my husband any face. There was even one time where he made my husband wait for 3 whole days. So hard to get along with. Yuman Yun said helplessly. No wonder Dinghai Venerable gave Lin Ling no time limit. It's fine. It's good to let Lin Ling suffer a little. At least let him know that in the 6 sacred domains, Lin Ling can dominate the world. But in Xinpeng province, he is only at the beginning stage. Young people can see themselves more clearly and be down to earth after suffering some hardships. Madame Yuqin didn't say much on this topic and brought Yu Munyun to her mansion. However, Yu Munyun was a little worried about Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared at the gate of old man Dongfu's mansion. What surprised him was that at this moment, the gate was filled with people. It seemed that they knew that Sir Dongfu had returned, so many people came because of his reputation. Sir said today that he won't refine anything. Outside the gate, the Transcendent Realm Guard said indifferently, causing many people to shake their heads helplessly. Almost half of them left. These people obviously came to ask old man Dongfu to refine a treasure. The remaining half still had many people, and all of them were young people. Sir, we didn't come to ask Senior Dongfu to refine a treasure. We came because of his reputation and want to become Senior Dongfu's forging apprentices. A young elite said respectfully. Obviously, they were here to be apprenticed. Sir Dongfu didn't refuse this point. I'll go inform him. One of the guards said and walked into the mansion. Outside the gate, everyone was looking forward to it. Looking carefully, their origins were extraordinary. All of them were dressed in luxurious brocade robes, and the clothes they wore were extremely mysterious. One of the young men took out a luxurious box. After opening it, a cold aura spread out. He took out some fruits and ate them with a smile. Obviously, his box could preserve the freshness of the fruits. Moreover, it was self-freezing. It would be of great help when they went out for life experience. That looks like a refrigerator. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This kind of treasure was like the refrigerator he encountered in the last world. Of course, it was more convenient than a refrigerator. At least, it could be carried around. Another person smiled and took out an exquisite box. Pouring his spirit chi into it, a fragrant smell suddenly filled the air. A small pavilion appeared, and 2 puppets served him. Amazing! Lin Ling could see that these people seemed to be blacksmiths, and their skills were extremely powerful. Chapter 1098. He doesn't even know how to refine spirit tools. A mere wonder box dares to compete with the bright moon. The others also smiled faintly. It was as if they were competing in martial arts. They all took out their own outstanding works, which opened Lin Ling's eyes. Blacksmiths, alchemists, and martial artists were all the same. In this profession, there was a sense of pride. Moreover, compared to alchemists, blacksmiths were nobler. This was because blacksmiths increased a martial artist's combat strength, while alchemists healed and assisted in cultivation. However, in this world, there were many treasures that could increase one's strength. There was no need to refine them into pills. This caused alchemists to be less noble than blacksmiths. Hey, where's your work? A young girl looked at Lin Ling and said. This young girl was wearing a pink dress and had an apple-like face. She looked extremely cute. Everyone else had shown their works, but Lin Ling hadn't. This undoubtedly made her curious. Could it be that this black-robed youth disdained to show his work? The others also thought the same. After all, some blacksmiths were highly skilled, so when they saw the other party's treasures that were not worthy of their attention, they would naturally disdain to show their own treasures. Lin Ling smiled bitterly as many people looked at him. He knew nothing about smithing skills. Could it be that your excellency can refine saint artifacts? Someone asked in awe. Lin Ling shook his head. Could it be the legendary heavenly weapon that is above the sacred weapon? More people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was much younger than many of the people present, blacksmiths were not martial arts. They did not look at time but talent. Lin Ling shook his head again. The crowd was stunned. What did this mean? Sorry, I don't even know how to refine spirit weapons. The sword on my back was refined by someone else. Lin Ling said with a smile. Everyone widened their eyes. This black-robed young man isn't a blacksmith? Huh, you're just a piece of trash putting on an act. A youth wearing a flower-like robe laughed disdainfully. Previously, he was actually in awe of this trash. It turned out that the other party didn't know anything, deliberately mystifying things. The other blacksmiths also shouted coldly. You're just imagining things. Seeing the change in everyone's faces, Lin Ling sneered. Before, he didn't say anything, and it was what they thought. Now that they knew the truth, everyone's faces changed, and they disdained him. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to give face to such people. Then why don't you scram? This is not a place you can come to, someone said with a frown. They were blacksmiths and had a superior status, yet this good-for-nothing youth actually dared to refute them. It's none of your business. Lin Ling was too lazy to exchange pleasantries, his cold words causing many people's expressions to become ugly. If this wasn't the residence of the old man of Dongfu, they would have already taught this youth who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth a lesson. Kiki, you're really interesting. You're not a blacksmith, but you want to become Dongfu's old man's forging boy. At this time, the girl in the pink dress couldn't help but laugh. She felt that everything was too interesting. Then, with a wave of her right hand, an exquisite golden stone appeared. This is an illusion stone that I forged. It's filled with spirit energy and can record everything that happens in the surroundings. Consider this my compensation for your ridicule. This girl obviously didn't go out much, so after mocking Lin Ling, she immediately compensated Lin Ling guiltily, causing Lin Ling to have a good impression of her. Record everything that happens in the surroundings. This treasure is amazing. Lin Ling happily received the treasure. In reality, there are many treasures like this in the 5-star Saint regions of Xianping province. However, mine can record 3 times, so it's more valuable than the ones outside. The girl in the pink dress smiled. Lin Ling carefully put away the treasure. He wanted to give some gifts in return, but he didn't know what to give. After all, compared to these noble blacksmiths, he was a little poor. From the countryside, it's just an illusion stone, but it's so precious. On the side, the youth in the flowery robe sneered disdainfully. The others were the same. From this angle, it could be seen that Lin Ling wasn't familiar with Xianping province. He came from the countryside. Darren has ordered that everyone can enter. Today, Darren is in a good mood. If you want to become his forging boy, then it'll depend on your luck. At this time, a guard walked out of the door, his words rousing everyone's spirits. The old man of Dongfu, one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianping province. If one could obtain his legacy, it would be a matter of great luck. Also, the old man of Dongfu knew many strong people. With the old man of Dongfu as a backing, many strong people would give them face. I must become the old man of Dongfu's forging boy. Even if I'm not a disciple, I'm satisfied. You dream on. The old man of Dongfu is famous for being harsh in his selection of boys. Only I have the right. Then we'll wait and see. Each of the blacksmiths became confident and proud, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. These guys thought too highly of themselves. He looked at the girl in pink beside him and found that she was trembling nervously. It's just visiting a strong person. Relax, what's fated to be yours is yours. If it's not, you won't force it. Lin Ling comforted her with a smile. Thank you, I'm Ping Er. The girl in pink smiled and nodded. She looked closely at Lin Ling. She found that the other was calm and gave people an indescribable feeling. This made her very surprised. She could see that the calmness wasn't faked, but the confidence in his heart. Not being shocked even if the sky fell, it was a calmness that came from the bones. Compared to the surrounding blacksmiths who appeared proud but were nervous in front of a strong person, she was clearly more genuine and calm. After that, the crowd entered one after another. The youth in the flowery robe frowned at Lin Ling and shouted coldly, "You're not a blacksmith, get out." Can't I visit the old man of Dongfu just because I'm not a blacksmith? Or do you treat this place as your home? Do you think you have more prestige than the old man of Dongfu? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. They minded their own business, but the other party asked him to get out. This was too arrogant and overbearing. Do you know who I am? To put it bluntly, my status is 100 times nobler than yours here. Whatever I say goes. Who do you think you are? The youth didn't expect Lin Ling to refute him again. Young Master Chen, we've all come because of your reputation. Why be so overbearing? Ping Er couldn't help but say. This Ouyang Chen seemed to treat this residence as his own home. Ping Er, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't hang out with trash like this. If your grandfather finds out, he'll definitely teach you a lesson. The youth called Ouyang said coldly. He seemed to know Ping Er. Obviously, blacksmiths had their own circle and knew some people's names. The other blacksmiths had mocking expressions. Lin Ling wasn't a blacksmith, but he wanted to make up the numbers. This made them feel as if they were humiliated, so they didn't object to Lin Ling being driven out. I'm nothing but you're a noble blacksmith. So, you have the final say here. Lin Ling's expression was still calm as he spoke indifferently. Exactly, I have the final say here. Chapter 1099. The Old Man of Dongfu. Alright, then I'll go ask the Old Man of Dongfu if you have the final say here. An exquisite golden stone appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After he poured in Ling energy, an illusion appeared. It was the voice of his conversation with Ouyang. That's right, I have the final say here. The voice floated out of the golden stone. Even the illusion seemed to be alive, causing Ouyang face to pale. He could be proud in front of the lowly Lin Ling, but if Lin Ling gave the illusion stone to the Old Man of Dongfu, that would definitely make the old man unhappy. After all, this was the Old Man of Dongfu's residence. What was Ouyang? He dared to say that he had the final say here. I don't know if the Old Man of Dongfu will be happy after this illusion stone is given to him, or will he be dissatisfied with you? Lin Ling's light laughter floated out. Without a doubt, if this illusion stone was given, the Old Man of Dongfu's impression of Ouyang would be very bad. If the first impression was bad, then, unless Ouyang had the ability to defy the heavens, he would fail today. Give the illusion stone to me. Ouyang took a step forward. He seemed to want to snatch it. If you make too much noise in the process of snatching it, I wonder if the Old Man of Dongfu will be unhappy? Lin Ling slowly put away the illusion stone, saying faintly, I don't care, at most I'll be chased away. But if you're chased away with him, that would be interesting. Don't go too far. Ouyang didn't dare to attack. If he made too much noise, it would attract the Old Man of Dongfu. That would be even worse for him. I'm going too far? I'm entering the residence, what does that have to do with you, but you're telling me to scram. If you don't apologize, then don't blame me. Lin Ling stood silently, unaffected by the collapse of the sky, the smile on his face light. Ouyang expression was extremely ugly. He, a noble blacksmith, had to apologize to Lin Ling, while Lin Ling was just a piece of trash who didn't know how to refine anything. However, he saw Lin Ling's fearless smile, as if he wouldn't compromise at all. In the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. As the sound of Ouyang voice faded, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by a knife. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Ouyang was apologizing? As for Ping Er, she covered her mouth with a shocked expression. The illusion stone that she'd given to Lin Ling could record everything that happened in the surroundings. However, who knew that Lin Ling would immediately activate the illusion stone? Give me the treasure with the puppet and the pavilion, and I'll forget about this. Lin Ling said again. He was somewhat moved by the treasure from before. I spent countless treasures to refine them. Ouyang was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Clearly, he was unwilling to part with it. But after he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling shrug his shoulders. He was so angry that his body trembled. He could only give his heart's blood to Lin Ling. Hee, proud blacksmith, where did your pride go? After Lin Ling received the treasure in the square box, he calmly left. His laughter was wild and arrogant, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. What was the background of that guy? He wasn't a blacksmith, but he was so arrogant. Wait until I become the servant of Dongfu, old man, I'll show you. Ouyang had pridefully wanted to drive Lin Ling away, but in the end, he lost both his wife and his soldiers. At this moment, his anger surged. After that, the crowd continued to move forward, but this time, no one dared to drive away Lin Ling. Clearly, they didn't want to cause more trouble. However, they still felt that it was strange. A guy who wasn't a blacksmith had mixed in with them, yet they, with their noble status, had chosen to tacitly accept it. This kind of thing was too dreamy. Ping Er had been following Lin Ling the entire time. She found that Lin Ling wasn't nervous at all. This made Ping Er believe that Lin Ling was actually a powerful blacksmith who was just hiding his identity. A moment later, everyone's footsteps stopped in a garden. There, an old man wearing a purple robe and a jade crown sat. His face was brimming with a smile. In his palm, there was a black stone floating. This stone was like a black diamond, and a majestic demonic aura floated out, causing everyone to feel a chill. That's a devil essence diamond. Lin Ling was startled. This treasure was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush everything. Then his eye of time appeared, and he faintly felt that he was a bit more familiar with this rare treasure. This old man is in a good mood today. With the devil essence diamond in my hands, I finally have all the materials I need. Slowly turning his head, old man Dong Fu looked at everyone. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder old man Dong Fu was willing to see them. It was because he had obtained the devil essence diamond that caused him to be in high spirits. You all want to learn the art of blacksmithing from me? The old man said with a smile. Yes, Senior Dong Fu. I come from the Jade Void dynasty and am the most outstanding blacksmith there. I can forge anything below a saint artifact. A handsome youth said word by word. He was extremely calm. Good, you are a seedling. Old man Dong Fu nodded his head in praise. Senior, I am a disciple of the Mountain In Valley's inheritance. I have been ordered by my father to come and worship Senior as my master. Ouyang Chen also spoke. After speaking, his face was filled with pride. The others looked at him with reverence. It was clear that the Mountain In Valley was not a place to be underestimated. Xinpeng Province, Palwanxiang. Here, hundreds of races stood in great numbers and thousands of sects competed for supremacy. There were also many powerful existences. This world was so vast that no one knew its limits. Mountain In Valley, a very ancient blacksmith family. Old man Dong Fu glanced at Ouyang Chen. Then, one by one, the blacksmiths spoke of their identities. Their origins made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of any of them. No wonder they thought he was from the countryside. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling, especially Ouyang Chen. When they saw Lin Ling remain silent, the corners of their mouths curled up in disdain. Perhaps at this moment, they felt a sense of inferiority from Lin Ling. Blacksmiths do not look at time, but at inheritance. You have all been influenced by what you see and hear since you were young. You all have a solid foundation and are qualified to become my blacksmith apprentices. How about this? I will forge an ordinary spirit artifact. You all see who can succeed in the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks to burn and become my blacksmith apprentice. Old man Dong Fu waved his right hand and a large amount of materials floated out. The eyes of all the young blacksmiths focused, afraid that they would miss something. Blacksmiths use all kinds of materials in the world to forge. They remove the impurities and retain the essence to carve a formation. Once the formation is complete, the power of the world will condense. On the side, Ping Er said with a serious expression, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. To be honest, he did not understand at all. However, he could guess that blacksmiths were similar to alchemists. They also refined materials. The difference was that blacksmiths had to carve a formation into the weapon. This was obviously much more difficult. This is the evil warding jade axe. It has hundreds of formations. Although it is a high-level spirit artifact, its power has reached the level of a half-step saint artifact. I will forge it in the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick. A calm voice floated out. Old man Dong Fu was worthy of his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he had formed the axe. This axe only has the evil warding light to protect the body. Moreover, it has 60% support for those with metal element talent. Chapter 1100. Appraiser. After the voice sounded, old man Dong Fu had finished forging, his speed extremely fast. It had to be said that many people here could forge Ling tools, but to complete it in 15 minutes, that was impossible. Old man Dong Fu's gaze swept across the crowd and found that many people had serious expressions. They started to close their eyes and prepare for the forging steps. But his gaze quickly landed on a handsome youth. That youth was standing with a slight smile, as though he was completely confident, completely different from the others. Did you understand? Old man Dong Fu's interest rose. That little guy's cultivation wasn't high, but as a blacksmith, the requirement for strength wasn't high, so he became curious. And that person was Lin Ling. Everyone was working hard to prepare for the test. Only Lin Ling was indifferent. Naturally, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. "No," Lin Ling said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Old man Dong Fu's eyes lit up. This little guy was abnormally strange. He wasn't arrogant or humble. That was fine, but he seemed to have absolute confidence. Could it be that you can forge a better product than this old man? Old man Dong Fu smiled and asked. He was slightly expectant. In this world, there were many geniuses hidden in the world. "Apologies, I'm not a blacksmith." But in the next moment, Lin Ling's words made old man Dong Fu feel like he had eaten a fly. He wasn't a blacksmith, but he pretended. Facing him, he was neither arrogant nor humble. He had almost tricked him. "You little brat." Old man Dong Fu was very knowledgeable, but it was the first time he had seen such a freak. Many people in the crowd opened their eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "Old man Dong Fu, this person is just making up the numbers. He isn't a blacksmith at all. In my opinion, we should kick him out of the compound to prevent him from losing the face of us blacksmiths." Ouyang Chen opened his eyes and said confidently, "That's right." The other people also agreed. Others were preparing for the forging process, and Lin Ling was calmly watching the show. It made them feel deeply humiliated. You're treating the compound as your own home again." Everyone reprimanded him, but Lin Ling didn't care at all. He looked at Ouyang Chen happily and contentedly. Ouyang Chen opened his mouth but couldn't speak. But he wasn't willing to be humiliated by Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "With Elder Dong Fu here, how can this junior be proud? But at least I have the confidence to complete the mission that Elder Dong Fu gave me. At least I'm a blacksmith, so I have the right to chase you away." "That's right. We're blacksmiths, and you're nothing. Can you not scram?" Voices sounded one after another, reprimanding Lin Ling, but old man Dong Fu was silent. In reality, he also wanted to drive away that little freak, but he was respected and couldn't put down his face to drive him away. After all, this was a gathering of blacksmiths. What right did an outsider have to come? Moreover, he looked at everyone as if it had nothing to do with him. "I'm not a blacksmith, but I am an appraiser." Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke. "Appraiser?" Everyone stilled, and then even crazier laughter sounded. They had heard of alchemists, blacksmiths, and even ancient array masters, but this was the first time they'd heard of an appraiser. What is an appraiser? Even Ping Er's expression was blank. She had never heard of it. In reality, Xianping province didn't have any appraisers, and this name was given by Lin Ling himself. Today, his purpose in coming here was to attract old man Dong Fu's attention. Naturally, he wouldn't take the normal path. There are more and more frivolous juniors these days. "Appraiser, what are you appraising?" Old man Dong Fu also laughed, feeling that Lin Ling was even more frivolous and impatient than he had imagined. "Appraising whether a treasure is good or bad." Lin Ling nodded. His serious appearance caused everyone's laughter to become even crazier. He wasn't even a blacksmith, and he wanted to appraise whether a treasure was good or bad. "Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'm too lazy to argue. Get out of here." Old man Dong Fu was too lazy to say anything more. The evil warding jade axe is a multicolored jade. If you dig out a corner, you can see that there is a small piece of jade that contains fire element spirit energy. Even though it is very small and doesn't have much of an effect, the martial artist who uses it will inject spirit energy. That will consume a bit more spirit energy. This is not good for battle. As a blacksmith, you must strive for perfection. This is a responsibility to the martial artist. Lin Ling's feet didn't move as he spoke lightly. "Nonsense." Ouyang Chen smiled disdainfully. The others were the same. They didn't believe it at all. Of course, even old man Dong Fu didn't believe it. He had a lot of experience. He could easily obtain a spirit tool-grade weapon. How could it have a flaw? That little guy was actually appraising his own work. He really didn't know his own strength. Of course, the axe handle is too short and is not suitable for people with big hands. This is also one of the flaws. Lin Ling said again. His voice was calm, but he was at ease as though he was a true grandmaster of forging. In reality, he really didn't understand forging, but after his eye of time had transformed, he had become even calmer. He could find the flaws in many treasures and even copy profound martial arts. Before, when he had been studying the celestial fish diagram, millions of celestial fish had swam and formed a fish diagram. Even if there was a change in the tail of a fish, he could detect it. That insight was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when he saw Old Man Dong Fu's materials, he instantly found the flaw. This was the appraiser in his heart. He didn't know how to forge, but he knew how to appraise. If Elder doesn't believe it, you can try it yourself. Inject spirit energy into the axe and then feel it. Lin Ling said again, next, look at the body of the axe. There is a flaw that is smaller than a hair. If that flaw is filled, then try to inject spirit energy. You speak so well. I have to say, you have the potential to be a swindler. The Old Man Dong Fu touched his breathing. He still didn't believe Lin Ling. If it wasn't that he was in a good mood today, he would have already slapped that pretentious brat to death. And now, the other wanted to try, then he would try. He picked up the axe and poured spiritual energy into it. The entire axe released a terrifying pressure, which made Lin Ling click his tongue in wonder. What a powerful weapon! He was certain that if this weapon was given to him, his strength would increase by 10%. That weapon would be even stronger than the tyrannical Song sword. This guy. Many people frowned. They could see that Lin Ling was staring at the axe like a country bumpkin. It was clearly the first time he had seen a treasure of this level. But Lin Ling had spoken so clearly before. Was he purposely mystifying himself? Or was he relying on his own strength? The Old Man Dong Fu also heard Lin Ling's words. His beard fluttered. This little guy was even weirder than he had imagined. After injecting spirit energy, he didn't feel anything was wrong. Then he carefully examined the axe. His eyes instantly focused. On the body of the axe, there was a flaw that was smaller than a hair. Even though there was no weapon that was perfect, but that flaw that was smaller than a hair instantly made Old Man Dong Fu feel uncomfortable. Elites sought the best. As one of the 10 great blacksmiths, he naturally couldn't allow this to happen. Chapter 1101. You evaluate them. Old Man Dong Fu's expression also became serious, causing many people's eyes to focus. In their eyes, that axe was a perfect weapon, but Old Man Dong Fu said it was not perfect. The grade of the Ling tool is low, but I still have to be careful when forging next time. I can't tolerate this kind of carelessness. However, with such small flaws, even with my rich experience, it is hard to take care of them all. Old Man Dong Fu was still blaming himself, but in the next moment he raised his head and looked in shock at the smiling Lin Ling. He had just been evaluating the flaws of the weapon, but had forgotten that the flaws had been told to him by that youth. What was even more frightening was that the youth was standing 5 meters away and could see the flaws with one glance. He was even more powerful than an experienced blacksmith like him. What kind of eyes did that youth have? Bam! An enormous power exploded. The axe in his hand shattered, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Old Man Dong Fu had destroyed his own work. It was clear that he was very dissatisfied with his work this time. Little friend, you are powerful. Of the 3, there is always something I can learn. This old man was blind before. Old Man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling, his voice becoming gentle. He also called Lin Ling little friend. His attitude had changed. If there is anything else about forging, little friend, you can mention it. Old Man Dong Fu said again. His courteous manner caused many people to inhale sharply. This guy Lin Ling, was he really powerful or was he tricked out? I really don't understand forging, I understand appraisal. Lin Ling said honestly, causing everyone to have the urge to spit blood. He didn't understand forging, but he was able to make Old Man Dong Fu lower himself to talk. Their skills were high, but they were ignored. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Old Man Dong Fu blew at his beard. It was that sentence again. At this moment, he didn't know if Lin Ling truly understood or was faking it. Then look at this Mo Essence diamond. Old Man Dong Fu thought for a moment and took out the rare treasure. Lin Ling didn't even need to look at it. He had already seen it during the auction. This treasure can only be considered 70% perfect because one of its horns has the existence of demonic aura. When the treasure was growing, there was a great battle between demons and demons in that place. A wisp of demonic aura affected the treasure. 70%. I always thought it was perfect. The old man Dong Fu sucked in a cold breath. We'll know once we try. Lin Ling stepped forward, took the demon essence diamond, and poured his spiritual energy into it. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic energy erupted, shocking Lin Ling so much that his face paled. He was sent flying back. He had forgotten that this treasure was not something he could easily touch. But at this moment, a figure anxiously rushed out, catching Lin Ling in midair. It was old man Dong Fu. He complained, "Little friend, you are only in the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm, but you dared to casually touch that treasure. You should have let this old man do the experiment. If anything happened to you, that would be the regret of this old man's life." His face was filled with heartache, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would be injured. His appearance caused everyone to be silent. He wasn't a blacksmith, but his treatment far surpassed theirs by several streets. I forgot before. Sorry. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. He was close to the strongest existence in the rainforest's sacred land, so he forgot that this was Xianpeng province. There were countless people and creatures stronger than him. Even the treasure was not something he could easily touch. Then did Elder sense the demonic aura before? Lin Ling asked. Old man Dong Fu nodded. I sensed it. If it wasn't for your reminder, telling me to pay attention, I really wouldn't have sensed it. Old man Dong Fu was overjoyed. He was about to forge a rare heavenly weapon, but he had always lacked confidence. But now he seemed to have found an assistant. This assistant was mysterious and could find flaws that even he didn't know about. The only bad thing was that he didn't know how to forge. Then I'll show you the patterns and ancient formation. Can you identify it? Old man Dong Fu quickly asked as he brought Lin Ling to the ground. I should be able to. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Then old man Dong Fu took out an ancient scroll for Lin Ling to look carefully. The scroll seemed to have a spirit, releasing an illusion in midair. That's the heavenly court horse. Many people gasped. That was a scroll used to forge a heavenly court horse. The heavenly court horse was very famous. It was a mount that could cross the void. Done. Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was like thunder in their hearts. Done so quickly? That guy learned all the scrolls? Old man Dong Fu also inhaled sharply. He had already set out the tea and had been prepared to wait for a long time, but Lin Ling had learned it in just a few breaths. How much did you remember? All of it. After this round of questioning, old man Dong Fu's body couldn't help but tremble. It had to be said that the more complex the martial art, the scroll, the more difficult it was to remember because it was related to the power of the world. Yet this freak had remembered it all. Even he felt inferior to this ability. Then I'll test you. Old man Dong Fu became interested and took out large amounts of materials. They were materials used to forge the heavenly court horse. There were 9,999 kinds. He also purposely took out an extra material. Elder, there's one more material. Yet Lin Ling could easily see how many materials there were. Powerful. Old man Dong Fu was shocked and then started to forge. Elder, even though I don't understand forging, but the scroll says that you must first forge the ironwood flower. That is the hoof of the horse and is the most important. Also, the ancient formations you set up are all wrong. As to where it is wrong, I don't understand forging, so I can't say. But I can see. Lastly, don't drink tea when forging a heavenly court divine tool. Lin Ling said faintly as if he was scolding old man Dong Fu like a grandmaster. That feeling was like old man Dong Fu was a powerful martial artist and had gone onto the stage to fight. Lin Ling was a weak martial artist, but he was the judge and could see where it was against the rules. This guy. Ouyang Chen and the others stared. They felt this was too dreamy. Did Xianpeng province really have an appraiser profession? Haha, it looks like you really did remember that scroll. Old man Dong Fu didn't care about Lin Ling's tone and couldn't help but laugh. Such a genius, he actually met him. How could he know that Lin Ling's eyes could copy anything? Before, the scroll had already been copied by Lin Ling. According to what was recorded on the scroll, Lin Ling naturally knew where Old Man Dong Fu had made a mistake. Next, you helped them test. Old Man Dong Fu made up his mind. This little guy definitely couldn't be missed because he was a forging master. But in the end, he would make mistakes. For example, small mistakes in the formation, carelessness in the materials, etc. But with a freak like Lin Ling here, those small mistakes could be fixed. All right, I'll test them properly. Lin Ling nodded and looked towards Ouyang Chen and the others. Their expressions changed. The result was even more dreamy than they had imagined. Lin Ling wasn't a forging master, but became their chief examiner. It's over, we offended him before. He probably won't let us pass. What are you afraid of? He doesn't understand the way of forging, so even if he tests us, he won't be able to see anything. Don't you know that guy's eyes are extremely sharp? He doesn't understand the way of forging, but he can nitpick and find your mistakes. Chapter 1102. Entrusted, as a blacksmith, your heart must be steady. You are dressed so brightly, are you acting as a clown? You have been eliminated. When Ouyang Chen had just started to forge the warding evil jade axe, Lin Ling's reprimanding voice sounded. What does clothing have to do with forging? Ouyang Chen roared angrily. Lin Ling was clearly being picky and making things difficult for him. It does not have anything to do with it, but it affects the examiner's sight, so it is not allowed. Lin Ling said domineeringly. Previously, that guy had domineeringly told him to scram, so now he was domineeringly bullying him. Don't use a chicken feather as an arrow. Ouyang Chen's face became ashen. He looked at Old Man Dong Fu. Elder, do you think he is examining us? Young man, don't be impatient. Elder only said one sentence. There is no need to be so impulsive. Old Man Dong Fu was drinking tea as he responded faintly. Elder? Everyone's eyes focused. In Old Man Dong Fu's words, Lin Ling had become their elder. Most importantly, this elder didn't even understand forging. When he saw the illusion stone, he had a face full of treasure. He was like someone from the countryside. Take off your clothes and then take the test. Lin Ling smiled. Elder? Interesting. Blacksmiths are the proudest. You want me to take off my clothes to forge? Ouyang Chen couldn't hold back anymore. Eliminated. Lin Ling responded with one sentence. Just like that, Ouyang Chen lost his chance. Ouyang Chen's body trembled as he stood where he was. He had come with pride, but the result was that he was eliminated before the test even started. The other people didn't dare to look at Lin Ling anymore. They all buried their heads in forging. Even if they didn't look at Lin Ling, it was easy for Lin Ling to make things difficult for them. Warding evil jade axe, the first material to be put in is that white wood. Even though I don't know what that wood is called, but your order is wrong, eliminated. Your formation is missing one, eliminated. The crowd was shocked. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ling didn't even know the name of the material, and this was a test for them. However, what made them sincerely convinced was that Lin Ling was able to find their mistakes. That mistake was something that even they themselves couldn't detect. It was extremely terrifying. When you forge, the spiritual energy in your body gets mixed up. Therefore, the first thing you need to learn is not forging, but calmness. As for you, you have a habit of tempering materials first instead of setting up formations first. You should know that blacksmiths are different from alchemists. Setting up formations is the most important thing. I hope you can change that. Although Lin Ling was picky, it was undeniable that many blacksmiths benefited from his words as they found their own flaws. What a terrifying brat. He doesn't know how to forge and his cultivation base isn't high, but his eyes are especially poisonous. His insight is terrifying. The old man of Dong Fu even forgot to drink his tea as he looked in shock at Lin Ling. After a long time, everyone was eliminated. Only Ping Er passed. That was because Lin Ling went easy on him. Everyone knew this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, everyone could see that the old man of Dong Fu let Lin Ling make all the decisions. Whatever Lin Ling said was what it was. However, some people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, such as Ouyang Chen. However, There was also a portion of people who were sincerely convinced because Lin Ling's words had greatly improved their forging skills. Such a strange appraiser. He looks like he doesn't know anything, but he knows everything. Those who were sincerely convinced thought, "All right, everyone go back." At this time, the old man of Dong Fu stood up. He didn't have time to pay attention to these juniors, so he waved his hand to chase them away. Only Ping stayed. To him, the forging boy was dispensable, but Lin Ling, this assistant, was the most important. Good, very good. Ouyang Chen looked coldly at Lin Ling and left with a flick of his sleeve. Today, because of Lin Ling, he had lost all face. He had even been played by Lin Ling. "You too, come with me." The old man of Dong Fu smiled as he looked at Lin Ling and Ping. Then he led the two forward. "You are Lin Ling, right? Are you interested in being my assistant?" When they came to a main hall, the old man of Dong Fu asked eagerly. He even personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ling. That warm attitude caused Lin Ling's heart to relax. The troublesome old man of Dong Fu, he had finally dealt with him. "I won't hide it from you. I came today with a purpose." Lin Ling said bluntly, "I was entrusted by Sea Calming Venerable to have Elder forge the Leaf Fire Heavenly Sea cover for me. So I have to trouble Elder to help me return and report." Sea Calming Venerable, that bastard, his eyes are very sharp. He recruited you early on. The old man of Dong Fu scolded angrily. He seemed to have a bad relationship with Sea Calming Venerable. But when he looked at Lin Ling, he smiled. "You might be a member of Sea Calming Heavenly House, but that is a military house. So you're not counted as a disciple. Sea Calming Venerable, that bastard, is the most realistic. He helps people get rewards. As long as there is a reward, then it has nothing to do with him. So, I will do my best to help you with what Sea Calming Venerable asked of you." Lin Ling stilled. The mission was finished like this. It was too fast. He didn't seem to believe it himself. "Right, I have 2 requests this time. 1, help me forge a sword since I don't understand forging. 2, help me take a look at a bronze pot. That pot has absorbed large amounts of souls. I want to find a soul inside." Lin Ling spoke again. "A small matter." The old man of Dong Fu nodded without hesitation. This caused Lin Ling to blink. Everyone said that the old man of Dong Fu had a strange personality and was the hardest to get along with. But now, he was easy to talk to. "My business is more important. You know about the heaven and earth halls, right?" The old man of Dong Fu's expression became serious as he said lightly, "The heaven and earth hall?" Lin Ling asked with a frown. The old man of Dong Fu shook his head. "The heaven and earth hall is the most special existence. Its background is related to the 7 emperors of the human race. It is an existence that no one dares to offend. The heaven and earth halls I mentioned are 2 enormous banners. They are the biggest powers under the 3-star sacred realms." Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He really didn't understand the strong powers of Xianping province. For example, Dinghai Heavenly House belongs to the Heaven Hall. The mountain in valley that the blacksmith came from belongs to the Earth Hall. The Heaven and Earth Halls aren't one big power, but are the banners of countless sects and races. 1,000 years ago, during the chaos of the large regions, there were countless deaths and injuries. In the end, the Heaven and Earth Halls were born. If you don't understand, you can think of them as 2 big countries. The old man of Dong Fu explained. "And I received a commission from a big shot in the Kuan Hall. He asked me to help him forge a heaven-grade weapon, and I agreed. It's just that I didn't have the confidence to forge it, so I didn't do it. But now that I have your help, I'm more confident. You can be my assistant and help me find the flaws in the materials, find where I made mistakes, etc. This is what I asked you to do. And after it is done, you will have many benefits." Chapter 1103. Calamity of the Holy Weapon. Instantly, Lin Ling nodded, causing old man Dong Fu to smile joyfully. He asked, "You want to forge a weapon? Why don't I forge a new one for you? Your sword is too weak and can't compare to a new sword." "No need. The sword is sometimes a type of memory. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. I won't easily change swords." Lin Ling's expression became slightly more serious. He took down the tyrannical song sword and lightly stroked it. This sword had accompanied him in battles, so rather than a sword, it was better to call it a partner and comrade. Staring at Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling's determined expression, old man Dong Fu said apologetically, "I was reckless before. The sword of a sword cultivator is with them for life. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies." "You are right. But since you plan to improve your sword, then in what aspect?" "Yes. If I want to improve it, I hope I can improve the profound. In terms of weight and defense, I want to improve it. It would be best if it could reach the level of a holy weapon." "Yes," Lin Ling said bluntly. Old man Dong Fu smiled and nodded. When Lin Ling wanted to ask how much, he said, "Okay, leave the sword. I'll pay for all the materials. Now take out your bronze pot." "Yes." In the auction before, a holy weapon was worth cities, reaching 100 primeval stones. Lin Ling didn't even have a chance to touch it. As for forging a holy weapon, that was increasing the level of the original weapon. The price would be even higher, but old man Dong Fu didn't take any payment. This made Lin Ling's heart warm. Then he took out the bronze pot that Rain Master Mo Ping had given him. This is a high-level Ling weapon, the soul-gathering pot. It can absorb some souls. It is most suitable for martial artists who cultivate the way of the ghost. "Yes." Old man Dong Fu took the bronze pot. With a glance, he knew its effects. Then he gently opened it. The inside of the bronze pot was a patch of white. Occasionally, there would be the light of fireflies. Those were souls. There are about 900 souls inside. If you want to find one of them, it won't be hard. But what do you need that soul for? Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling and said, "Save her. She used her life to save me, so I have to save her. This is the promise I made to her." "Yes." Lin Ling chuckled softly. He thought of the battle in the rainforest. The pitiful girl saved him and ended the dream. However, the dream was not over yet. If the heavens wanted to take her away, Lin Ling would have to go against the heavens. At this time, old man Dong Fu gave Lin Ling a bamboo-like jade tablet. This was the soul-seeking jade, a rare Ling weapon. When Lin Ling took it, he instantly thought of it. He let the bamboo give off a green light, forming threads that flowed into the bronze pot. Then a firefly light was brought out, forming the image of a young girl in a long black robe. But the young girl's face was blank, as though she had lost her soul. Without memories, it is just a lonely soul. Looking at the young girl's image, old man Dong Fu sighed lightly. Lin Ling looked at that lonely soul. Something seemed to break in his heart. He suddenly gritted his teeth. "Elder, is there a way to find her soul?" "Go to the ghost realm. You have to know that after a person dies, they will enter the cycle of reincarnation. They will walk the path of the yellow springs, cross the other shore bridge, smell the devil's snare flower, and never come out. But her soul is trapped here. This means she cannot reincarnate, so she can only stay in the ghost realm's yellow springs." Old man Dong Fu explained. "How to go?" Lin Ling did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately asked. This was a promise he had made to others. He must fulfill it. "Your current strength is too weak. If you go, you won't be able to come back. It's better to wait until you reach the transcendent realm." Old man Dong Fu sensed Lin Ling's anxiousness and was somewhat moved. For that young girl, Lin Ling entered the ghost realm and stepped into the yellow springs. This was not something anyone could do. Ghost realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. His desire to become strong became even more resolute. "You wait here for 3 days. I will first forge your sword for you." Afterwards, old man Dong Fu comforted him and left with a smile. "When the sword becomes a saint artifact, I can go to the heavenly tomb city and seize the sea heart flame. My cultivation realm should also be able to increase. After I reach the transcendent realm, I will go to the ghost realm to save the second dream." Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with determination. Afterwards, he carefully placed the bamboo piece in his hand into his bosom. That bamboo piece had absorbed the second dream's incomplete soul and was carried by Lin Ling at all times. I will save you. A resolute voice floated out in the hall, causing the bamboo piece in Lin Ling's bosom to flicker. Faintly, a singing voice floated out. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with the world's edge, who parted today and past, lingering for several years, the flowering period fading, the fleeting years broken. The night was still tranquil, but the dream was not over. 3 days later, old man Dong Fu arrived. Looking at Lin Ling with a smile, a moment later, a brand new tyrannical song sword appeared in front of Lin Ling. The sword has been forged. The new tyrannical song sword returned to its previous door-like appearance, but the body of the sword had large amounts of mysterious inscriptions, carved with dragons and phoenixes, extremely mighty. One side of the sword was black, and the other side was white, appearing extremely unique. As for the edge of the sword, it was not as thick and blunt as before, but had a layer of golden light, showing off its sharpness. Tyrannical Song Sword. Lin Ling was excited. The third transformation of the tyrannical song sword had succeeded. Sword come. Lin Ling waved his right hand. The enormous sword stuck in the ground swayed slightly, as though it was resisting Lin Ling's summons. But at a certain moment, an indescribable memory spread through the sword, like water flowing from the tip of the sword, to the body of the sword, and finally to the hilt. Shio! The sword shot out from the ground, heading straight for Lin Ling. At this moment, a terrifying sword presence exploded, causing the entire compound to sway. Old man Dong Fu's eyes focused. He had thought that Lin Ling could not control the new sword, but he had underestimated the bond between the sword and Lin Ling. This sword had accompanied Lin Ling in his battles. They had a tacit understanding and had memories. Even if the sword had become stronger, but it still knew that its master was Lin Ling. Boom boom boom. At the same time in the sky, the black clouds roiled and then turned into a vast whirlpool that surged into the great hall. The sacred weapon has awakened. Far away, many people inhaled sharply. The weapon had caused a calamity of the world. This was the symbol of a sacred weapon. Boom. In the sky, a bolt of lightning smashed down. This was the lightning of all things, illusory and ethereal. It was specifically used to kill those existences that surpassed the rules of the world. This kind of killing was not the cultivation of martial artists that gradually grew stronger, but killing existences that suddenly grew stronger. Chapter 1104. The sword is strengthening itself. That lightning tribulation came from old man Dong Fu's residence. It seems that he has made another rare work. Yes. Then many people nodded in understanding, not feeling surprised anymore. The tribulation of the holy weapon has come. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. Yes. In the hall, old man Dong Fu warned. He could help Lin Ling in this tribulation, but it would affect the connection between the sword and Lin Ling. Since it was Lin Ling's sword, then the tribulation of the holy weapon had to be faced together. Tribulation of the holy weapon. Yes. In the hall, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. His eyes looked towards the sky. The dark clouds there seemed to pass through the roof and came down majestically. One of the bolts of lightning was formless and colorless, savage and brutal. It was as if it was not the power of spirit energy, but a kind of power of the world. Sword of killing? Yes. With a low shout, Lin Ling's enormous sword roared and viciously slashed out. Crack. The sword was like a dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It collided with the illusory lightning in the sky, causing old man Dong Fu's heart to tremble. Lin Ling, this little guy, was crazy enough. Facing the tribulation of the holy weapon, not only was he not afraid, he attacked first. Shio. The roof was split in two. All the debris and bricks were turned into powder by the sword. As for the lightning in the sky, it was split in two. Good sword? Yes. Lin Ling was overjoyed. With just one sword, he could see the increase in power of the tyrannical song sword. Again. Yes. A heroic voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. He waved his left hand and the wine jug appeared. He drank from the sky, magnanimous and free. Sword of righteousness. Yes. Another sword slashed towards the sky. At this time, the vast tribulation clouds in the sky began to move, preparing for the second tribulation of the holy weapon. But after the sword appeared, the tribulation clouds were split in two. Arrogance. Yes. Old man Dong Fu couldn't help but praise. The tribulation of a holy artifact was born from the heavens and earth. If it was him that faced the tribulation, it wouldn't be difficult, but it wouldn't be simple because the tribulation of a holy artifact would sense his cultivation and increase its power at the same time. So when facing this tribulation, he had to be 70% alert. However, Lin Ling, a junior in the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, was able to cut down the lightning with his drunken stupor. In this instant, Old man Dong Fu's opinion of Lin Ling changed. It wasn't because of the other's terrifying perception, but Lin Ling's martial heart. This was a person who had yet to grow up, but was already an all-powerful figure. Rumble. In the sky, the tribulation clouds seemed to have gone crazy. They kept squirming, forming a pitch-black thunder tribulation god. This god was furious. His hands appeared, and thunder was violent. Thunder tribulation deity? What kind of sacred weapon is that? Far away from the mansion, countless people's faces stiffened. There were strong and weak sacred weapon tribulations. The tribulation of a high-level sacred weapon was even more terrifying. According to legends, when the thunder tribulation deity descended, the sacred weapon would definitely reach the most terrifying level. I didn't think that this sword wouldn't be forged to the highest level, but Lin Ling would make the sword have a soul and become the highest level sacred weapon. Old man Dong Fu was even more shocked. Then he became worried. With the appearance of the thunder tribulation deity, could Lin Ling cut down the lightning with his drunken stupor? Rumble. In the sky, the giant thunder tribulation deity put his hands together. A bolt of lightning the size of 3 people came crashing down, heavily smashing onto Lin Ling's body. This power was so strong that even a second-realm transcendent expert would find it hard to block it. Lin Ling. Old man Dong Fu anxiously shouted. Scram! However, at this time, a cold shout sounded. An incomparably resplendent golden light bloomed. Overwhelming righteous energy protected Lin Ling. Righteous energy protection. Old man Dong Fu's mouth opened wide in shock. One must know that he had added in a rare heavenly treasure to the tyrannical song sword, increasing the power of righteous energy by 50%. However, the actual power was definitely not 50%. Lin Ling had activated the strongest power of the tyrannical song sword. 7th level overwhelming righteous energy? Old man Dong Fu finally saw the level of righteous energy. He also understood that if the sword existed, the person would exist. If the sword died, the person would die. 8th level life and death profound. One sword cleaves the sky. Endless lightning wrapped around his body. Lin Ling was arrogant and fearless. Righteous energy protected him and the sword in his hand fiercely slashed out. This sword seemed to have come from the horizon. It was like the essence of 10,000 swords. It was formless and colorless. In the sky, the black tribulation deity was split into 2. It let out an angry roar and finally disappeared in the sky. Sacred weapon tribulation, 3 bolts of lightning. The tyrannical song sword had stepped through. Chi-chi-chi. Formless energy swept through the hall. However, Lin Ling was still standing like a pine tree. He lightly caressed the sword. He was excited. The tyrannical song sword had stepped into the sacred weapon level. Moreover, the sword had worked hard. All of its attributes had increased by 1-fold. Sacred weapon level 4, low, mid, high, and the legendary king level. I didn't think that I would only forge high level, but you would make it reach king level. Old man Dong Fu slowly walked over. The shock in his eyes had not lessened. He already knew that in this world, there were countless capable people. Some people were blessed by the heavens. They could make ordinary things change and create new miracles. However, this was only a legend. He had never thought that he would meet a person blessed by the heavens today. King level. Lin Ling still caressed the sword. The tyrannical song sword had a soul. It also wanted to sing the world, so the sword was strengthening itself. However, before, you only activated the sword's potential. You can't control it every time. After all, your cultivation is still too weak. Old Man Dong Fu said again. This made Lin Ling nod. The tyrannical song sword allowed his righteous energy to reach 7 levels. However, in reality, he could only use 6 levels. Previously, when he forcefully resisted the lightning tribulation, he activated the sword's potential. That was why he was able to perform so well. Lin Ling also sensed that 7 levels was not the limit. It was even possible to reach the peak of profound meaning. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Ling had the power to control the sword. In other words, his cultivation had to increase. Only this sword can sing the world. Tyrannical song world, I will not lose face for you. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The sword was strengthening itself. Therefore, it was time for him to increase his cultivation. The sword has been forged successfully. Next, I will go invite that strong practitioner to come and complete his task. The position of assistant will depend on you. After Old Man Dong Fu smiled, he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. As long as senior plans to forge, then come find me. I will wait for you at Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling nodded. Old Man Dong Fu was impatient, so he left after a few polite words. Lin Ling also left the residence. Now that he had the Saint Weapon Tyrannical Song Sword, he could enter Sky Tomb City and take the Sea Heart Flame. This time, I will definitely succeed in taking the Sea Heart Flame. Also, my cultivation should increase. Knowing that Old Man Dong Fu would leave for a few days, Lin Ling relaxed his mind and completely increased his strength. At this moment, in Sky Tomb City, a figure slowly walked out of the city gate. His gaze looked at the chains that connected the city gate and finally stepped onto the chain. Sky Tomb City was once a volcano in the sea. A powerful expert extinguished the volcano and contained the seawater. In the end, it formed this paradise, and Sky Tomb City is located within. At this moment, there were many people slowly walking on the chains. Clearly, it was their first time here. Therefore, they were listening to the leading old man talk about Sky Tomb City. These blue flames are so hot. Chapter 1105. Subduing the Sea Heart Flame, that is the Sea Heart Flame, a dark blue flame that looked extremely mysterious. When the flame rose, it was like a clear sea that slowly spread out. Faint ripples were like water ripples. This flame exists in the vast sea, and it is the only flame that can fuse with water. Its power has reached the level of earth fire. An old cultivator said with a smile. Earth fire is very terrifying. If you can subdue it, you will have a saint physique, and an earth rank one at that. Someone said enviously. This is very difficult. If you want to obtain this flame, you must have a deep understanding of fire, and you must have mastered the fire attribute since young. Only then can you succeed. Most importantly, if you want to get close to this flame, you need a powerful saint artifact. The old man said with a smile, not mocking the ignorance of the previous person. Peng Jingyun, you are ignorant. Forget about subduing this flame, even getting close to it will burn you to death. Moreover, this flame is the intersection of water and fire. I am afraid that even a peak transcendent would not dare to approach it easily. The others were laughing at Peng Jingyun. Peng Jingyun frowned, extremely dissatisfied with everyone laughing at him. However, his pupils suddenly looked forward and instantly froze. You said that no one can approach this flame, but that person seems to be approaching it. Sigh. As soon as these words fell, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They looked forward and saw a black-robed young man standing on a chain in front of them. Stepping on the chain, his body shot into the blue sea of flames. Crazy. Sigh. Everyone seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. And that person was Lin Ling, who had jumped down the mountain at this moment. Boom. At the same time, raging flames spewed out and wrapped around Lin Ling like a dragon. At the same time, the sound of waves rang out. Tyrannical singing sword. Sigh. Lin Ling shouted as a giant sword appeared in his right hand. Golden light protected his body, and the aura of a king-rank saint artifact erupted from the sword. Lin Ling rushed to the bottom of the mountain. Bang! Lin Ling's figure crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. When he looked up, he could only see pitch-black rock walls and a sky that looked like the mouth of a well. All around him, the flames were like an ocean, surging towards him in a mighty manner. They had actually transformed into a gigantic shark that was about to devour Lin Ling. These flames seemed to have a spirit. Bang! Lin Ling's face was expressionless as he sat down heavily. The tyrant's song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him, and the golden light was protecting him at all times. At the same time, the huge shark swallowed Lin Ling. It was as if he was drowning in the ocean, or as if he was bathed in a sea of blue flames. Clang! Clang! The tyrannical song sword began to waver, as if it could not withstand the invasion of the blue flames. Clearly, the sea heart flame, which was at the earth fire level, was extremely powerful. Hold on a little longer. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and all the flames he had encountered in the past rose up in his mind. The 9 nether heavenly flames, 7 blade heavenly flames, vermilion bird flames, and so on. These flames were all ordinary flames, but they allowed Lin Ling to build a solid foundation. Fire, burn. Several types of flames appeared at the same time, causing Lin Ling's entire body to glow with a myriad of colors. When one reached Lin Ling's level, as long as it was an ordinary flame, he could create it out of thin air. Fire kill. He let out another low roar, and a crack appeared in the golden light, allowing a drop of seawater to drip down. That was the sea heart flame. However, a drop of seawater could burn heaven and earth. After the seawater dripped down, Lin Ling's entire body began to burn. Burn! Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lin Ling let out another low roar, allowing the 9 nether heavenly flames and several other flames to fight against the sea heart flame. Right now, Lin Ling was racing against time. When the tyrannical song sword could not withstand the invasion of the sea heart flame, he had to subdue that drop of seawater. This seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The power of a single drop of seawater was comparable to all of Lin Ling's flames. Time passed quietly. The battle of flames seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, those people on the chains were still standing there, watching the commotion below. However, the sea of flames below was spewing out, and they could no longer see Lin Ling's figure. I knew it. How could anyone dare to face the sea heart flame? As expected, that person is just courting death. Yeah, we've waited for so long, but there's still no reaction. That person is probably dead. Let's go. Finally, everyone's patience was exhausted. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Only the martial artist who first discovered Lin Ling still believed that the youth was alive. However, belief was belief, reality was reality. Helpless, he could only follow the crowd and leave. Bang! At this moment, below the chains in front of them, a towering wave of seawater gushed out, reaching a height of 100 meters. It even burned through one of the chains, causing the eyes of those who were preparing to leave to narrow. It had to be known that although the sea heart flame beneath Sky Tomb City burned the chains day and night, because of the height and strength of the flames, it only burned a little each time. However, today, the sea heart flame surged up like a wave. It was clear that something had happened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sky Tomb City swayed slightly at this moment, causing the eyes of the powerful martial artists in the city to narrow. With their experience, they could naturally see that something had happened to the sea heart flame. Leave this place. At this moment, everyone on the chains shot forward. They were a little afraid, but they didn't know what had happened. Why had the seawater flame become angry? Rumble, rumble, rumble. From time to time, the flames would soar into the sky and rain down on the cultivators below. Even a transcendent realm first layer master couldn't resist, and this was just rainwater. If all of the flames were to erupt, even a second layer or third layer transcendent would find it difficult to resist. However, just as everyone was panicking, the flames gradually calmed down. How terrifying! Fortunately, it calmed down. Otherwise Sky Tomb City wouldn't exist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. After waiting for a moment, they finally entered the city. It's him. Of everyone, only the martial artist who first saw Lin Ling jump down the mountain knew that the sea heart flame's anger was definitely related to Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain, the flames gradually calmed down, like a calm sea. In the middle of this sea, a young man sat cross-legged, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His handsome face had a trace of exhaustion, but the flames around him were no longer burning him. Finally subdued. At a certain moment, the young man finally opened his eyes. Deep within them, a blue flame could be seen. Absorb! Stretching out his hand, the flames at the bottom of the mountain turned into a vortex and were sucked into the young man's palm, causing the seawater to gradually shrink. A few days later, only sporadic blue flames remained at the bottom of the mountain. The sea had completely disappeared. Shoo! A figure shot up into the sky, his speed extremely fast. After landing on the chains, he slowly moved forward like a normal person. The cultivators on the chains didn't pay attention to this scene and continued to chat and laugh as they entered the city. None of them knew that the sea heart flame was no longer under Sky Tomb City. At the transcendent realm, the Saint Altar transforms into spiritual yuan. Each strand of spiritual yuan can display a powerful attack, and if all of one's spiritual yuan is released, the resulting attack will be even more terrifying. No wonder Transcendence can easily kill Saint Spirit Realm cultivators. As for the 7th layer Transcendent Realm, every time one reaches a new realm, one's spiritual yuan will appear in their dantian. When all 7 strands of spiritual yuan are gathered, their strength will be unparalleled. Chapter 1106. Entering the Transcendent Realm, just a first realm Transcendent Junior, what's there to be proud of? If I wanted to kill him, 2 moves would be enough. In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a brown robe sneered contemptuously. The difference between them was that a second realm Transcendent cultivator had 2 spirit sources, in terms of basic attacks. Using these 2 spirit sources to display a profound martial skill, their strength would be doubled. This was the difference in numbers. Most importantly, he didn't like this young man. Breaking through was a good thing, but he shouldn't forget about himself, ignoring the surrounding seniors, so he reprimanded him and respectfully bowed. Since I've reached the first realm, my strength should be able to defeat second realm masters. Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard the master's words, causing many people in the distance to burst into laughter. This guy was still talking to himself. Didn't he know that the surrounding seniors didn't like him? The middle-aged man who was walking along the chain stopped. You said you can defeat second realm masters? Little brat, take back your words, otherwise I'll throw you to the bottom of the mountain and let the sea heart flame burn you. To him, he was a senior who had broken through 10 years ago, while this young man was a junior. Not only did he not act respectfully in front of him, he even dared to ignore his words. Lin Ling also stopped and stared at the master indifferently. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? The middle-aged man frowned, his anger growing stronger. First, you can't throw me away. Second, the sea heart flame can't burn me. Lin Ling said again, his tone and attitude still completely ignoring him. Courting death. The middle-aged man's expression became cold, stomping his foot heavily on the chain, his palms striking out, his 2 spirit sources like a resplendent river, pressing down on Lin Ling. He wanted this junior to see just how strong a second realm transcendent cultivator's basic attacks were. 2 spiritual sources, while that junior only has 1. Unless his innate talent and Upanishads are very strong, he will definitely suffer a loss. Many people sneered. This was common sense. Who didn't know? Unfortunately, they didn't know that common sense was only useful to ordinary people, but the one they were facing was someone who had always broken the norm. You're not the only one with 2 spirit sources. A cold voice rang out. Lin Ling also struck out with a palm and also used a fundamental martial art. However, to his surprise, 2 resplendent heavenly rivers appeared and collided with that expert. What? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Everyone knew that cultivators at the first stage of the transcendent realm would only have 1 source of spiritual energy. But this junior actually had 2? How did he cultivate? Boom! When the 2 palms collided, It was as if a meteor had smashed into the ground. Even if it was just a basic martial art, the power was still extremely terrifying. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's body flew backwards and was blasted to the bottom of the mountain by a huge force. It was obvious that both of them had two major spiritual sources, but Lin Ling's spiritual source was more complete and spiritual. Normally, if you fell to the bottom of the mountain, you would undoubtedly die. But today you are very lucky. Even if you fell to the bottom of the mountain, you won't die, because there is no longer any sea heart flame at the bottom of the mountain. Ignoring the defeated middle-aged man, Lin Ling continued forward. The surroundings were deathly silent. Who was this person? Why was his strength so strange? He was only at the first stage of the transcendent realm, but he actually had two sources of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had not been in Tianling City for long, so no one knew who he was. Two sources of spiritual energy. Lin Ling walked along the chain towards Tianling City's gate, but at this moment, no one dared to block his path. Two sources of spiritual energy. One of them was the reward for breaking through, while the other was the spiritual energy Lin Ling had always possessed. This allowed Lin Ling to become a cultivator at the first stage of the transcendent realm with two sources of spiritual energy. With this advantage, he could easily defeat an ordinary second-stage transcendent master. As for a transcendent first-stage cultivator, no matter what kind of talent they had, Lin Ling did not fear them, because Lin Ling possessed far more spiritual energy than they did. Obviously, during this time's cultivation, Lin Ling had not only subdued the sea heart flame, but also used the sea heart flame and the pills he had prepared to smoothly break through two orders and step into the transcendent realm. This harvest surprised Lin Ling, but he also felt that it was a natural progression because the transcendent realm was a realm he had been stuck in for a long time. From searching for his obsession to condensing his spiritual energy, Yang Kai had made many preparations. In fact, Lin Ling's obsession with breaking through to the transcendent realm was still unclear, but he firmly believed in his own path. Instead of being dominated by others for a lifetime, it was better to be arrogant. It was this idea that allowed him to step into the transcendent realm and even break through all his heart demons. Inside Tianling City, an ancient aura filled every corner. When he first arrived here, Lin Ling felt like an ignorant country bumpkin, but after a short period of time, he had finally gained a firm foothold. The Earth Fire Grade Sea Heart Flame has greatly improved my Fire Profound Principles. Tyrannical Song Sword's Righteous Chi Profound Principles. I can now use the 6th layer, a full 3 layers higher than before. Old Man Dong Fu is worthy of being one of the 10 great blacksmiths. With the addition of these two spiritual sources, my strength has greatly improved. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a confident smile as he strode forward, his eyes looking at the bustling streets and thinking of the second dream, which made him want to enter the ghost domain and step into the Yellow Springs. However, he had only just broken through to the transcendent realm and was unfamiliar with everything, so it was obviously not suitable. He had to wait until his cultivation foundation stabilized. Then, Lin Ling thought of his family in the rainforest's holy land. They had all left their homeland, but it had been a long time since they had returned, so he could go back and see how they were doing. He also thought of Yu, Di Shirtian, and the others. They should have also broken through to the next realm. Yu and the others' opportunities have always been better than mine. I've spent a lot of effort to break through, but they've always been able to catch up with me, sometimes even surpassing me. This time, I've reached the transcendent realm, so they must have done the same. Lin Ling smiled slightly, firmly believing that everyone's strength had improved. This time, when I return to the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, I'll also bring Xiao Yan out and complete the first task of Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling had already asked Old Man Dong Fu to help him refine the Li Fire Heavenly Sea Cover, so he could report back to Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, the largest existence in Sky Tomb City, was also the place where countless sacred domain geniuses yearned to join. However, this place was somewhat different from ordinary sections. It was more cruel and ruthless, because this place was like a military headquarters. After returning from this experience, I can finally change my armor. I heard that the star-plucking purple palace sealed world has opened. That's the mansion left behind by great Emperor Zhai Xing. Did you go this time? I know about the star-plucking purple palace, but it doesn't seem to be the mansion left behind by great Emperor Zhai Xing, but it's his country. Legend has it that it's a lost country, but I heard that someone found it, so many experts from Heaven and Earth Temple were dispatched. Our sea-calming heavenly palace is under the banner of Heaven Temple, so we should have a quota to go. A large number of youths in armor walked along the square. These youths had all returned from their training. At a closer look, their armor was of various colors, blue, green, and so on. There were even rare orange armors. Of course, there were more white armors, but most of them walked with their heads lowered. They were the lowest-ranked generals. Even black armor didn't dare to speak loudly. Facing generals with 7-colored armor, they could only take a detour. Long. Chapter 1107. Deception Roar. The silhouette of a giant ape appeared. It passed through layers of buildings and galloped through the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Behind the giant ape were a large number of young men in white armor. Wu Ping, what are you doing? One of the 7-colored armored generals shouted angrily. Behind the giant ape, one of the black-armored youths stopped and spoke respectfully. My lord, we are only chasing after a beast. That beast entered MT Spirit Beast, but it didn't abide by the rules and went around to plunder the food of other spirit beasts. Hence, we wish to eliminate it. The young man who spoke was Wu Ping, who was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. In the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, strength was everything. Facing the 7-colored armored generals, they all addressed them as Sir. Be careful not to cause too much trouble. The supremacy might get angry. One of the green-armored generals said calmly. He was a 2nd-stage transcendent realm cultivator and was respected by everyone. Don't worry. The supremacy and Madame Yuqin have gone to the 100 Saints Mountain to discuss the star-picking Purple Mansion's secret realm. Even if the supremacy is here, he won't care. That beast doesn't know the rules and actually stole other spirit beasts' food. It deserves to be killed. Not far away, a young man in blue armor said calmly. Cold words. Everyone looked at the young man who spoke. Although his armor was not of a higher grade than theirs, he was the captain of the vigilance team, so they had to give him some face. Do as you wish. Just don't disturb my cultivation. Then, the 7-colored generals said calmly. Of course. Cold words nodded. He looked at the red-haired giant ape that was still being chased and sneered. In fact, MT Spirit Beast was where the mounts of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture were stationed. There were half-blooded Qilins, unicorns, and other mounts. There was also plenty of food there, so it was impossible to steal food. However, he knew that the giant ape was that newcomer's mount. The newcomer didn't seem to be in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so he vented his anger on the giant ape. Catch it! With a low roar, more white-armored youths chased after the giant ape. Along the way, they unleashed all kinds of martial arts. Flames, lightning, and ice made the giant ape roar in anger. Its back was burned black. Although the giant ape was not weak, in the world of experts in the sea-calming heavenly palace, its strength was clearly not enough to dominate. You're just a mere beast. I asked you to carry the oars, but you refused. Beasts really don't listen to discipline. Catch it and chop off its limbs. Today, the alert squad will be eating ape meat. Cold words yelled again. Lord Lung really sympathizes with his subordinates. Many people replied with smiles. They displayed even more powerful martial arts, causing the giant ape's body to be covered in blood. How pitiful! The owner of the mount had obviously offended cold words, causing the mount to suffer as well. That giant ape seems to belong to a newcomer. I remember that the newcomer was summoned by the supremacy. So what? If the Venerable One values that newcomer, how could that newcomer not even have armor? That's true. Perhaps he summoned the newcomer because of some small matter. On the other side, the people who were watching a good show began to discuss. Cold Words was the captain of the alert squad. If he wanted to attack a newcomer, he could find any excuse. However, Cold Words was too cruel. He let so many people torture and kill the giant ape. The shocking scene was too much for them to bear. On the ground, the red giant ape was running wildly, covered in blood. Until now, it still did not know why these people wanted to kill it. It remembered that it had separated from Lin Ling and went to MT Spirit Beast. There were people watching over MT Spirit Beast who were responsible for its work. Although it liked freedom, it did not want to cause trouble for Lin Ling, so it still followed the rules. However, this peace did not last long. 10 days ago, MT Spirit Beast stopped distributing food to it. This made it want to look for Lin Ling several times. However, thinking that it would cause trouble for Lin Ling, it held back. Today, for some reason, these people even attacked it. Red-haired ape, stop. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for your master by resisting so recklessly? You have to know that there are many people who are stronger than your master. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. A youth wearing black armor slowly walked over, causing the red-furred giant ape to stop running. That youth was the managing deacon of MT Spirit Beast, and he was in charge of distributing the food to them. Brotherly, be careful of the beast's bestial nature. You have to know that beasts do not recognize their own kin. Someone saw the black-armored youth walking towards the red giant ape and couldn't help but advise. The youth seemed to want to prove himself and waved his hand indifferently. He continued to walk forward, but surprisingly, the red giant ape wasn't as tyrannical as before. It seemed to trust the youth. Be obedient and follow me back to work. This way, you won't affect your master. The youth spoke again, causing the red giant ape's eyes to flicker. It seemed to be afraid of implicating its master. Finally, it gradually shrunk and turned into an ordinary monkey. Its fur was in a mess and there were many spots that were black. It was obvious that it had suffered severe injuries. That's a good boy. The youth nodded with satisfaction. He took a big step forward and wrapped a chain around the monkey's neck. He then had a sinister expression. Who asked you to run around? His expression changed as soon as he said so. With a kick infused with profound martial arts, the skinny monkey spat out blood and flew several hundred meters away. However, just as it landed on the ground, the young man pulled out the chain and dragged the pitiful little monkey over. Dian Wenli, the deacon of MT Spirit Beast's mountain guard. He might seem amiable, but he is vicious and merciless. He used the trick of injuring himself to gain the trust of the little monkey and made the little monkey believe him. But in the blink of an eye, he dealt a heavy blow. Such a vile temperament. Sometimes, humans can't even compare to demons. Some mocked the stupidity of the little monkey for trusting others. But there were some who sympathized with it, especially those young ladies. Sometimes, demonic beasts were very innocent. Once they believed you, even if you wanted to kill them, they would still willingly let you kill them even though they would feel pain in their hearts. However, Dian Wenli used the excuse of feeding spirit beasts to gain their friendship, but he did those shameful things behind their backs. I'm going to kill you today. Who allowed you to resist? Dian Wenli yelled out coldly. With the chain binding, he wasn't afraid of the spirit beast resisting. Tisk-tisk. At this moment, the little monkey was grimacing in pain. It obviously didn't expect Dian Wenli to deceive it and put the spirit beast shackle on it. Don't forget who was the one who fed you in MT Spirit Beast. Dian Wenli yelled out furiously, causing the little monkey to restrain its bestial nature. It was obvious that it didn't have a deep relationship with Dian Wenli, but Dian Wenli did feed it in MT Spirit Beast. It remembered this kindness in its heart. Bang. However, just as it relaxed its mind, Dian Wenli kicked out again. Ruthless! Ruthless! More and more people gathered around to watch, and many of them secretly criticized him. Chapter 1108. Sometimes, demons were better than humans. Where's your master? Where is he? You entered Spirit Beast Mountain. According to the rules, you're a spirit beast that can be ridden for the rest of your life. Anyone who wants to ride you can do so. Your master didn't dare to offend other powerful people and could only sacrifice you. But you still have dreams, thinking that your master will come to pick you up. You're dreaming. If your master wasn't afraid of everyone, he would have already come to pick you up. Why would he let you be killed by everyone? Dian Wenli felt the respectful gazes around him. He felt that he was incomparably powerful and roared. At this moment, The little red-haired monkey was extremely weak. Its red hair was scattered all over the ground. In fact, it could have resisted before and didn't have to end up like this. However, because of Dian Wenli's words, it was afraid of implicating its master, so it would rather be captured and killed. Because it knew that there were many people stronger than its master in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so it couldn't bring trouble to its master. Woo woo! The little red-haired monkey's eyes were moist. It remembered that in the ancient tomb, it was its master who brought it out. Its mother entrusted it to its master, and its master helped bury its mother. From that moment on, it treated its master as its only family in this life. You're really a stupid beast. You don't know that your master has already hidden and abandoned you. Dian Wenli sneered. He took a step forward and kicked the little monkey, but it didn't resist at all. Woo woo! The little monkey whimpered again. In its mind, there was only the scene of them fighting side by side. One man, one sword, one monkey, and one wine, conquering the world. However, all of that was about to be blown away by the wind. It was like the strongest king of this world. No matter how strong they were in the past, when they finally fell, no matter how glorious they were in the past, when they came to a new world, their glory would become dusty history. This was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how strong its master was, when faced with an even stronger opponent, it could only endure humiliation. Did its master abandon it for its own safety? And this kind of thing seemed to have happened before. It was its mother. In the past, its mother's master abandoned it and locked its mother in the ancient tomb for thousands of years. In the end, she was trapped alive. Big brother Lin Ling. This tragic scene caused a voice to rise up in the little monkey's mind. More tears appeared in its eyes. However, at this moment, it suddenly saw a familiar black-robed figure in the distant sky. This figure was like the son of the devil realm. This figure carried with it a surging killing intent as it shot through the clouds. That figure was too familiar. Its baleful aura overflowed into the heavens, as if it wanted to cut down everything under the heavens. It was as if no matter how powerful the enemy was, it would not abandon it. Silly monkey, you're actually crying. The surroundings were completely silent. Dian Wenli was still enjoying the feeling of awe, and his right leg kicked out again. However, at this moment, a sword came from the horizon. Wherever the sword passed, the leg would be severed and blood would gush out. Dian Wenli maintained his kicking posture. In the next moment, an indescribable pain spread through his body, causing him to stagger backwards. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Who is it? The crowd was surprised as well. They looked up at the sky and saw a figure shooting over like a shooting star. That person did not leave through the main door. Instead, he flew over domineeringly from the sky, completely violating the rules of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Most importantly, everyone saw that the man was wearing a long black robe and was not wearing any armor. Can't hold it in anymore? In the distance, Cold Words and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed. They thought that the man would keep hiding, but they did not expect him to appear in the end. As expected, people will do irrational things in anger. Lord Cold, he has already upheld several rules. You can easily kill him now. Wu Ping sneered. They wanted to kill Little Flame in a grandiose manner. First, they wanted to vent their anger. Second, they wanted the newcomer to violate the rules so that the vigilante squad could take action against him. Bang! Under countless gazes, the black-robed youth landed on the ground. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. Although he was only wearing a long robe and was not wearing any armor, his gaze made everyone's heart tremble violently. Little Flame. A deep voice came from the black-robed youth. Clearly, he did not know what had happened while he was away. Then, he took a big step forward and arrived in front of Little Monkey. When he saw Little Monkey covered in blood, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. In the past, in the sacred land of the rainforest, he was arrogant. One man, one sword, one wine, one monkey, and the world was his to roam. However, after coming here, there were too many strong people. Therefore, he endured and cultivated. He did not expect that his brother would suffer. Ooh! Little Flame let out a whimper. Its turbid eyes were even more moist. It was touched. It did not want to implicate its master, so it obediently allowed itself to be captured. However, it did not expect that its master would dare to touch the empty spirit beast deacon for it. "I am sorry to have let you suffer," Lin Ling said softly. He did not know what happened and did not want to know. He only knew that no one could touch Little Flame. Ooh. Little Flame rested its injured head on Lin Ling's shoulder. At the same time, it explained what happened, causing Lin Ling's murderous aura to surge out. "You dare to touch me?" At the same time, a cold voice echoed. It was Dian Wenli. He was the managing deacon of MT Spirit Beast Deacon. As long as it was related to spirit beasts, he would have great authority. However, the other party actually chopped off his leg. Ugly person. Little Flame might be mischievous, but it would not bully others. Furthermore, it is pure and very trusting. But you used its innocence to deceive it. Lin Ling looked at him with cold eyes. This person was very ugly. That is just a beast. You actually dared to touch me for a beast. Dian Wenli roared. He was still arrogantly bullying the little monkey, but now his leg was chopped off. Beast? Lin Ling laughed, but it was an extremely cold smile. He slashed with the sword in his hand. With a clang, the chain in Dian Wenli's hand was severed. Even his hand was severed. Demonic beasts are sometimes better than humans. Taking a step forward, Lin Ling looked down at Dian Wenli, who was lying on the ground. His cold eyes finally caused Dian Wenli to feel fear. Previously, the captain of the vigilance team, Cold Words, asked him to make a move on a little monkey. Since the other party's status was not low, Dian Wenli would naturally do him a favor. Most importantly, the owner of the little monkey did not have any armor. Hence, Dian Wenli was not afraid. Instead, he was happy to receive a favor from Cold Words. When he was torturing the little monkey, he even enjoyed the reverence from the surrounding people. But now, he suddenly regretted it. That newcomer did not have any armor, but he seemed to be even more arrogant than expected. "I am just following the rules of MT Spirit Beast College," Dian Wenli whispered. He did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He no longer had the arrogance from before, which made many people laugh mockingly. Previously, Dian Wenli was so arrogant that he was torturing the little monkey. Now, when the owner of the little monkey came, he was speaking in such a humble manner. He was just like a fence-sitter. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. "If you have any grudges, you can talk about it later. I am the deacon of MT Spirit Beast College." Dian Wenli's eyes congealed. He emphasized his last sentence. What he meant was that he was entrusted by someone, and his status was not low. Chapter 1109. Add another crime to the list. Kill you. You really dare to kill me? Dian Wenli's face turned pale. The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture is a military prefecture. The military rules are the strictest here. If you dare to kill me, you'll be breaking the rules. Even the supremacy won't save you. The rules of the military prefecture were stricter than those of the sections. Here, no matter who you were, you had to follow the military rules. Otherwise, you would become everyone's enemy. This is a heartless world. That's why I don't know the rules. But if you touch my family, I will kill you all. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth to speak, and the sword in his hand slashed down, splitting Dian Wenli into two. The head that was chopped in half fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, he never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. He's not wearing any armor. He's only wearing a long robe. This means that he doesn't have any military merits. He really dared to kill him. Everyone's heart trembled violently. This newcomer was a madman. He killed a deacon for a beast. Was he trying to go against the entire world? This was the first time such a thing had happened in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. No one would use a mount to kill someone. Afterward, many people looked at the dead Dian Wenli and felt that it was ironic. Earlier, Dian Wenli was trying to prove his authority. However, this authority didn't last long. He was killed in the next moment. It's not a beast. It's definitely not a mount. The killing intent in his eyes was still intense. Lin Ling looked forward. He knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. Someone wanted to force him to break the rules and use this opportunity to kill him. But knowing was one thing. How could he tolerate it? At worst, he would fight the entire world. You broke the rules. First, you brought out your own mount without the permission of MT Spirit Beast. Second, you killed Deacon Dian Wenli in front of everyone. Third, you didn't come in through the main entrance. Instead, you came in through the sky. You were disrespectful to the sea calming supremacy. Fourth, you played to the gallery and affected everyone's cultivation. Any one of these crimes is punishable by death. As the captain of the vigilance team, I can't tolerate the existence of people who break the rules of the Heavenly Prefecture. So, for the sake of the Heavenly Prefecture's justice, I have to step out. At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over. They were all wearing blue armor and had a high status. They were the Cold Words' vigilance team. I've finally been tricked. Many people secretly frowned. They also knew that this was a trap to force the newcomer to break the rules. Then Cold Words could openly kill the newcomer. It had to be said that Cold Words was very sinister. Of course, Heaven's Sanctum is a military, and there are exceptions. So, I'll ask you some questions, and you just have to answer them. First, you can use your military contributions. Second, you can use the Orange General's armor. If you can be absolved of your crimes, but your general's armor will be downgraded. Cold Words shouted sternly. In fact, his words were just for show, because everyone knew that the young man was a newbie. He did not even have a white armor, let alone a rainbow general. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling would answer. Would he try his best to get away with it? Or kneel down and beg for mercy? Or they could use their backing. Are there any other crimes? However, Lin Ling said coldly. What other crimes were there? The crowd's eyes narrowed. Did the newcomer not think that he had broken enough crimes? Yes, you did not have armor, but you attacked someone who did. You did not know how to respect your seniors. That is the first crime. Second, you killed Brother Black Lightning in the floating skyfish. That is the second crime. At this time, a young man said coldly. It was Wu Ping. In the past, when Lin Ling first came to Dinghai Heaven's Sanctum, he lost to Lin Ling and had always been brooding. Today, he could finally watch Lin Ling die. There are so many crimes, but they are all the same. That newcomer is so stupid. He shouldn't have asked that question at this time, or it will lead to more crimes. Many people shook their heads. Did the newcomer not know his situation? Is that all? Lin Ling nodded and raised the sword in his hand. His cold eyes looked at Wu Ping, making Wu Ping's heart tremble violently. In the past, when he was defeated by Lin Ling, there was only resentment. However, today, when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, there was only respect in his heart. One look was enough to make him afraid. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to want to kill him. Crazy. How dare he kill him in front of the vigilante? This was definitely crazy, and the newcomer definitely did not dare to do it. He was just deliberately mystifying things. I'll add another crime. Kill you. However, was this deliberately mystifying things? Lin Ling did not listen to the vigilante's words before. Even if he did, he would not care. The so-called rules were the sword. The sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. It seemed to carry Little Flame's anger as it slashed fiercely at Wu Ping. The crowd gasped. That guy made his move again. Wu Ping's eyes widened. What crime did the newcomer commit? But the newcomer made a move to kill him. Block it? Wu Ping roared in his heart, but how could he block it? Wherever the sword light passed, the profound meaning of life and death separated life and death. Bang! A head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Wu Ping was still standing on the ground, but his head had disappeared. Another crime. Moreover, I killed him in front of the vigilante, which was equivalent to slapping everyone in the vigilante. If it's my crime, then I might as well add another crime. The crowd was stunned. That guy was domineering and frivolous. Now there's another crime. What's the result for me? Silence. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. It made the vigilantes' faces turn ugly, especially Cold Words. His eyes were cold. You're already innocent. You can escape, but your crime is punishable by death. Next, don't blame the vigilante. Good. You're finished with your crimes. But you've forgotten that I don't seem to have counted your crimes. I'll say it now. You touched my brother Little Flame. For this crime, even the heavens can't save you. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Then what do you want? Ha! Cold Words couldn't help but laugh. Many people behind him laughed. That newcomer dared to count their crimes? I've said it before, but you seem to have forgotten. Then I'll say it again. Lin Ling slowly put Little Flame into the green ring. His eyes finally looked at the crowd, but at this moment, they were incomparably cold. All of you die. Die. Boom. An extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted. Lin Ling turned into a death god and shot forward. But the terrifying thing was that his body was protected by a golden light, giving off an extremely sacred feeling. Shoo! The sword came out and heads fell. Blood splattered on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The crowd in the distance gasped. They didn't expect that the newcomer would attack and kill the vigilante at that. Arrogant. Ha! The eyes of the 7-colored armored generals also narrowed. Then, someone said in shock, First layer transcendent realm, he doesn't have any armor. Ha! Obviously, Lin Ling's strength instantly let them know that this newcomer wasn't weak. He wasn't a newcomer at all. Sky-severing sword. Ha! Chapter 11:10. Total annihilation, what a sharp sword. Wow! Many people were inexplicably excited. A single person had challenged the entire squad, yet it was as easy as chopping vegetables. This reminded them of a poem, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. This was the free and easy nature of sword cultivators. Right and wrong were clear at a glance. Why should they be bound by rules? Bastard. Shit. Cold Words also didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would be able to deal such a heavy blow to his squad. This was simply impossible for him. Among the first realm transcendents of the sea-calming heavenly palace, only a few had such strength, and he was one of them. Heaven-ripping cloud-parting spear, die. A crystal spear appeared in his hand, causing frost to pour out from the sky and earth. With a thrust of the spear, he unleashed a total of 6 layers of profound intent. Once I've judged them guilty, it's your turn. However, among the crowd, Lin Ling's giant sword was majestic. The black and white blade was unforgettable. It stood in front of him and blocked the spear. Then, his body disappeared and slaughtered the people of the alert team once again. As the squad leader, Cold Words' failure was a huge humiliation to him. Could he just watch as his squad was slaughtered? What a powerful comprehension of martial arts. It's as if he knows when his opponent will make a move. Often, before his opponent can make a move, he will kill them. When others attack him, he can easily avoid them. It feels as if everything is under his control. The 7-colored generals were shocked. How could they know that Lin Ling's soul force had increased so much that when he visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams, he could even control the trajectories of ordinary first-realm transcendence? Lin Ling's defense was also terrifying. His physique was strong, and his body was protected by righteous energy. Naturally, he could wander among the transcendents and kill them. Since we can't escape death, we must kill him before we die. In just a few breaths, a large number of the squad members had died. The remaining people roared and released their spiritual yuan, destroying their own cultivations. Long. With more than a dozen people erupting with their spiritual qi, even Cold Words would have to avoid this attack. The eruption of spiritual qi was equivalent to the strongest attack the transcendent realm cultivator had ever made in his life. A huge shockwave appeared, causing countless people to fall back. It was as if the entire plaza had been destroyed. A moment later, the crowd lifted their gazes and saw that there were only 5 people left in the plaza. One of them was Cold Words, while the other 4 were members of the vigilance team. These fellows are crazy. They almost killed me. Luckily, I have the 6th level of profound meaning, iceberg protection. Cold Words' expression was extremely ugly. His entire team had died, and only then did he manage to kill that newbie? The faces of the other four were also pale. How terrifying! They had been law enforcers for many years, and this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying opponent. 5 more. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that shook everyone's hearts. In the distance, Lin Ling held a giant sword in his hand and slowly walked over. His body was covered in a golden light, as if he was an immovable mountain. The 6th level of profound meaning of morality. At this moment, the 7-colored armored generals finally saw how powerful Lin Ling was. He actually had the 6th level of profound meaning, which was the same level as cold words. This meant that Lin Ling was also at the peak of the first stage of Transcendent Realm. No wonder he was able to block the Vigilance team's self-destruction. Those people were pitiful, they had died in vain. As for cold words and the other 4, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Was this really a newbie? The Vigilance team is law enforcers, representing the supreme military law. However, they were all wiped out. How ironic. Are your armors for show? Lin Ling continued to walk forward slowly. The black and white swords were a shocking sight. I don't want to be a member of the Vigilance team anymore. One of the 4 said nervously. This young man wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent. His profound meaning of martial was too terrifying. I don't want to be a member either. The others shouted. Cold words roared angrily, You dare! He was a squad leader, but he didn't have any subordinates. What right did he have to call himself a squad leader? However, it was too late to think of not doing it now. In your next life, see clearly what's right and wrong before you become a member of the Vigilance team. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. The giant sword in his hand glowed even brighter as it ruthlessly slashed out. Fast, incomparably fast, as if it was the most powerful sword in the world. Bang bang bang. 4 heads fell to the ground. Blood spurted out and even their armors shattered. In less than an incense stick's time, only cold words was left in the Vigilance team. The entire Dinghai Heavenly Palace was dead silent. The Vigilance team wanted to kill the newbie today, so they set up a trap for the newbie. In the end, the newbie fell for it, giving the Vigilance team an excuse to kill him. However, any excuse or rules were useless. They couldn't compare to the young man's sword. The rules were broken by his sword. The most ironic thing was that the young man used the sword of righteousness. Righteousness killed the Vigilance team. Who could correct that? Aren't you surprised? You didn't expect this at all, right? On the empty ground, only 2 figures stood quietly. They were Lin Ling and Cold Words. Lin Ling spoke coldly, causing Cold Words' eyes to flicker. He felt like he was in a dream. When he first met Lin Ling, he had just become a team leader. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as an example to others, but he failed. At that time, he told Lin Ling, "Don't die in my hands." Now, Lin Ling had died in his hands, but he had easily killed all of his men. This resistance was like a slap to his face, slapping him so hard that he didn't know where he was. "You're arrogant." Retracting his thoughts, Lung Yen ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. "It depends on who I'm dealing with. Against you, I must be arrogant." Lin Ling replied softly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Cold Words. His meaning was obvious. It's your turn now. There was also another layer of meaning. You can calculate my sins in detail. Unfortunately, would the calculated sins be of any use? If he couldn't catch the culprit, he couldn't kill Lin Ling. No matter how many sins Lin Ling had committed, Cold Words couldn't do anything about it. When you fought with them, your spiritual energy has been exhausted, but I'm still at my peak. Next, let me judge your final sin. Cold Words took a deep breath. He knew what Lin Ling meant. Then, he had no choice but to act. You're a newcomer. I forgot to tell you, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, the first stage of transcendence is just the beginning. There are many experts at this stage, so you don't need to be so arrogant. Next, you'll be facing a peak existence in the first stage of transcendence. Cold Words waved his long spear. It was actually made of crystal and emitted a dazzling light. In a 100-meter radius around him, a world of ice and snow appeared. Cold Words was able to become the captain of the guard team. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Is the battle of the strongest in the first stage of transcendence about to begin? That's the Sky Ice Mountain River Spear, a half-step sacred weapon. When this spear was forged, the mountains and rivers froze, almost triggering the sacred weapon tribulation. In addition, Cold Words' Profound has reached level 6. In this final battle, Cold Words has a higher chance of winning. The 7-colored armored generals said indifferently. Previously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy rise. In one fell swoop, he had become famous in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. But in the end, that newcomer still had to face Cold Words. The other black and white armored youths couldn't see how strong Cold Words was, but they knew that Lin Ling had exhausted his spiritual energy. Next, when facing Cold Words at his peak, Lin Ling would be in danger. It would be difficult for him to escape death. Chapter 11:11. Just one sword, I am not arrogant. From the start, I have never said how strong I am in the first realm of transcendence. You are the one who said it. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Only his giant sword emitted a raging battle intent, causing many people to secretly admire Lin Ling. He was just a newbie, but he was able to become the main character of today's stage, worthy of respect. I am arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. Compared to you, I have the right to be arrogant. For example, did you participate in the East Suppression War? Did you go to the Transcendent Death Abyss to train? Did you learn your Upanishad from millions of people? You have nothing, you are just a newbie. Chichi. Accompanied by Cold Words, the power of the world of ice and snow became even more terrifying. A snowstorm started to fall from the sky, and Cold Words' blue armor was mighty, like a general of snow. No, I have nothing, but you have everything. However, you have said so much, I only know that you speak a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling also released his righteous energy, resisting the snowstorm in the sky. It was like a clash between the strongest geniuses in the first realm of transcendence. Their auras were like lightning. Alright, I will not talk nonsense, I will kill you with one spear. Cold Words' forehead was bulging with veins. A newbie was indeed a newbie. Everything he said, the other party didn't know. His indifferent attitude made him even angrier. 100 Worlds Reincarnation Spear of Life and Death. Go! At this moment, there was no point in holding back. He could only use his strongest attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The most terrifying attack of a transcendent first realm expert appeared. First, the crystal spear shattered and then reassembled, causing everyone's weapons to emit a crisp sound. It was as if they were being subdued by a half-step saint weapon. However, this was only the beginning. A vast and mighty world of snow and wind appeared, turning a part of Sky Tomb City into a world of ice. With a thrust of the spear, the ice dragon roared. Amazing! Wow! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. The weapon was very strong, and the profound was even stronger. As expected of Cold Words, this kind of battle even attracted the attention of many experts in Sky Tomb City. They all watched from afar, and many of them knew Cold Words' name. They could only shake their heads helplessly. That newcomer without armor was actually challenging Cold Words? Was he courting death? The most important thing is that the newcomer had fought many transcendents before, so his spiritual source was greatly depleted. Some of the spectators had arrived earlier, so when they saw the previous battle, a seemingly strong old man holding a gourd and drinking wine said, "Indeed, this was something that everyone knew." This also meant that Cold Words, who was at his peak, was challenging the newcomers. However, what they didn't know was that a transcendent realm cultivator really only had one strand of spiritual source. Boom! At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. The power was earth-shattering. It was the power of a new spiritual source. Bang! In the distance, the old man who was drinking wine clenched his gourd so hard that it exploded. His aged eyes widened. A brand new power of spiritual source. Could it be that he had two spiritual sources? Previously on the other side of the chains, a mysterious young man defeated Gu Changhe. Could it be him? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the people in the sea-calming heavenly palace, their hearts trembled violently, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in life. Boom. However, the earth-shattering event wasn't over yet. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out. Countless weapons in their hands shattered, and even half-step sacred weapons trembled. That was the power of a sacred weapon. The sword in the newcomer's hand is a sacred weapon. Boom! At this moment, even the seven-colored armored general was shocked. Just how many trump cards did the newcomer have? As for cold words, he was the closest to Lin Ling, so naturally he could feel the terrifying aura. His heart beat violently. Two strands of spiritual source, the power of a sacred weapon. Compared to everything he had, Lin Ling was far superior to him. Moreover, he had proudly told Lin Ling about his experiences and how strong he was. Damn it, the only thing I can rely on is my 6th level profound. My profound is definitely stronger than his. Go! Leng Yen erupted with all of his strength, causing his world of ice and snow to reach an unprecedented peak. In fact, this was the strongest attack of his life. Under pressure, a person's potential would explode. Cold words was one of them. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Was the clash of the strongest about to begin? They wondered how intense the clash of these two first-level transcendent geniuses would be. However, did it need to be intense? One sword was enough. An incomparably resplendent white light soared into the sky. The mighty righteous chi parted the clouds. Then, a black chi that seemed to come from the underworld permeated the air. It was a world of murderous intent. What was frightening was that this combination of righteous and evil, the sixfold righteous profound and the first murderous profound, had also combined. 7th level of the life and death profound. One sword cleaved the sky. There was no intense sword slash. It was just a black and white sword that appeared like the cycle of life and death. It crossed the sky and split the world of ice and snow, causing cold words to tremble. It was as if something had passed him. His eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He had lost to his opponent. He had lost to his weapon. He had lost to his opponent. Even the 6th level of the martial profound that he was most proud of had lost to his opponent. Yet he dared to convict his opponent? Boom! The sky finally exploded. That was the sound of the world of ice and snow exploding. Countless snowflakes drifted down, accompanied by cold words' body. On the ground, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He carried the great sword on his back and slowly left. His lonely figure was a ghastly sight as the snowflakes fell from the sky. Bang! It wasn't until Cold Word's body fell to the ground that the crowd's heart trembled violently. They looked over and saw that Cold Words had been decapitated. The last member of the vigilance team was killed with one sword. Those who wanted to kill Little Monkey were all convicted. They couldn't escape the death penalty. Moreover, there was no intense collision. It was just one sword strike. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were speechless. What a terrifying first-stage transcendent genius. If that was the case, who among the first-stage transcendent of the sea-calming heavenly palace would be able to compete with him? Fighting 3,000 li in battle, one sword strike against 1,000,000 soldiers. In the distant sky, the experts from Sky Tomb City said solemnly. They knew that another expert of the sea-calming heavenly palace had been born. What was ironic was that none of them recognized this genius. This made them even more certain that this young genius had shaken the entire sea-calming heavenly palace in one battle. One must know that in the sea-calming heavenly palace, there were countless talented generals. However, most of them relied on accumulating battle merits to become famous. It was difficult to become famous in one battle because there were too many talented generals. You weren't the only one who was strong. Others were also constantly getting stronger. However, today, someone had done it. That young man was probably invincible among the first-stage transcendent in the Sky Tomb City. No one spoke. However, when they saw that the handsome young man was still wearing a black robe, they immediately felt inferior. They wore black and white armor, representing their status and pride. But now, did they have the qualifications to wear armor? Amazing! 6th level profound and a dual spiritual variant martial cultivator. It seems that our sea-calming heavenly palace has another rising star. Bang. Chapter 11-12. Exchanging pointers. This newcomer has become famous in just one battle, but ironically, even we don't know his name. Strange. What's so strange about it? Anything can happen in this world, and miracles are naturally one of them. Strange. In my opinion, he won by relying on that sword of his. Strange. The seven-colored general was like a crane in a flock of chickens, indifferently commenting on Lin Ling's strength. Everyone around him remained silent. Obviously they weren't qualified to speak. Lin Ling continued walking forward, as if he didn't see them at all. Wait. At that moment, an indifferent voice called out. Among the seven-colored generals, a burly young man called out to Lin Ling, "What's the matter?" Lin Ling furrowed his brows. These people were all at the second level of the Transcendent Realm and were wearing the Rainbow 7 armor. Their strength and status shouldn't be low, but what was strange was that he didn't have any interactions with these people. "No, I'm just curious about the 2 strands of spiritual chi you released before, so I wanted to ask you and see how powerful your second strand of spiritual chi is." The burly young man smiled faintly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. "It's Meng Chong." Many people thought of this name. This young man was the green-armored general who had followed Venerable Si Calming out in the past and completed a difficult mission, earning Venerable Si Calming's favor and even teaching him a set of secret techniques, making him famous in Sky Tomb City. However, this person had never met Lin Ling before, so why was he talking to Lin Ling? "Meng Chong, don't you know that the greatest taboo for cultivators is to ask about their strength?" In the distance, a cultivator from Sky Tomb City sneered. Others didn't know what Meng Chong meant, but they knew that Meng Chong wanted to cultivate another strand of spiritual chi. Scram. On the ground, the green-armored young man, Meng Chong, shouted coldly, waving his hand and summoning a vast sea into the sky, turning it into a huge blue water dragon, causing the cultivator who spoke to narrow his eyes. He was also a second-layer transcendent, but obviously he wasn't Meng Chong's opponent. "Do as you wish." The man frantically retreated, wanting to escape, but he was still drowned by the sea and killed in a single move. Is this the great ocean swallowing heaven art taught by Venerable Si Calming down? This level of martial profundity, I'm afraid it's 8 layers. Many martial artists had dignified expressions. For Venerable Si Calming to become an existence that Sky Tomb City could not afford to provoke, his strength was truly terrifying. With just a few casual pointers, a genius was born and he could easily kill a martial artist of the same level. It was no wonder that this youth could become a 7-colored general. In this way, no one dared to speak. "Hee, it's just a spar, I won't hurt you. Moreover, you can also prove where your limits are. Facing a peak general at the second layer of the Transcendent Realm, do you only need 1 sword strike?" Meng Chong retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Ling. Behind him, many people revealed looks of anticipation. Previously, the newcomer had defeated Leng Yan, but he did not seem to have reached his limit. Therefore, they also wanted to see where this newcomer's limit was. And after this battle with Meng Chong, they would be able to see. Lin, however, under Meng Chong's expectant gaze, Lin Ling indifferently replied, then slowly walked forward. To him, there was no need to prove anything, because the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace was not his goal. His goal was the Void Star Divine Palace, so there was no need to prove himself by exchanging pointers with these 7-colored generals. The crowd's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had rejected the challenge? It had to be known that the 7-colored generals were all high and mighty, disdaining to say anything to the black and white generals. But this time, the newcomer had actually rejected the challenge. "You're rejecting me?" Meng Chong's eyes revealed his displeasure. He thought that the newcomer would be more grateful if he could exchange pointers with him, but who knew that the newcomer would not give him any face at all? "Do you think you can leave just because you want to?" Meng Chong did not speak, but a handsome young man beside him spoke. He was also wearing green armor, but his expression was even colder than Meng Chong's. "Then what do you want?" Lin Ling frowned. These people thought that their cultivation was high, so they wanted to exchange pointers, not caring about what others thought. It's fine if you don't want to exchange pointers, but leave that saint artifact behind. Lend it to us for a few days and we'll return it to you. The handsome young man said coldly. His name was Yu Ziyun, and he was also an extremely powerful existence among the seven-colored generals. His words were clearly much more domineering. He said that he wanted to borrow, but in reality, he wanted to snatch, and he was also a sword cultivator. You don't have any armor on you, while we have seven-colored armor. We're giving you face by allowing you to exchange pointers. If we force it, you won't be able to do anything. Yes. The other seven-colored generals also spoke up one after another. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out, especially someone like Lin Ling, who had made a name for himself in a single battle. Naturally, many people did not like him. Many people knew this, so when they faced the seven-colored generals, they all lowered their heads. They were not like Lin Ling, who was arrogant and fearless. And if I refuse? Lin Ling's eyes became cold. Refuse? Yes. The young man called Yu Ziyun laughed. No one knew what he was laughing about, but in the next moment, a cold, murderous intent erupted. That's not up to you. A sword tore through the sky and slashed toward Lin Ling. It was an extremely terrifying gang sword ultimacy, and it had reached 8 levels. One must know that it was extremely difficult to raise one's profound by a single level. There were even people who, in order to raise their profound, trained bitterly for 10 years in the ocean, in volcanoes, in the desolate forests, all for the sake of comprehending that single level. This was also the meaning of sharpening one's sword for 10 years. With 8 levels of the astral sword profound in addition to the cultivation of a transcendent realm cultivator, that single sword strike was truly terrifying. Under countless gazes, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and cracks appeared. This was a large area of space being torn apart. One sword severing space. Facing the powerful aura, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The small world in his body awakened, causing the earth to shake. Then the black and white sword and the sea urchin sword clashed. The sound of the collision caused many people's eardrums to hurt. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was not defeated. Instead, he was constantly being pushed back by Yu Ziyun's sword. Fierce, when that newcomer fought against dozens of transcendent realm masters before, his spiritual yuan had only recovered by half, but now he's fighting the seven-colored armored general again. Yu Ziyun's victory is somewhat unfair. Many people watched the battle in shock. Today's newcomer was too dazzling, causing the seven-colored armored general to be dissatisfied. Your sword isn't bad, it's quite powerful. More importantly, I feel like your spiritual yuan recovery speed is faster than ours. Yu Ziyun was wearing a green armor, his sword like a vast ocean. The astral sword profound slashed out, leaving thousands of holes in the ground. He constantly rushed forward, suppressing Lin Ling. However, what he said was not wrong. Lin Ling had comprehended 9 heavenly fish diagrams, one of which allowed him to recover his spiritual yuan. Although its effects were not instantaneous, it was still faster than an ordinary transcendent. You have a lot of secrets, but I'll force you to reveal them one by one. As for the unfair victory, that's nothing. With your strength, no matter how much I hold back, you'll still lose. Chapter 11:13. Mysterious blue flames clang. Clang. Get lost. Level 7 Righteous Energy. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword flashed with white light, making his sword even more majestic. He slashed out like a storm. Level 7, 1 level higher than before. Evidently, the tyrannical song sword's hidden righteous energy had been activated again under the pressure. A figure was sent flying. It was Yu Ziyun. Although his profound meaning was level 8 astral sword, it was clear that his profound meaning of righteousness was slightly stronger, so he was pushed back. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was actually pushed back in a clash of swords. Moreover, he had just said that with his strength, no matter how much he went easy on Lin Ling would still lose. However, he had been pushed back without going easy on Lin Ling. Those words were like a slap to his own face. This is not over yet. Yu Ziyun roared. He gripped his sword even tighter, preparing to launch an even more terrifying attack. However, did Lin Ling need to wait for him to make the first move? Although Lin Ling could not defeat his opponent, his righteous energy and physical defense were so strong that his opponent would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Level 8 Life and Death Profound, Void-Cleaving Sword. The sharpest sword appeared. Combining Level 7 Righteous Energy Profound and Killing Profound, Lin Ling's sword was like a painting in the sky as it slashed out fiercely. The sword moved even faster. Not to mention the eyes, one could not even feel it. What? Yu Ziyun felt as if time had stopped. That sword seemed to have appeared right in front of him, and it was extremely thin. It was like a ray of light shooting towards him. Clang. A crisp sound rang out at the same time. He raised his astral sword, blocking the sword that was coming towards him. It was as if the void had been sliced apart. A sword flashed past him, causing a large number of buildings behind him to collapse. Looking at that terrifying sword, even the eyes of the seven-colored armored general narrowed. His evaluation of Lin Ling had increased once again. That fellow could fight against those of a higher level. At the same time, cracks appeared on Yu Ziyun's armor. Although it did not affect him much, it was still a great humiliation. Lin Ling had broken his armor, the green armor that he was most proud of. I will kill you. Yu Ziyun was furious. He hadn't even made a move, but the newcomer had already made a move and injured him. He's still a newbie? The crowd completely ignored the furious Yu Ziyun. Instead, they trembled as they looked at the black-robed young man. At this moment, the black robe was even more dazzling. Man, sword as one. At this moment, a deep voice drifted out. In the air, the astral sword was like the most terrifying dragon in the world. It swept across the land and even killed some of the white-armored generals. Many people looked up and saw that Yu Ziyun had already disappeared. There was only a sword in his place, and it was a shocking sword. Man and sword as one. Legend had it that this was an even higher realm than sword cultivation. Man, sword, and the heavens fused together to form a heavenly sword that could cut through everything. With Yu Ziyun's cultivation and comprehension, it was naturally impossible for him to reach such a terrifying realm. After all, even a transcendent realm master would have to work hard to learn the profound. Therefore, the only possibility was that Yu Ziyun was born with a saint physique. This sword is a yellow rank saint physique. Since you are fated to see it in your life, you can die in peace. A majestic voice rang out as the heavenly sword slashed towards Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that the sword seemed slow, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was impossible to dodge. This was a power that surpassed the profound meaning of martial arts. That brat is pretty good to be able to force Yu Ziyun to use his saint physique. The seven-colored armored generals all sneered. Only top-notch generals like them knew how terrifying Yu Ziyun was. Serves you right. We asked you to hand over the sword, but you refused. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the sea-calming heavenly palace just because you defeated Cold Words? Meng Chong also sneered. However, it was a pity that he didn't get to ask about the cultivation method of the second spiritual source. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was the first time he had seen a saint physique that focused on the sword. As such, he had to use his trump card. He's not afraid in the face of danger. How determined! Many people stared at Lin Ling and were even more surprised. This proved that although this newcomer did not have any military achievements, he was still in existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. Then, they saw Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword. This action made everyone shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling had given up. However, this was normal. Facing a general with a higher realm and a stronger saint physique, how could a newcomer not give up? Did he just give up? They did not know that Yu Ziyun was not the only one who had a saint physique. This flame is an earth-rank saint physique. Since you're fated to see it in this life, you can die in peace. A calm voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. A wisp of blue flame appeared on his palm and slowly danced, giving off an extremely peaceful feeling. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be silent. The crowd's mouths were wide open. They realized that their voices seemed to have disappeared. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling held the wisp of flame in his hand and shot it forward. Lin Ling did not know how powerful an earth-rank flame was, so he wanted to give it a try. What's that? Yu Ziyun frowned. He sensed an aura that surpassed his innate saint physique enveloping him. That aura was very dense, as if it was the heavens. This caused his sword to slash down even faster. He was a little panicked. Boom! Blue flames intertwined, and the sword was mighty. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. What did that newcomer do? Many people did not even have time to react because Lin Ling's attack was too fast. The flame appeared, and he attacked in an instant. He did not seem to be giving up at all. You want to fight me head-on? When the two forces collided, Yu Ziyun calmed down. He was overjoyed as if he could see the light of victory. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale. Chi-chi-chi. Bright blue sparks bloomed. His sword was corroded and even gradually burned. How is this possible? Yu Ziyun roared. One had to know that with his saint physique, he could suppress anyone in the same realm, unless the opponent's profound meaning was at level 9. However, in the clash of his saint physique, the flame and the sword intertwined, and his sword was burned. The most frightening thing was that after his sword was burned, the strange blue flame began to spread toward him. The calmness and holiness within it made him unable to resist at all. What is that? After uttering the final words of his life, Yu Ziyun disappeared into thin air. He had been incinerated into nothingness at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps he had fought countless battles throughout his life and defeated countless geniuses and experts, but this final battle was the most inexplicable loss of his life. He's dead. Everyone looked blankly at the sky. Previously, Yu Ziyun had taken a fancy to the newcomer's sword, but he had found an excuse to snatch it. However, the newcomer had refused to fight, so he could only attack domineeringly. However, after attacking, he died even faster than cold words. A strange flame had ended his life. Chapter 11:14. Only one flame, earth-grade flame, you did not disappoint me. Boom! Lin Ling floated in midair, the flame in his hand still burning calmly. His indifferent eyes looked towards Meng Chong, causing Meng Chong's pupils to constrict. The battle had ended too quickly, he did not know how Yu Ziyun had died. You want to spar with me? Boom! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Meng Chong swallowed his saliva and subconsciously said, No. Boom! You said you wanted to spar before, you wouldn't have hurt me. Moreover, I can prove my limits. Against a second-stage transcendent realm general, I only need one sword. Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. He held a blue flame in his hand, as if a blue flame god had descended. I can tell you now that I can't defeat you with a single sword strike, but I only need one flame. Boom! I refuse to spar. Boom! Looking at Lin Ling walking down step by step, Meng Chong gritted his teeth and said. He did not know why he said that, but he had a feeling in his heart that he would not spar if he could. He was scared. Everyone saw that he was scared. Previously, he had blocked Lin Ling's path and wanted to spar, but now Lin Ling had given him the chance to spar, but he rejected it. However, I want to spar with you. Boom! In mid-air, Lin Ling said coldly, causing Meng Chong's heart to tremble violently. In his eyes, the flame in Lin Ling's hand shot down, domineering and majestic. Meng Chong could not refuse. What kind of flame does that newcomer control? Why is Meng Chong so scared? Boom! Many people felt that today's events were unbelievable. If you want to spar with me, then die. Boom! Seeing Lin Ling rushing down, Meng Chong knew that he could not dodge. In that instant, his confidence rose. Previously, he did not know how Yu Ziyun had died, but he guessed that the newcomer might have taken advantage of him. Although his strength was on par with Yu Ziyun's, he still had a chance to kill him. 100 rivers to the sea. The profound meaning of the eightfold river ocean was released. As if summoned, the rivers and seas of heaven and earth surged over. It was majestic and fast, turning the sea-calming heavenly abode into a vast ocean. Venerable Sea Calming's ultimate technique. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, it wasn't rare to see someone using spirit chi to form a sea. However, it was rare to see someone controlling the power of the sea and absorbing hundreds of rivers. This kind of profound meaning formed a world of the sea. When the sea faced the fire, it was obvious that the sea was more terrifying, and the fire would be extinguished. Especially when many people saw the tiny flame in Lin Ling's hand, they felt that the flame had dimmed even more. Only one person's pupils constricted as he stared fixedly at the green flame. A terrifying thought rushed into his mind, and this person was precisely the middle-aged man on the chains who had been knocked down the mountain by Lin Ling. That fire, could it be the fire at the bottom of the mountain? He muttered to himself, causing many people to feel puzzled. What was the origin of that flame? Earlier, I was knocked down the mountain. Do you know why I didn't die? The middle-aged man said in shock. Many people were also puzzled. After all, the Sea Heart Flame was at the bottom of Sky Hill City. The Sea Heart Flame was an Earth-grade flame that was crazy and tyrannical. Why didn't this middle-aged man die? Because there is no longer any fire at the bottom of the mountain. My guess is that the fire is on that newcomer. The middle-aged man said word by word, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That young man had subdued the Sea Heart Flame? However, the Sea Heart Flame was like a sea of fire, completely different from the wisp of flame in the young man's hand. After all, the young man's flame was too small, like the light of a grain of rice. See? Sorry, I have one too. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted through the air. At the same time, an endless sea appeared in the sky. It was tranquil and vast, causing people's hearts to calm down. Look at the sky, the earth, and the two seas. The crowd pointed to the front and exclaimed. Their breathing became hurried. That miraculous scene was too shocking. Voila! At this moment, a vast sea appeared in the sky, as if it wanted to drown all life in the world. On the earth, the sea also rolled, forming a vast scene of two seas confronting each other. However, while the earth was an ocean, the sky was not necessarily an ocean. I know why I didn't die. The Sea Heart Flame at the bottom of the mountain was absorbed by him. Under the silence, the middle-aged man excitedly shouted, causing many people to react. There were no more flames at the bottom of the mountain, all of the flames were here. Boom! In the sky, the calm sea finally erupted at this moment. It was as if the four seas were boiling and 10,000 horses were galloping. The most frightening thing was that it was not a sea, but a fire. Sea Heart Flame. Yes. At this moment, everyone was finally sure, because they would face the Sea Heart Flame every time they left the city. How could they not be familiar with it? Earth-grade flame. Yes. Meng Chang's eyes were wide open as he watched his sea being burned and disappearing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the sea in the sky was surging towards him, making him feel as if he was walking on the most dangerous chain and could die at any moment. The Earth-grade Saint Physique was so frightening. There was no need for any profound martial arts, just the power of heaven and earth was enough to sweep through everything. Incomparably hot temperature rushed over and burned him, turning him into ashes before he could even shout. The last thought before he died was that he actually wanted to spar with a genius with an Earth-grade Saint Physique. This was overestimating himself. He did not die in vain. Another seven-colored armored general has fallen. The people in the distance seemed to be numb, and the most frightening thing was that they could not feel the heat of the flames, only the tranquility of the sea, but they could see Meng Chong fall. The three great generals, Leng Words, Yu Ziyun, and Meng Chong, all fell one by one. The most frightening thing was that Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong were seven-colored armored generals with illustrious achievements. They were true geniuses who had traveled extensively, but they were still defeated. The most frightening thing was that only one sword was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun, and only one flame was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong. In the air, the sea turned into a whirlpool and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's body floated down, and his calm eyes made the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture fall silent. Today, Lin Ling, the newcomer, had completely shocked everyone. You killed a seven-colored armored general. Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was the people of the 7-colored armored generals. They were just courting death. Staring at that person, Lin Ling said indifferently. However, many people agreed with his words. If Meng Chong and the others wanted to spar, Lin Ling should have accompanied them. Now that they had died, who could they blame? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for overestimating themselves. If you are not convinced, you can spar with me. Moreover, you said before that you were armored generals and I was a robed newcomer. Sparring with me was giving me face. Now you can give me face. Lin Ling said again, which made the expressions of the generals change. They became silent. They were armored generals, high and mighty, but now they couldn't be arrogant. Their rainbow-colored armor seemed to be mocking them at this moment. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Chapter 11:15. The Return of the Lord, Arrogant. He's not wearing any armor, but he shouted at the 7-colored armored generals and made them afraid to fight. The crowd looked at the scene as if they were dreaming. Today's events had created a miracle for the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Newcomer, don't be too arrogant. They have military merits and armor, but you don't. You've broken the rules by killing them. Military rules are military rules. Others can't suppress you, but we can. At this moment, 2 figures came from afar. Their red armor was as dazzling as blood. These 2 were very old, about 50 years old. They were clearly the oldest generals of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. As for their strength, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. They surpassed all the young people because red armor represented everything. It was the leader of the 7 colors of the rainbow. This also meant that the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture was very powerful. Other than the young generals, the other experts were also like carps crossing a river. Elder Long and Elder Hu. Many people's expressions changed slightly, but the 7-colored armored generals laughed. They didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had broken the rules. How could the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted? Lin Ling was dead meat. Rules were rules. No matter who was right or wrong, anyone who broke the rules would be punished. Even so, many people still felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying. They needed to send out ancient generals to suppress him. Among the younger generation, no one would dare to fight with him. You guys are so old. Is it possible that your eyesight has deteriorated? Lin Ling said with a frown when he sensed the powerful aura enveloping him. The 2 old men were very strong. Today, you're famous in Sky Hill City. If we don't subdue you, how can the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture convince the people? 2 old men stepped on the clouds and came over. One of them shouted angrily, while the other said coldly, if the Venerable One was here, he would also kill you, because merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Then why didn't you stop me when I attacked? Instead, you appeared after I defeated my opponent. Since you uphold the military rules, why are you so insidious? Lin Ling shouted coldly on the ground. Little bastard, you have a sharp tongue. We want to kill you. Is it your turn to talk nonsense? The 2 old men in red armor were furious. This newcomer dared to refute them? Moreover, Meng Chong was a general valued by the Venerable. Now that he was dead, how could they let the newcomer leave? Most importantly, the newcomer didn't seem to have any backers. Pop 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 pop. The 2 old men instantly. Obviously, they wanted to capture Lin Ling, so they stopped the others. Some older cultivators guessed. The 18 dragon and tiger generals were famous in Tianling City. They were even famous in the Xianpeng Big region. Then, many people looked at the young man on the ground. They wanted to see him regret. However, they were disappointed. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. His unyielding eyes were still looking at the sky. Such a determined little guy. He still won't admit his wrongs. Many people admired him. The newcomer was magnanimous and decisive. Right and wrong were only balanced in his heart. No matter how strong the expert was, the newcomer would not lower his unyielding spine. Wrong is wrong, right is right. What does it have to do with merit? Suddenly, an ancient fan appeared in the sky. The ancient 8 trigrams were drawn on the fan. It was mysterious and vast. Wind of the past. An old man in a purple robe appeared. His right hand pointed at the sky. There were no complicated martial arts. Strength represented everything. The old man in red armor who charged at Lin Ling had his armor split open. Under countless shocked gazes, he turned to dust. This person was blown to death by the wind. What kind of wind was that? It was too terrifying. The expression of the other old man in red armor changed. He stopped charging and stared at the old man in the purple robe. Old man Dong Fu. When his voice fell, the entire ground was dead silent. Old man Dong Fu, this is a matter of my Ding Hai heavenly mansion. What do you mean by meddling? The remaining old man in red armor said coldly. He also knew that old man Dong Fu was not on good terms with Zun Darren. The former had never come to Ding Hai heavenly mansion, but he had appeared here today. It was extremely strange. What is Ding Hai heavenly mansion? I'll tell you, even if that old ghost Ding Hai Zun is here, if he dares to move against my assistant, I dare to destroy him. In the sky, old man Dong Fu shouted angrily. He had just returned to Sky Tomb City and encountered this matter. Luckily, he had returned in time. Your assistant? The old man in red armor frowned. Who is it? Lin Ling is my assistant. Old man Dong Fu. The old man in red armor said disdainfully. The old man in red armor's eyes narrowed. It had to be said that old man Dong Fu had a strange personality. He didn't even give face to Zun Darren. And now, this newcomer with some power had become old man Dong Fu's assistant? Assistant? Many people were also shocked. They suddenly had a feeling that the newcomer was not wearing armor. This did not mean that he was a newcomer, but that he was an existence that surpassed all the great generals. Only then did the newcomer have the privilege of not wearing armor. Even so, this person has killed multiple great generals. Do you not have to give an explanation? The old man in red armor's heart was still trembling, but he gritted out. If I don't give it? Old man Dong Fu said coldly. Then don't blame me for being vicious. Even if you are a great person, the dignity of Ding Hai heavenly mansion cannot be violated. The old man in red armor said fearlessly. His support was Ding Hai Zun, so he was not afraid. I only left for 3 days and my Ding Hai heavenly mansion has become like this. While the two sides were at loggerheads, an ancient voice drifted through the world. The sky turned into a rainbow color as an ancient white sailboat sailed over from afar. It was as if the sky had turned into the sea. There were 3 figures standing on the sailboat. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an indifferent expression like the most ancient sea king. He was Venerable Sea Calming. Beside him was Madame Yuqin and a devastatingly beautiful young lady. Ding Hai Zun. Everyone's expression changed dramatically and they knelt down on one knee. They were excited. Today, this newcomer had stirred up a storm and caused old man Dong Fu and Ding Hai Zun to come out. Why did this newcomer have such courage? Lin Ling looked at the young woman on the ship and was shocked. One of the people on the ship was Yumun Yun. Darren, this person is not wearing armor, but he is arrogant. He killed 3 great generals and turned Ding Hai heavenly mansion into a mess. Please punish him. The old man in red armor became excited. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment and excitement. This newcomer was very arrogant. He did not give him face and even had old man Dong Fu come out to support him. But now that Darren had returned, could this newcomer still be arrogant? The ship stopped in the sky. Ding Hai Zun frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and was silent. He's dead for sure. Many people thought, especially the 7-colored armored generals. They rejoiced in his misfortune. This newcomer was still arrogant. Chapter 11:16. Shock. You killed the 7-colored armored general? Venerable Sea Calming finally spoke. His voice was like the heaven's might, and everyone could sense that he was extremely angry. On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his clear eyes unfazed. That's right. You destroyed my Sea Calming heavenly palace? Venerable Sea Calming asked again. That's right. Lin Ling was still fearless, which made many people admire his fearless heart even more. You've only been in my sea-calming heavenly palace for less than half a month, but you've already defeated the 7-colored armored general. Most importantly, my general has few opponents in the second layer of the transcendent realm. How did you do it? Venerable Sea-calming's voice was still low. With this, that's right. Without further ado, Lin Ling stretched out his hand and a blue flame bloomed on his palm. Sea Heart Flame. Venerable Sea-calming was shocked as he stared at the blue flame. Not long ago, he had given Lin Ling some pointers and thought that Lin Ling would spend his entire life subduing that flame. Who would have thought that this little brat would create a miracle in such a short period of time? An Earth-grade Saint Physique had turned an ordinary cultivator into an outstanding genius. Venerable Sea-calming's gaze suddenly fell on Old Man Dong Fu not far away. Why are you here? Old Sea-calming, don't put on airs in front of me. I won't let you touch him. Old Man Dong Fu shouted coldly. He thought Venerable Sea-calming was going to attack Lin Ling. You're helping him? This time, Venerable Sea-calming's surprise turned into shock. How many surprises did this little brat Lin Ling want to give him? Even he couldn't do it, but this little brat had done it. He couldn't see through him. At this moment, he felt that Lin Ling was even more unfathomable. Venerable Sea-calming's silence undoubtedly made many people sneer. They seemed to feel that their lord was even angrier. Of course, this was normal. How could their lord let a newcomer go after killing a general and destroying Sea-calming heavenly palace? Who said I was going to convict him? From today onwards, Lin Ling is the Sea-calming heavenly prefecture's red-armored general. However, just as everyone thought that, a voice that was as majestic as the heavens drifted out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Not only was the venerable one not angry, but he even rewarded the newcomer. What exactly happened? Everyone looked at the sky and suddenly realized that Venerable Sea-calming wasn't joking. Sir, he has violated military regulations. The red-armored elder couldn't help but shout loudly. He was unwilling to accept this. How could it be like this? Supremacy Sea-calming didn't kill the newcomer even though he wasn't wearing any armor? Elder Hu Shui, go to the Heartblade Valley and reflect on your mistakes for 10 years. Venerable Sea-calming glanced at the red-armored old man and said indifferently, face the wall and reflect? Many people's expressions were extremely interesting. One had to know that the red-armored senior was a doyen of the Sea-calming heavenly prefecture and was many times nobler than the newcomer. However, not only did the supremacy not convict the newcomer, he even made the red-armored senior reflect on his mistakes. This fact was beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that the newcomer was more important than the red-armored senior? But the red-armored elder seemed to have lost his soul. He couldn't understand. After all, he was extremely powerful and was many times stronger than the newcomer. In terms of value, how could the newcomer compare to him? Do I need to explain? Venerable Sea-calming said indifferently. An invisible aura was released, causing the red-armored elder to spit out blood. He retreated and finally lowered his head. This one is willing to accept the punishment. He knew that Venerable Sea-calming was the most serious person and didn't like people asking why he did something. If he said another word, Venerable Sea-calming would kill him. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he would have thought it was a dream to kill an expert like him for a newcomer. Then he looked down at Lin Ling and his expression instantly became complicated. Previously, he thought that the newcomer would definitely die with Venerable Sea-calming's arrival and that the old man of Dong Fu wouldn't be able to save him. However, reality proved that it was all his wishful thinking. He was the one who was convicted. Compared to the newcomer, he was nothing. 10 years of reflection. He wasn't young anymore. How many more decades did he have in his life? And the mistake was that he had underestimated the newcomer. He thought that the newcomer had no background, so he used his status as an expert to bully him and caused the present result. Old man of Dong Fu, you can leave. This person is my red-armored general. I definitely won't touch him. Ignoring everyone's complicated thoughts, Venerable Sea-calming looked at the old man of Dong Fu and said. The old man of Dong Fu was very surprised, but he didn't know that in the heart of Venerable Sea-calming, Lin Ling was a general that he would focus on nurturing. To say of nothing else, Just the 72 Mo gods in the sky proved that Lin Ling's future was limitless. Adding on that Lin Ling had created a miracle and taken the sea heart flame, he had completed one of his missions. So, why would he touch Lin Ling? To put it bluntly, 10 red armored generals couldn't compare to one Lin Ling. Are you fooling me? The old man of Dong Fu still didn't believe it. I might be a serious and snobbish person, but am I the kind of person that goes back on my words? Venerable C. Kang's voice carried a hint of anger. I still don't believe it. I want to take Lin Ling away. The old man of Dong Fu stubbornly shook his head. Bullshit, I brought this brat back. He's my person. You dare to take him away? Then don't blame me for being vicious. Venerable C. Kang took a step forward, his attitude extremely determined. He wasn't dumb. Lin Ling had created multiple miracles in this short period of time and was valued by even Dong Fu Darren. How could he easily give up such a subordinate? The old man of Dong Fu's brow furrowed even more. Even though he didn't have any relationship with Venerable C. Kang, he could see that Venerable C. Kang was not joking. If he really wanted to take away Lin Ling, then Venerable C. Kang would definitely act. Alright, I hope you will do as you say. After a moment of thought, the old man of Dong Fu finally nodded. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can come find me tomorrow. That matter can start. Thank you, old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling also nodded. This was his agreement with the old man of Dong Fu. He would naturally complete it. Watching the old man of Dong Fu leave, many people had mixed feelings. If it was said that Venerable Darren did not blame Lin Ling, that was their misconception. Then when Venerable Darren and the old man of Dong Fu had fought over Lin Ling, that explained everything. Who was that Lin Ling? Lin Ling, come with me. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Venerable C. Kang waved at Lin Ling with a smile. This was also the first time he had smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling also smiled. He stepped onto the ship in the sky and headed towards the depths of the mansion. In a silent large hall, Venerable C. Kang and Mistress Yu Qin sat together. In front of the two were Lin Ling and Yumun Yun. I did not give you an official title before because I did not want others to be dissatisfied. I also wanted to give you some time to grow. But who knew that your growth speed surpassed my imagination? You actually completed the task I gave you. After watching silently for a moment, Venerable C. Kang couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling, the old man of Dong Fu, is the hardest to deal with. How did you take care of him? Mistress Yu Qin also felt it was inconceivable. Chapter 11:17. 100,000 military points. Old man Dong Fu isn't as difficult to deal with as I thought. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't claim the credit. Not difficult to deal with? Do you know how many times my husband has failed? In any case, you're much stronger than my husband. Lady Yu Qin laughed. Venerable C. Kang was secretly depressed. He was a great venerable, yet he was defeated by this little brat. How embarrassing. Venerable C. Kang coughed lightly and changed the topic. Let's not talk about that smelly old man anymore. Tell me what happened before. Changing the topic? Lady Yu Qin secretly laughed. Her husband cared about Face the most and was confident that he could do anything. But now he lost to a junior. No wonder he felt embarrassed. Lin Ling also snickered secretly, but he also recounted what had happened before. Venerable C. Kang didn't care about Lin Ling's mistake because it wasn't Lin Ling's fault. However, he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. A dual spirit variant martial cultivator with a saint artifact and subduing the sea heart flame. No wonder he could defeat a transcendent realm second layer cultivator. Amazing! Venerable C. Kang thought. Then he calmed down and said lightly, I helped you temporarily obtain a saint artifact for free. Old man Dong Fu is really generous. However, since you've completed the first task I gave you, I'll reward you with 100,000 military points. I won't be stingier than old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was overjoyed. 100,000 military points? He already knew that there were countless treasures in C. Kang Heavenly Palace, but they were all exchanged with military points. 100,000 military points could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. But what should he exchange for? Sir Venerable, in your opinion, what treasure should I exchange for? Lin Ling asked. Ha, I found that you're quite smart. Venerable Si Calming laughed out loud. Lin Ling was a daring boy who dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was indeed a good seedling. There are treasures that can help you break through again, but in my opinion, you should focus on improving your strength in the transcendent realm, such as your comprehension of fire principles, sword Dao, and so on. The stronger your foundation, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Venerable Si Calming advised. Lin Ling nodded, having a clear direction in his heart. 1. Strengthen the killing intent. As for the righteous energy, there was no need for it, as the tyrant singing sword had the overwhelming righteous energy at the peak. 2. Strengthen his fire profound. 3. A strong physical body and spiritual source. Of these 3 paths, Lin Ling chose to strengthen his physical body and strengthen his spiritual source. This was because the physical body was a form of defense, allowing him to fight opponents of a higher cultivation level. Moreover, his stamina would be greatly improved. As for strengthening his spiritual source, there were many benefits. However, it would require more treasures. Therefore, ordinary people would rarely use treasures to strengthen their spiritual source. Instead, they would choose to advance. After all, the same treasure could double one's strength if used to advance, but it could only increase one's strength by 10% if used to strengthen one's spiritual source. However, the previous battle had taught Lin Ling the benefits of spiritual source, so he chose to strengthen his spiritual source. You and Yumun Yun both possess the 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault, so you have great potential in the future. You'll be the pillars of my Si Calming heavenly palace in the future. However, before you grow stronger, don't expose your demon gods. Otherwise, you'll be killed and your demon gods will be snatched away. Venerable Si Calming warned again. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was the reason why he hadn't announced Lin Ling's identity. He didn't want Lin Ling to receive too much attention. 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault? Lin Ling and Yumun Yun looked at each other. This wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. Yes, you're not the only one with such a huge inheritance. There are 70 other demon gods in Xianpeng province, and they're also ranked. I'll take you to see them when the time comes. Venerable Si Calming nodded with a smile and said, not long ago, news of the star-picking Purple Mansion Mystic Realm spread in Xianpeng province. If the news is confirmed, you'll have to make a trip with me. Lin Ling and Yumun Yun nodded. After saying a few more words, they bid farewell and left. Outside the main hall, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun walked side by side. The warm sunlight shone down, making the two of them feel extremely comfortable. After coming to Xianpeng province, this was the first time they felt that they had the power to dominate everything. At least, they were no longer existences that could be trampled on by others. Mengyun. Lin Ling held Yumun Yun's hand and told her about the second dream. Yumun Yun's pretty face kept changing. However, when she saw Lin Ling's determined eyes, she knew that Lin Ling would definitely go to the ghost realm to save the second dream. When Lin Ling told her this news, he was actually asking for her opinion. He treated her as one of his own, and this made Yumun Yun feel a little happy. Go. The second dream died to save you. If you don't repay that kindness, it won't be good for your martial path. Yumun Yun supported Lin Ling, and this made Lin Ling feel warm in his heart. He held the beautiful woman's hand even tighter. Yumun Yun smiled gently. Although it was very dangerous to enter the ghost realm, she knew that this was Lin Ling. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. He was clear about kindness and hatred. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. Along the way, the expressions of many generals changed slightly. They subconsciously made way for them. At present, Lin Ling's reputation in the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture had soared. In the military merit hall, where treasures were exchanged, an old man in red armor was guarding the place. He was holding a book and reading it. When he saw Lin Ling's arrival, his expression changed slightly. Obviously, he knew about what happened not long ago. What do you want to exchange for? The old man didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the Venerable seemed to value this newcomer very much. I want 6 treasures to break through to the transcendent realm. I want as many treasures to strengthen the physical body as you can. The same goes for treasures to strengthen the spiritual source. Also, I want treasures to help monster beasts grow. Lin Ling said faintly. Many people around him were also exchanging for treasures. They immediately gasped. How many military merits would that require? The old man in red armor also narrowed his eyes. He then calculated carefully and raised his head to look at Lin Ling. This requires 89,800 military merits. Military merits were very difficult to obtain, especially after 10,000. It was even more difficult to obtain them. One had to complete many difficult missions to obtain them. Lin Ling, a newcomer, actually had so many military merits. It was simply unbelievable. That's enough. Lin Ling said faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a black token appeared. It was the one that recorded the military merits. It was given to him by Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. After the old man took it and examined it carefully, his expression changed drastically again. He then began to get busy. Pinnacle Life Water, to strengthen spiritual source. The first time the effect is strong, the second time the effect is weak. Bitter Poison Beast Blood, Powerful Vitality, Flying Dragon Bone, Tyrannical Bones, all kinds of treasures were taken out. They were all rare heavenly treasures. For example, the bones of monster beasts stronger than the transcendent realm. If these treasures were taken out, it would be enough to shake Sky Tomb City. Use the remaining military merits to exchange for restorative pills. Lin Ling said again. The old man nodded solemnly. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a wealthy person. Unfortunately, the treasures exchanged for military merits were all used to strengthen one's foundation. If used for a breakthrough, it would be enough to break through to the third layer of the transcendent realm. After a long time, Lin Ling brought Yumun back. Lin Ling was secretly happy. With these treasures, his strength would be greatly improved. Moreover, if these treasures were sold outside, they would cost an unimaginable amount of money. No wonder everyone wanted to enter Sea Calming Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Only here could one obtain military merits. Chapter 1118. The mysterious Lord Pu Mengyun, take these treasures and use them to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. I've also prepared some for Yu and the others. If they can't use them, I'll give them to grandfather and the others. Lin Ling took out some treasures and gave them to Yumun. At the same time, he also gave many treasures to Little Flame. After all, he didn't want to see what happened before again, so it was time for Little Flame to become stronger. Although Little Flame was seriously injured, Lin Ling had many treasures at the moment, so Little Flame quickly recovered. When Little Flame saw the treasures Lin Ling gave it, it immediately felt warmth in its heart and jumped up and down excitedly. I've also asked Old Man Dong Fu to forge a spirit beast bracelet. You can cultivate in the bracelet. Lin Ling patted Little Flame's head. Little Flame was a monster beast, so it needed to devour heavenly treasures to grow. The process of growth was naturally more convenient in the bracelet. Little Flame smiled and nodded. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the bracelet on Lin Ling's left hand. It was a spirit beast bracelet, which was not rare in Xianping province. Come out when your strength has increased, Lin Ling said with a smile. The next day, Lin Ling left the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace and went to Old Man Dong Fu. This time, he wanted to fulfill his promise and then go with Yumun to find the Fire Ancient Clan. At this moment, Sky Tomb City was still bustling with noise. The battle yesterday didn't have much of an impact. After all, there were as many masters as there were clouds. There was no strongest, only stronger. Along the way, Lin Ling arrived at Old Man Dong Fu's mansion. He immediately found the atmosphere here strange. There were many transcendent realm guards at the gate, all of them with solemn expressions and even a hint of panic in their eyes. Are you Sir Lin Ling? A guard looked at Lin Ling and asked. This person was a transcendent realm 5th layer master, a rare master, but he was extremely respectful to Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and those guards instantly bowed, respectfully inviting Lin Ling to enter. This made Lin Ling's brow furrow. He found that these people were not the guards of Old Dong Fu. These people's presences were even larger and more mysterious. After entering the mansion, Lin Ling could feel that someone was watching him from the shadows. If it wasn't for his soul force, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. This meant that the person watching him was even stronger. What happened? Lin Ling's heart turned heavy. Moreover, he couldn't see any servant girls, and there were no guards in the mansion. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a demonic beast rang out, causing Lin Ling to quicken his pace. Suddenly, he saw the 9-headed bone dragon in the garden. An incomparably terrifying aura rushed over. The 9 bone dragons sat on the ground, their 9 heads looking at Lin Ling. These bone dragons were as big as cheilants, and their bodies were made of bones. Only their eyes were a strange green color. Their kingly ferocious aura bloomed from time to time, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. At the same time, little flames shot out from the spirit beast bracelet, baring its teeth and roaring at the bone dragons. Clearly, it had sensed that the bone dragons were provoking Lin Ling. Papa. The 9-headed bone dragons spread their wings, revealing their white bones. Their aura was even more terrifying. It made people wonder if these bone dragons were alive or dead, or if they had crawled out from their graves. Don't be rude. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice rang out. It seemed calm, but it caused the 9-headed bone dragons to tremble and then lie down. Clearly, these 9-headed bone dragons were the mounts of the person who had come. A middle-aged man wearing a black brocade robe slowly walked over from the corridor. He was around 40 years old, but his face was like jade. It could be assumed that when he was young, he would be a handsome man. His movements seemed ordinary, but they carried a feeling of merging with the power of heaven and earth. He looked at Lin Ling with a slight smile and said, "It seems that old Dong Fu's assistant is you." The voice was calm, like a passerby talking. But the calmer it was, the heavier Lin Ling's heart became. Very strong. That aura seemed to be even more terrifying than sea calming sage. Who is this person? Don't be nervous, I am the one who entrusted old Dong Fu. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "I am called Pooh, you can call me Pooh Darren." This smile gave people the feeling of being bathed in the spring wind, making people unable to help but relax. But Lin Ling's eye of time was very strong. In that smile, he saw a kind of enchanting smile, like the smile of a blood-licking Yao King. Haha, Lin Ling has come. At this time, old Dong Fu walked out and then started to explain. That black-robed man really was the one who had entrusted old Dong Fu, but his identity and power still surpassed Lin Ling's expectations. Also, he could see that old Dong Fu was very polite to the black-robed man. It had to be known that old Dong Fu didn't even give face to sea calming sage. Haha, old Dong Fu, your assistant is very mysterious. Pooh Darren said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He seemed to detect Lin Ling's eye of time. Of course. Old Dong Fu didn't know the meaning of Pooh Darren's words. However, I'm not interested in other matters. I came this time just to forge that weapon. I hope that little friend Lin Ling can help with all his power. Pooh Darren stated his purpose for coming and let Lin Ling lower his guard. Of course, I will do my best. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled, neither haughty nor humble. This caused Pooh Darren's eyes to shine with a strange light. After that, the 3 of them walked forward and came to a dark room. The old man Dong Fu took out a key and drew a beautiful pattern in the air, causing an enormous metal door to appear in the room. Then they stepped in. Old Dong Fu really is a top blacksmith. His methods are hard to predict. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Behind the large metal door was an even larger forging room. Clearly, this was the secret place of the old man of Dong Fu. There were large amounts of treasures placed in the surroundings, all rare forging treasures. There were also many precious weapons hanging in the surroundings. Lin Ling, this is the Li Fire Heavenly Sea cover you entrusted. Old Dong Fu first gave a box to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it but didn't open it. It seemed that with his strength, he couldn't touch the treasure, so he was too lazy to look. What you need to do now is to help me examine the materials. Also, the scrolls for the treasures I want to forge are here. Take a look. If you can understand it, it would be even better. If I make a mistake, you can guide me. As for the rest, just look. Old Dong Fu gave large amounts of scrolls to Lin Ling. They were the scrolls for the items he wanted to forge. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say a word. Pu Darren was drinking tea on the side with his eyes slightly closed. But Old Dong Fu knew that Lin Ling didn't ask anything and only knew to do his own thing. This made Pu Darren satisfied. If Lin Ling asked too much, then he would be breaking the rules. Sometimes, it wasn't good to know too much, especially when facing such an important person. Lin Ling naturally knew this, so he focused on doing his own thing. His Eye of Time appeared and copied large amounts of scrolls. During this process, Pu Darren opened his eyes and continued to drink tea. He finally spoke. Old Dong Fu, can your assistant complete the task? Clearly, he didn't believe in Lin Ling's abilities. Finished. Chapter 11:19. The Confrontation of the Strong. Don't worry, since I can find his assistant, he naturally has some skill. Old Man Dong Fu laughed. Not only was he satisfied with Lin Ling's intelligence, but he was even more satisfied with Lin Ling's ability. This gave him a lot of face. Interesting, then I'll slowly watch. Senior Pu laughed, feeling more at ease with Lin Ling. Next, they began to forge. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flashed, inspecting each material's flaws. Then he told Old Man Dong Fu that there were a total of 99,000 materials, and among them was a Demon Essence Diamond. This gave Lin Ling an idea. Demon Essence Diamond was the only material to forge the Demon Dragon Blade, so today's forging treasure should be the Demon Dragon Blade. Of course, knowing was one thing, Lin Ling wouldn't say it out loud just to show off. At this time, it was better to be smart. With Lin Ling's help, Old Man Dong Fu's speed was obviously much faster. Every time Lin Ling pointed out a material's flaw, he would note it down and use other methods to make up for it. This was the reason he sought Lin Ling's help. Lin Ling's insight was too terrifying. Next, Old Man Dong Fu began to forge. Although Lin Ling didn't understand forging, after looking at the scroll, he knew the steps, so if there was anything wrong he would point it out. This ability is too mysterious. His eyes are somewhat extraordinary. Senior Pu's gaze fell on Lin Ling from time to time. He knew that Lin Ling didn't know how to forge, but he could find Old Man Dong Fu's mistakes. Such an assistant, even he was a bit moved. Time quietly passed, and other than the initial reminders, Old Man Dong Fu gradually entered the zone. After that, there was nothing for Lin Ling to do, so he quietly stood to the side. This battle lasted for a full 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Ling was also cultivating. He sensed the sea heart flame in his body, and in his dandan, 2 streams of spirit chi were like rivers, blooming with vigorous power. Transcendent Realm Masters were different from Saint Spirit Realm Masters. Their spirit chi attacks were more powerful, but their power was also greater. And Lin Ling had 2 streams of spirit chi that were about to grow. This would be of great help to him in battle. Long. At the same time, the secret room began to shake, as if some powerful demon from the outside was touching the secret room. A great tribulation. Obviously, Old Man Dong Fu's treasure was about to succeed. Scram. Lord Pu was still drinking his tea. He gently waved his hand, and although there was no movement, a terrifying martial art was unleashed, causing the secret chamber to have a brief moment of silence. However, it did not last long. An even more terrifying force invaded the secret chamber, causing Lin Ling's soul to tremble. He had a feeling that if that mysterious force were to engulf the secret chamber, he would not be able to resist at all. The Strong's World. 3,000 monsters. Lord Pu's long hair fluttered in the wind, his handsome face became even more enchanting, his hands swinging like willow trees. The secret room once again. I simply can't understand a battle between experts of this level. A long time later, the secret room quieted down, but an enormous pressure bloomed on the side of the Old Man Dong Fu, making it hard for Lin Ling to breathe. But the Old Man Dong Fu waved his hand again and a jade box appeared, restraining that pressure. Senior Pu, fortunately I didn't fail, this treasure has been successfully forged. Old Man Dong Fu's face was tired as he hugged the jade box and walked over. Thank you for your hard work. Senior Pu was in a good mood, then he looked at Old Man Dong Fu. The thing you wanted me to do, I can do it. Even if it was the heavens, I can take them down for you. Domineering, unparalleled domineering. This showed that this person's background was not ordinary. Then, Senior Pooh looked at Lin Ling. Before, I thought you only had a little bit of ability, but obviously I was wrong. Now, I think very highly of you. Do you have any plans to follow me? Lin Ling, Senior Pooh is a great figure of Kuan Temple. If you follow him, you will have a meteoric rise. The Dongfu old man explained from the side. Kuan Temple. Lin Ling's pupils focused. He knew that there were two flags in Xianpeng Big Region. They were Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. These powers included tens of thousands of powers, and were equivalent to the two largest countries. And Pooh Darren was able to make the old man of Dongfu respect him. It clearly was not a small position in Kuan Hall. Su Xingshun Palace, Thousand Era Ghost Sect, Northern Dark Nether Territory belonged to Kuan Temple? Lin Ling did not answer, but asked lightly. Let me see. Senior Pooh slightly closed his eyes, his soul seeming to wander. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Indeed. Sorry, because of personal reasons, I cannot follow Senior Pooh. Lin Ling instantly shook his head. Refuse? Senior Pooh said in a low voice, causing old man Dongfu to frown. Senior Pooh was personally recruiting Lin Ling, and this was the best chance to become strong, much better than Dinghai Heavenly Mansion. But Lin Ling had refused. This would anger Senior Pooh. Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of existence I can make you become? Senior Pooh's voice became hoarse, his eyes bewitching. I know, but the faction I mentioned before has an irreconcilable enmity with me. I cannot work with my enemy. This is my principle. Lin Ling looked at Senior Pooh without fear, but his eye of time felt a stabbing pain, as if Senior Pooh's gaze had some kind of powerful divine ability. Of course, this stabbing pain was also weakening. Clearly, the Eye of Time was not afraid of Senior Pooh, but Lin Ling was too weak, causing his resistance to be weak. Ha, you have fighting spirit. I like you even more. After a moment of silence, Senior Pooh suddenly laughed loudly, that dark expression also disappearing. Not working with your enemy, for this, you gave up the chance to become a top expert. Young man, you have courage. Senior Pooh took out a black jade tablet and gave it to Lin Ling. This means that I owe you a favor. Take it out in the future, and I can do anything for you, even kill your enemy. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade token, causing Lord Pooh to laugh even louder. This young man didn't mention anything about using a favor to kill his enemy. This meant that this young man wanted to avenge himself. This young man was even more stubborn than Lord Pooh thought. Alright, I'm leaving. After Senior Pooh laughed, he turned and left. But when he walked out the door, he turned back and said, Xianping Province, there are countless experts, geniuses as many as the stars in the sky. But there are very few geniuses that I can't see through. You are one of them. And this one I can't see through isn't your 72 demon gods, but something else, especially your eyes. After saying this, he disappeared from the world. Lin Ling's lips curled up. Senior Pooh was indeed powerful. He could see that he had the ancient flame devil. But in the end, he couldn't see through everything. This battle between experts was interesting. Lin Ling, you really have guts. You actually rejected Senior Pooh. Old man Dongfu seemed to be more nervous than Lin Ling. Only now did he relax. He won't make a move against a weakling like me. Also, one thing is another. I helped him once, how could he kill me? Lin Ling said with a smile. So, you gambled with your life.